Namaskaram. You're most welcome. Japan isn't building a train line in India. They are constructing a multi-billion-dollar fortress against a regional rival. While the world sees high-speed rail, Tokyo is actually engineering a strategic geopolitical hedge to reshape the global balance of power. Is this an infrastructure project or a calculated soft power play for dominance? Let's go and explore this further. It is being called a flagship project. It is one of the most ambitious engineering feat in the history of Indian subcontinent. It's 508 kilometers high-speed rail line tearing through the landscape of Western India at a speed of 320 kilometers per hour. But if you look past the headlines about the faster commute and fancy trains, you'll find something much deeper. You'll see Japan isn't just building a train in India. They are betting billions, tens of billions on a geopolitical future that defines the 21st century. Why would Tokyo, a nation defined by its own perfectionist engineering, pour such massive capital into a foreign rail corridor? Is it just business or is it a strategic move to reshape the Indo Pacific? Today, we are going behind the scene of the Mumbai Ahmedabad High Speed Rail or MAHSR to understand why this isn't just a train, it's a geopolitical chess move. First, let's look at the sheer scale of the project. The Mumbai Ahmedabad High Speed Rail isn't just a railway line, it's an engineering marvel being built with Japanese Shinkansen technology. We're talking about a 508 kilometers of track, mostly elevated, cutting through Maharashtra, Gujarat, and the Union territory of Dadar and Nagar Haveli. This project is the first of its kind in India to use the full span launching method for bridge construction, a technique that is significantly speed up the progress. And the challenges, what are the challenges? They are immense. From India's first ever undersea rail train to earthquake detection system, this is a masterclass in technology transfer. Japan didn't just sell the tech, they are training the workforce, setting the operational standards, and helping build the High Speed Rail Training Institute in Vadodara. It's a full package commitment. Now, why the obsession with this specific project? You have to look at the map. In the current geopolitical climate, the Indian Japanese partnership is one of the most critical relationship in Asia. Both nations are committed to a free and open Indo-Pacific. Japan's foreign policy is shifting. By anchoring their economic power in India, the world's most populous nation, Japan is creating a counterweight to the regional assertiveness in Asia. This is about building a resilient, rule based regional framework. When Prime Minister Takahashi and Prime Minister Modi label this as the flagship project, they aren't just talking about a train, they are signaling to the world that India and Japan are locked into a long term, deep, and unbreakable strategic alignment. It's not just about security. There is a massive economic incentive. Japan is looking to diversify its supply chains and find new massive markets for its expertise. India's Make in India initiative is a perfect playground for this. Japanese firms aren't just selling trains, they are entering a market that is hungry for infrastructure. During recent summit, the two nations set a goal to attract 10 trillion yen, that is roughly $68 billion dollars, in Japanese private investment in India over the next decade. This rail project acts as the signboard. If Japan can successfully build a bullet train system in India, they prove they can build anything in the world's most challenging market. The investment goes even further. Japan is heavily involved in northeastern region of India, supporting road networks, bridges, and disaster risk reduction. This is crucial for India, which is like a Act East policy, and it creates an industrial value chain connecting India directly to regional partners like BIMSTEC. This is a holistic approach. Japan is betting on India's future not just transportation, but in AI, defense technology, clean energy, etc. It is a 360-degree partnership. They are creating a relationship where their economies are so intertwined that success for one is inherent tied to the success of the other. So, is Japan secretly investing? Maybe the word secret is too dramatic. It's more that the strategic intent is often overshadowed by the sheer scale of the construction. This is a massive multi decade bet on the rise of India as a global economic powerhouse. By investing billions today, Japan is securing a partner for tomorrow. The Shangsen in India is more than a transit solution. It is the track upon which the future of Indo Pacific is being laid down. So, friends, thanks for watching and stay tuned as we continue to track how these massive infrastructure projects are rewriting the global order. See you in the next one. Hello, friends, and namaskaram. Scientists have just uncovered a colossal 1.8 million light years arc ripping through the fabric of the space. This cosmic event is rewriting what we know about how galaxies interact and evolve on a massive scale. What exactly caused this tear, and what does it tell us about the history of the universe? Let us explore further. It looks like a scar across the universe, a massive glowing jagged arc that spans 1.8 billion light years. When you first see an image like this, your brain tries to make sense of it. It's a tear in space time, a glitch in our own telescopes, or something far more violent. What you are looking at isn't just a pretty picture, it's a newly discovered, never before seen structure that has left astronomers absolutely stunned. A galaxy has essentially ripped 1.8 million light year long arc through the intergalactic medium. But how does a single galaxy create a structure that stretch wider than our own Milky Way galaxies multiple times over? Today we are diving into the discovery of Rad Bark, the radio bow and the Aero Radio galaxy. We are going to explore what happens when a galaxy collides with a cosmic soup of space, how a citizen scientist made this massive discovery, and why this arc is changing our understanding of how galaxies evolve. Let's get into it. But before that, friends, please let me know from which city or country you have tuned in into this video. Now let's proceed further. First, let's talk about how this was found. You might assume a discovery of this magnitude would come from a $1 billion space telescope or a massive team of researchers at the university. And while those tools are definitely used, the first person to actually spot this was a citizen scientist. This is the beauty of the modern astronomy. We have so much data, petabytes of information coming in from surveys like the Sloan Digital Sky Survey or various radio telescopes array that professional astronomers can't look at every single image. And that is where the citizen scientist movement comes in. Someone just like you and me was digging through the radio frequency data and noticed something that didn't look right. They saw this distinct bow and arrow structure. It didn't look like the standard galaxy. It looked like a trail. It looked like a wake. When the professional followed up with more sensitive equipment, they realized what they were looking for was, looking at was very massive 1.8 million light years long shock wave. This structure is essentially a signpost in the sky pointing to one of the most violent event imaginable. So, okay, what is this thing then? Why does it looks like a rip in the space? To understand this, we have to talk about the galaxy clusters. Space isn't just empty darkness. It's filled with thin, hot gas called the intergalactical medium. Now imagine a galaxy that is moving at incredibly high supersonic speeds. It is not just drifting, it is plummeting through this gas. When the galaxy slams into the gas of the galaxy cluster, it acts like a boat cutting through the water. It creates a bow shock, and that's the bow part of the bow and arrow structure. The gas gets compressed, heated, and pushed aside, glowing brightly in radio frequencies. But here is a kicker, the arrow part. This is the trail which was left behind the galaxy. As the galaxy moves, it leaves behind a wake of high energy particles and magnetic fields. This is what we see as that 1.8 million light year long arc. Think about the scale and about this for a second. Light travels at 300,000 kilometers per second. Even at that speed, it would take 1.8 million years to cross the length of this structure. It is a massive glowing cosmic shockwave. It's essentially a fossil of a galaxy's high speed journey through the cosmos. It tells us the history where the galaxy has been and how fast it was moving. Now, you might fear giant arc and think about the other massive structures we have talked about in the past, like the giant arc of the Big Ring, the span billions of light years. It is important to clarify that this new 1.8 billion light years arc is different. While those larger billion light year structure challenges the very foundation of the cosmological principle, the idea that the universe should be smooth and even this new radio galaxy discovery helps us understand the local evolution of the matter. It shows us that the universe is active. It is not just a static painting, it is violent, chaotic, and messy place. Galaxies are constantly interacting, colliding, and reshaping the environment around them. By studying this specific 1.8 million light year long shockwave, astronomers can learn more about. Number one, density of the intergalactical gas. The magnetic field that exists between galaxies in the deep space, the speed and trajectory of galaxies as they fall into this large gas structure or the large clusters. It's these local interaction that help us build a more accurate global map of the universe. Every time we find one of these, we fill in the piece of the puzzle regarding how matter gets distributed across the cosmos. What I love about the discovery is that it reminds us that we are still in the early days of exploring the universe. We have these massive, incredible structures hiding in the data, just waiting for someone to look in the right place at the right time. Whether it's a citizen scientist finding a 1.8 million light year shock wave or a team using the latest telescope to peer back to the Big Bang, every discovery chips away the unknown. So, next time when you look at the night sky, remember it is not as quiet as it looks. There are galaxies out there tearing through the cosmos, leaving behind long light year long arc which are made of light, of course, reshaping the universe as they go through it. So, friends, if you enjoyed this deep dive, make sure to hit that subscribe button. We cover the latest in space discovery every week, and you don't want to miss what we uncover next. Leave a comment below about this question. Does thinking about these massive cosmic scales make you feel small, or does it make you feel excited to learn more? Let's talk about it in the next videos, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Namaskaram, you're most welcome. Imagine a world where very air you breathe is filled with vaporized metal and the clouds are made of liquid sapphire. On the ultra hot gas giants, temperatures are so extreme that it literally rains molten iron from the sky. Today we are diving into the lethal physics of the iron rain paradox. In the deepest reaches of our galaxy, industrial elements are being transformed into terrifying weather system that defies logic. How can a planet sustain a thermal inversion layer strong enough to liquefy metal into shimmering deadly downpour? We are going to discuss and dissect these extreme chemical cycles to uncover the secret of exotic planetary heat. Let's go and explore this further. Imagine a planet where the sky doesn't just look stormy, it literally falls apart. No water, no cloud as we know them, just clouds of vaporized metal cooling into liquid droplets that plummet to the surface. Welcome to the world of ultra hot Jupiters, specifically the exoplanet WASP 76b. That is quite an innovative name. However, WASP 776b is an ultra hot Jupiter. Today, we are diving into the physics of how iron rain happens. To understand the rain, we first need to understand the stage. WASP 76b is tidally locked, just like our moon always shows the same face to the earth. This planet keeps one side permanently facing its host star. On the day side, the temperature hits over 2400 degrees Celsius, and that is hot enough not just to melt iron but to turn it into gas. It's literally furnace. But the physics get wilder when we look at the difference between the hemispheres. The key to this phenomena is the interplay between extreme heat and the atmospheric circulation. Because the day side is so hot, the pressure there is immense compared to the night side. The nature hates a gradient. It wants to balance the thing out. This pressure difference drives powerful supersonic winds, gales that rip across the planet at thousands of kilometers per hour. These winds act like massive conveyor belts, dragging that gaseous vaporized iron away from the furnace of the day side into the terminator zone, the thin silver of the dust that separate day from night. As the vapor crosses the terminator line, it enters the night side. The temperature drops to about 1500 degrees Celsius. While still scorching, this is the dew point for iron. Just like water vapor in our atmosphere hits a cold surface to create a condensation, the iron gas begins to lose thermal energy. It transitions from gas back into liquid state. Tiny droplets of molten iron form, and they accumulate, and the gravity pulls them down. This is a physics phase and physics of the phase transition at the most extreme. It isn't drizzle, it's a metallic downpour falling into the deeper, denser layer of the planet where the iron is once again vaporized by the crushing pressure and the heat below. So, why study this? It is not just to marvel at the horror of the universe. Understanding the chemistry of WASP 76b help us understand and also astronomers refine our model of the planetary formation and the atmospheric evolution. By studying these hellish worlds, we learn how atmosphere react under extreme radiation, which means how we can look for life-friendly atmosphere on smaller Earth-like planets. So the next time you look at a rainy day on Earth, remember it could be much much worse. Universe is a laboratory of extreme state, and WASP 76b is just one example of the incredible violent beauty that exists when physics pushes matter to its absolute limit. Thanks for listening. Keep looking up. And I will also like to ask you, would you like to expand on specific atmospheric composition of WASP 76b, or perhaps dive deep into how scientists measure these temperatures from light years away from Earth? Do let me know in the comments below. And I will catch you again in the next one. Hello, friends, and namaskaram. You are most welcome. Let me ask you, is your market volatility clouding your vision? As a CEO, you are constantly bombarded by the three gunas: the hype, the fear, and the relentless cycle of business that demand your immediate reaction. But what if the secret to your next breakthrough isn't about doing more, but it's about rising above the noise? In this video, we decode Bhagavad Gita and try and find the solution to this particular problem, exploring how to apply ancient wisdom to modern executive decision making. We move beyond the philosophy to provide a tactical framework for maintaining strategic detachment, a mental state that allows you to make unbiased long term decisions while your competitors remain trapped in reactive chaos. Let's go. How many of you had a morning where the moment you opened your eyes, your mind was already racing? Emails, Slack notification, market fluctuation, employee crises, the looming quarterly report. It feels like leading a company and more like trying to keep your head above the water in a storm. We call this the grind. But in the business world, we have glorified that chaos. We confuse being busy with being productive. We confuse reacting to the fire with being a leader. Today, I want to share a secret. It's not about new management framework for Harvard. It's not a secret growth hack from Silicon Valley. It is a 5,000-year-old strategy that is perhaps the most advanced leadership tool that we have ever encountered. We are looking at chapter 2, verse 45 of Bhagavad Gita. It's a verse that cuts through the noise of the material world and demand that as a leader you stop being a passenger in your own company and start being a pilot. So friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know from which city you have tuned in, and what questions you may have about this particular subject. All right, let's move ahead. In Gita, Bhagwan Krishna speaks to Arjun, who, much like a modern CEO, is paralyzed by the complexity of his situation. Krishna introduced the concept of gunas. Now, for those who haven't studied this, the gunas are the three modes of material nature that governs everything we do. Think of them as three settings your brain operates on. First, tamas, which can be equated to inertia. Now, this is a state of stagnation, doubt, and fear. And it's when you procrastinate on that tough decision because you are afraid of the outcome. It's the wait and see approach when your market is dying. Next is rajas, which is very aptly equated to passion or activity. Now, this is the hustle culture. It's the action, desire, and intense ambition. It is the high you get from a record breaking sale month, but also the burnout you feel when things don't go your way. And it's also reactive. Lastly, sattva, which is about clarity, or it could be equated to goodness. This is the state of equilibrium. It is the calm, objective, and clear sightedness. And the verse says, quote starts, the Vedas revolve around the three modes of material nature, which are the gunas. But you, Arjun, you have to rise above the gunas. And the quote close. In business terms, this means that the most of your day is spent oscillating between tamas, which is fear of losing, and rajas, which is a desperate need to win. You are constantly being tossed around by the market wind. When the stock is up, you are happy. When the stock is down, you are miserable. You are at the mercy of the gunas. So, what does it mean to rise above them? Does it mean you stop caring? Do you shut down your office and move to Himalayas? Absolutely not. It means achieving strategic detachment. It is the ability to be fully involved in your business, to be a visionary, the strategist, the operator, without being emotionally hijacked by the outcome. So, if you look at the this particular image in your mind, one thing that looks pretty clear, that is that you need to be basically striking a balance. Think about your last board meeting where you in sattva in a place of clear calm objective truth, or you were in rajas, which is defensive, rushing, trying to prove how hard you have been working to cover up cracks. The secret to strategic clarity is realizing that your value as a CEO is not in the doing, it is in the seeing. When you are fixed on the self, on your core identity, your mission, and your internal stability, you become unshakable. So, how do we operationalize this particular verse? How do we apply this during our Tuesday afternoon crisis? There are a few things I will like to suggest here. Number one is identify your gunas. So, next time when you feel a surge of anger or stress, kindly pause. Literally, stop for 10 seconds. Ask yourself, am I acting out of fear or desperate ambition? Or just naming it, pulls you out of the whole thing. So, it's important to identify your gunas. Number two, the 30,000 foot view, high end view. Krishna advises us to be fixed on self alone. For a CEO, this means being fixed on your core mission. If your mission is rock solid, the daily fluctuation of the market become data point, not threats. You stop reacting to noise and start responding to reality. And number three is the practice of non-attachment. So I'm not saying don't care about the profit. I'm saying care more about integrity and strategy. When you detach from the immediate need to be right or validated by the market, you actually make better long term decisions. Paradoxically, the less you chase the result, the more you position yourself to actually achieving them. To basically wrap up now, the world is going to keep spinning. The gunas will keep moving. The market will go up, market will go down. Your competitors will panic, and your employees will look to you to see how you react. So when you are fixed on self, that centers your calmness, gives you clarity, also gives you strategic vision. You become the eye of the storm, and that, my friend, is the only place where the true sustainable business growth happens. Don't be the leaf blowing in the wind. Be the tree that remains standing no matter how hard the storm hits. So, chapter 2, verse 45 isn't just an ancient prayer, it's a new competitive advantage. Thanks for watching. Now go and lead from the center. See you in the next one. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आपका स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम भगवान की पूजा करके अपना दिन आरंभ करेंगे। आज शुक्रवार है, फ्राइडे। तो आज तो लक्ष्मी जी का पूजन बनता है। तो हम लक्ष्मी जी का एक मंत्र पढ़ेंगे, 11 दफा पढ़ेंगे और इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करेंगे। जैसे आप जानते हैं हमारे पास एक काउंटर है, जिससे हम आसानी से नंबर निकाल सकते हैं। वैसे आप जैसा चाहे वैसा कर सकते हैं। आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। आप अपने मस्तिष्क में, अपने ब्रेन के अंदर भी गिन सकते हैं। तो जैसे आपको कंफर्टेबल हो आप करें। ये इस मंत्र का हम जाप करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र का जाप करें। चलिए हाथ जोड़ के हम लक्ष्मी जी का ध्यान करते हैं और अब मंत्र शुरू करते हैं। श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं 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 क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। तो ओम लक्ष्मी नमः, ओम लक्ष्मी नमः। तो हमारा ये मंत्र समाप्त हुआ और हम अब अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। तो आपका दिन भी शुभ रहे, मंगलमय रहे, इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं। मिलते हैं जल्द ही दूसरे वीडियो में, कहीं मत जाइएगा।
the fragile environment of bird's retina, a fleeting atomic reaction is happening that defies the laws of classical physics. If these birds lose their connection to quantum coherence for even a microsecond, they lose their way entirely. Today, we are uncovering the quantum compass, a biological marvel that bridges the gap between subatomic chaos and the grueling reality of transcontinental flight. How does a tiny bird weighing less than an ounce navigate thousands of miles with a better precision than our most advanced military GPS? The answer isn't in the star, but inside a single cell in the bird's eye. We are dividing into impossible world of quantum biology to see how birds actually see the Earth's magnetic field through entangled particles. So let's find out more about this. So, welcome friends. The story of bird's eye is far more extraordinary than its first appears. Consider the European robin, a creature weighing less than an ounce, yet capable of traveling thousands of miles across the continent with uncanny precision. So these birds navigate over oceans, deserts, and featureless plains, arriving at their destination with an accuracy that defies the explanation. Traditionally, the sense, sight, smell, and memory of landmark simply cannot account for such feat. A robin flying at night over the Atlantic has no visual cues, no scent trails, no familiar market. And yet, it knows exactly where to go. Now, this mystery has forced science to look beyond the familiar realm of biology into the hidden quantum world. Inside the robin's eye lies a radical navigational system, a molecule compass sensitive not to light or smell but to the Earth's magnetic field itself. At the heart of this system are proteins called cryptochromes, which creates a pair of electrons that exist in a delicate quantum state. So these electrons respond to a faint whisper of Earth's magnetism, alter chemical reaction in a way that bird can perceive. And in essence, the robin's eye is not just seeing, it is sensing quantum mechanics. So this is a profound shift. Navigation is no longer explained by microbiology alone, but by subatomic dance of particles. The robin's superpower is quantum compass, hidden in a plain sight, embedded in its biology, yet operating on principles of physics that challenges our everyday intuitions. So what seems like instinct is, in fact, a living experiment in quantum entanglement or coherence. The hidden quantum world inside a bird's eye reminds us that nature often works on scale we cannot see. It is a bridge between the vastness of migration routes and the smallest building block of reality. And in that bridge lies one of the most staggering truths. The robin's journey across thousands of miles is guided not by the stars above, but by the quantum mysteries within. The migratory birds are also in the same league. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now let's continue with our discussion. So the guidance begins when the specific blue wavelength of light enters the bird's eye. And these photons activate a protein called, as we have discussed, chrome's setting off a chemical reaction that kicks an electron from one molecule to into a neighboring partner. So the result is radical pair, two electrons now existing in a delicate quantum state. Unlike ordinary chemical reaction, these electrons remains mysteriously linked with their spin and spookily connected across the space. And this connection is executively sensitive to Earth's magnetic field and subtly alter the outcome of reaction in a way that bird can perceive. So in essence, the robin eye is not just seeing, it is detecting quantum elegance. This mystery actually forced science to look beyond the familiar realm of biology and also into hidden quantum world. Inside robin's eye lies a radical navigational system, a molecule compass sensitive not to light or smell but to Earth's magnetic field itself. So this is a profound shift, So navigation is no longer explained by microbiology alone, but by the subatomic dance of particles. The robin's superpower is quantum compass, hidden in a plain sight, embedded in its biology, yet operating on principle of physics. So the hidden quantum world inside a bird's eye reminds us that nature often works on a scale we cannot see. So going forward, when we talk about the quantum realities, the hidden quantum world inside a bird's eye is marvel of nature, ingenuity. European robins wings so scarcely just like a coin and transfers thousands of miles across the ocean, desert and plain with pinpoint accuracy. The traditional senses like sight, smell and landmark collapse in the face of such journeys. A robin flies at night over Atlantic, has no visual cues or smell trails, but yet this bird reached to the accurately on the destination. Now, when this bird travel thousands of miles of migrations are also guided not by stars as we have mentioned, but this is a staggering truth. The path across the world is written in quantum light. That I think you will also agree. So now we have come to the end of this discussion. Please like and subscribe our channel. We look forward for your comments on this topic, and we'll see you in the next one very soon. Till then, bye. Take care.
Friends, the mystery of our third interstellar visitor has finally been solved. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery of 3I Atlas and the incredible journey astronomers took to trace its path back to its source. For years, we wondered where this high-speed wanderer originated, but the answer is more chilling than we ever imagined. While Oumuamua and Borisov gave us the glimpse into the other star systems, 3I Atlas is different. New data reveals it was born in an environment of absolute extremes and extreme cold galactical origins that challenges everything we know about how comets and the planetary system forms. Let us explore this further. In the vast silence of ocean of the cosmos, things usually stay in their place. Stars keep their clusters, planets follow their tracks, but every once in a while a ghost appears, a wanderer. In 2017, we saw Oumuamua, a bizarre cigar-shaped shard that defied explanation. In 2019, we saw 2I Borisov, a rogue comet that looked familiar but felt alien. But now in 2026, we have the third visitor, which is 3I Atlas. In fact, 2025, but we are still tracking in 2026. When it first appeared in 2025, July 1st, we knew it was fast. We knew it was big. But as it sped past our sun and began its long journey back into the void, it left us a parting gift, a chemical fingerprint. For months, the world's most powerful telescopes from Alama Array in high desert of Chile or the James Webb Space Telescope have been staring at this frozen traveler. And the data just came back, and we are now finally, we know where the 3i Atlas came from. And this truth is, it is colder than anything we have ever imagined. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why 3i Atlas is so terrifying, we have to look at what it is. Astronomer calls it an interstellar object. It wasn't born in our solar system. It didn't form near Jupiter or just in the Oort cloud. It's an immigrant from another star system, likely ejected billions of years ago. On April 24th, 2026, a team from the University of Michigan led by astronomers Teresa Caureno and Luis Salazar Manzano published a paper in Nature Astronomy that changed everything. They weren't just looking at the comet's shape, they were looking at its heavy water, specifically deuterated water or HDO. In our solar system, comets have a specific ratio of regular water to heavy water. It's like a biological signature of our sun's birth. But 3i Atlas was different. Its ratio of heavy water is 30 times higher than any comet in our solar system, and it is 40 times higher than the water in our own oceans. This isn't just a slight difference. This is a neon sign screaming that this object was born in an environment we can barely comprehend. So what does this heavy water ratio tells us? It's a thermometer for the deep past. Chemical processes that create this much deuterium only happens in extreme conditions, specifically temperatures below 30 Kelvin. That is minus 406 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 253 degrees Celsius. Imagine a place so cold that even the atoms themselves seems to move in slow motion. This is where 3i Atlas was born. But here is a kicker. Astronomers think it didn't just come from a cold planet. It likely came from a loner star. Our sun was born in a crowded nursery surrounded by sibling stars that provided heat and radiation. But the home star of 3i Atlas, it was like outcast born in a dark, isolated corners of the Milky Way, where there was no other star keeping the neighborhood warm. Scientists are calling it a cold galactic origin. This comet is essentially a 10 billion year old ice cube that has preserved the chemistry of a dead, frozen era of our galaxy. If the temperature doesn't haunt you, the age will definitely do. Our sun is roughly 4.6 billion years old, and we think that is ancient. But 3i Atlas initially estimated that it could be 11 billion years old. Think about that. When 3i Atlas was forming in its dark, frozen cradle, the Earth didn't even exist. Our sun didn't exist. The Milky was a completely different shape. This object has been drifting through the vacuum of space for twice as long as our entire world has been alive. It is a cosmic fossil. It has survived the death of its home star, the collision of galaxies, and the slow expansion of the universe, all to end up in our backyard for a brief month, right? You might be wondering, why does it matter if the rock is cold and old? It matters because 3i Atlas is the mirror. By studying its chemistry, we aren't just learning about the random comet, we are learning about the diversity of the universe. Until now, we thought our solar system's recipe was standard. We thought water was simply water. But 3i Atlas shows us that there are regions of galaxy where building block of life are fundamentally different. If the comet had crashed into a young planet in its home system, that planet would have ocean filled with heavy water. Would life even be possible there? Or would it be a world of heavy biology fundamentally incompatible with us? As we speak, 3i Atlas is moving at 137,000 miles per hour. It has already passed Jupiter. It is heading back into the interstellar dark, away from the warmth of our sun that briefly woke it up from its long slumber. We may never see it again. In a few years, it will be just another data point in our archives, but it leaves us with a terrifying, beautiful realization. The universe is much, much bigger, much older, and much colder than we dare to believe. We have just, warm up little campfire in a very, very cold forest, right? So, friends, what do you think about this? If you have any question, do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you want to keep up with the latest from the deep freeze of space, hit that subscribe button and stay curious. This next visitor could be the right around the corner. So friends, see you in the next one. But before I leave, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. दोस्तों, आप सबको पता होगा स्टेट ऑफ मलाक्का के बारे में। ये एक रीजन है मलेशिया का, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट सी रूट है और इंडिया इसमें काफ़ी इंटरेस्ट दिखा रहा है और काफ़ी डिस्कशन चल रहा है इंडिया और मलेशिया के बीच में और एक बायलैटरल एग्रीमेंट होने का भी अंदेशा हो रहा है। ये सब क्यों हो रहा है? ऐसा लग रहा है कि इंडिया कंट्रोल चाहता है इंडियन ओशन के ट्रेड रूट के ऊपर और इसलिए ये जो एक चोक पॉइंट है इसको वो कंट्रोल करना चाहता है। इंडिया एक पावरफुल नेशन है और इस चीज़ को वो एग्जर्ट करना चाहता है। लेकिन ये मैं आपको बता दूं, आज हम इतिहास के पन्ने खोलेंगे और ये हम बताएंगे आपको कि ये पहली दफ़ा नहीं हो रहा है। ये ऐसा कोई सरप्राइज वाले कोई इसमें बात नहीं है। ये हमारा कंट्रोल, इंडिया का जो कंट्रोल है इस रीजन पे पिछले 2000 साल से कायम है और इस रीजन का जो डेवलपमेंट है इसके पीछे हमारे राजाओं, हमारे हिस्टोरिक फिगर्स का हाथ है। तो चलिए लॉन्ग फॉर्म वीडियो में इसके बारे में डिटेल से चर्चा करते हैं। नमस्कारम दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। जैसा कि मैंने शुरू में बताया कि जो स्टेट ऑफ मलाक्का है या मलाक्का जिसको हम बोलते हैं, इस पे चोला वंश का शासन था और ये 1010 सीई मतलब 10,000 एडी में ये शासन स्टैब्लिश किया गया था। और ये ऐसा नहीं था कि कोलोनाइजेशन था, ये एक तरह का एक एक्सपेंशन था। जो चोला एम्पायर था वो आउटवर्ड लुकिंग सिविलाइजेशंस थी। वो इंडिया में तमिलनाडु के रीजन में उनका तो साम्राज्य था, आप जानते होंगे, काफ़ी रिच और काफ़ी कल्चरली रिच इनका जो साम्राज्य था। और वो इतने ज़्यादा, उनकी इतनी बड़ी नेवी थी, इतनी बड़ी आर्मी थी, वो आउटवर्ड लुकिंग थे। तो क्योंकि तमिलनाडु में थे तो आउटवर्ड लुकिंग मतलब कि उन्होंने ईस्ट की तरफ देखा। और आज हम जानते हैं कि साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में इनका फैलाव था और काफ़ी इन्फ्लुएंस भी था। मतलब मलेशिया के अलावा कंबोडिया, वियतनाम, यहाँ तक कि साउथ चाइना, और जो अब साउथ चाइना सी जिसको बोला जाता है, वो इन्होंने ही इस्टेब्लिश कराया था। इसी वजह से जब शी जिनपिंग इंडिया आए थे तो इनको तंजावुर ले जाया गया था, क्योंकि जो साउथ चाइना के जो लोग हैं उनकी लीनिएज चोला वंश से निकलती है। ये हिस्टोरिकली ट्रू है। पॉलिटिकली इसको ना माने या ना माने, मैं उस चीज़ में नहीं पढ़ना चाहता, लेकिन हिस्टोरिकली ये एक प्रूवन फैक्ट है कि चोला एम्पायर का इन्फ्लुएंस इंडिया में, तमिलनाडु में तो था ही, सबसे ज़्यादा ताकतवर साम्राज्य था, लेकिन साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में काफ़ी जगहों पे इन्होंने अपनी साम्राज्य को फैलाया, जिसमें से मलाका भी है। शुरू की बात है कि मलाका एक फिशिंग टाउन हुआ करता था, लेकिन जब कॉन्क्वेस्ट चालू किया गया, चोला ने कॉन्क्वेस्ट चालू किया, राजा चोला जो उनके बहुत ही बड़े राजा हुए, उन्होंने जब इसको चालू किया तब उनको पता चला कि ये तो एक चोक पॉइंट है। मतलब समुद्र के अंदर एक चोक पॉइंट है कि अगर इस पे किसी का कंट्रोल हो जाए तो वो बाकी शिप्स से टैक्स ले सकते हैं या बाकी शिप्स को कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। जैसे कि आप जानते होंगे, जब इन्होंने इतना बड़ा कॉन्क्वेस्ट किया तो उनके दुश्मन भी बहुत होंगे, तो उनको समझ में आया, क्योंकि इनकी नेवी बहुत स्ट्रांग थी, उनको समझ में आया कि मलाक्का जो एक छोटा सा गांव है, एक फिशिंग विलेज है, इसको अगर कंट्रोल कर सकें तो हम पूरे एरिया पे कंट्रोल कर लेंगे। ये इस चीज़ की इनको समझ आई। बहरहाल उन्होंने ज़्यादा उस पर काम नहीं किया, लेकिन जो उनके बेटे थे राजेंद्र चोला, उन्होंने एक बहुत ही कोऑर्डिनेटेड तरीके से इस रीजन को डेवलप किया। अब मैं इस बात का आपको क्लैरिफिकेशन करना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने कॉलोनाइजेशन कहीं नहीं किया, उन्होंने अपना इन्फ्लुएंस किया। और जिस ज़माने में जब सेंट्रल बैंक या फेडरल बैंक नहीं हुआ करते थे, तो तंजावुर के मंदिरों ने इस एरिया का डेवलपमेंट करने में काफ़ी सहायता दी। अब हमारे यहाँ पे सिस्टम क्या होता है कि हम डोनेशन में बिलीव करते हैं, हम दान देते हैं, और सबसे ज़्यादा दान हम मंदिरों में देते हैं। तो जो मंदिर थे, जो जो साउथ इंडिया के जो मंदिर थे, उन्होंने राजाओं से और काफ़ी जो अमीर लोग हुआ करते थे, जो रिच लोग होते थे, उनसे दान उनको मिलता था। उस दान को वो मलाका भेजते थे। आप इमेजिन करिए कि 1000 साल पहले ये एक ट्रेड रूट चल रहा था, मलाका भेजते थे, जहाँ पे वहाँ पे साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, आर्किटेक्चर और रिलीजन, उन सब चीज़ों को एक छोटे विलेज को कन्वर्ट किया गया, और 500 साल तक इसको उन्होंने काफ़ी इन्फ्लुएंस किया। 500 साल के बाद यहाँ पे एक साम्राज्य की स्थापना हुई, जिसको हम मलाका साम्राज्य बोलते हैं। अब आप सब जानते होंगे कि जो मलेशिया है, वहाँ के जो मैक्सिमम पॉपुलेशन है वो इस्लाम में कन्वर्ट हो गई है। तो 15वीं शताब्दी में जो साम्राज्य था मलाका में, उसको मलाका, सल्तनत ऑफ मलाका बोला गया इस्लामिक वर्ल्ड में। हालांकि आज की डेट में ये मलाका जो जगह है वो मलेशिया का पार्ट है, और मलेशिया और इंडोनेशिया और इंडिया तीनों मिलके इसको कंट्रोल करना चाहते हैं। एक ट्राइपार्टाइट या बायलैटरल एक एग्रीमेंट है, और क्योंकि इसमें काफ़ी हिस्ट्री है, इस रीजन के अंदर इंडिया का काफ़ी इन्फ्लुएंस है। और आज की डेट में अगर मॉडर्न परिप्रेक्ष्य में भी देखा जाए इसको, जो कॉस्मोपॉलिटन नेचर है इस रीजन का, वो इंडिया के वजह से है। क्योंकि जब मलेशिया के पुराने समय में जो राजा हुआ करते थे, उन्होंने इस एरिया को कभी नहीं देखा। जब चोला एम्पायर ने आगे अपना कॉन्क्वेस्ट चालू किया तो उन्होंने इस रीजन को उन्होंने इम्पोर्टेंस दी। इसको आप कंपेयर कर सकते हैं, जैसे कि ब्रिटिश साम्राज्य ने सिंगापुर बनाया, वैसे ही चोला साम्राज्य ने मलक्का बनाया। तो इसलिए ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, हमें हिस्टोरिकली इस चीज़ को समझना चाहिए कि आज अगर हमारी इंडियन सरकार मलाका को लेके काफ़ी एक्साइटेड है और वो चाहते हैं कि जो उस पर थोड़ा बहुत उनका इन्फ्लुएंस रहे, तो ये नई बात नहीं है। ये ऐसा नहीं है कि आउट ऑफ द ब्लू सडनली किसी को ध्यान आया कि मलाका पे अगर हम कंट्रोल कर लेंगे तो हम हमारे कुछ ऑब्जेक्टिव पूरे हो जाएंगे। ये आज नहीं हुआ है, ये 1000 साल पहले चोला एम्पायर ने ऑलरेडी कर दिया था। और उन्होंने इस एरिया को, जैसे यूरोपियंस आए तो उन्होंने कॉलोनाइज किया, उन्होंने अत्याचार किया। इन्होंने कभी ऐसा नहीं किया। इन्होंने मंदिर के थ्रू, तंजौर के जो मंदिर थे उनके थ्रू, नेवी को यूज करके इस एरिया को फंड किया और इसमें अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी उन्होंने ट्रांसफर की। सो टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर की, अपना कल्चर ट्रांसफर किया और उनको सिखाया और एक बड़ा मेट्रोपॉलिटन शहर बनाया, उसको एक कोस्टल टाउन बनाया जहां पे बहुत बड़ा ट्रेड हुआ करता था, मैरीटाइम ट्रेड हुआ करता था और ये पूरा इंडियन कंट्रोल होता था। उस समय में हम बोल सकते हैं चोला कंट्रोल होता था और चोला एक बहुत बड़ा साम्राज्य। हम सब जानते हैं कि चोला साम्राज्य का कितना बड़ा हाथ है हमारे पूरे इंडिया के कल्चर को मॉडिफाई या इन्फ्लुएंस करने में। तो ये समझ लीजिए कि जो मलाक्का का जो रीजन है वो इतना इम्पोर्टेंट है, इतना इन्फ्लुएंशियल है आज भी, कि अगर जो उस एरिया पे को कंट्रोल करेगा वो पूरे के पूरे इंडियन ओशन के ट्रेड को कंट्रोल कर सकता है। तो ये जो चीज़ है ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। इसके पीछे हिस्टोरिक तथ्यों को लाना बहुत ज़रूरी था और ये मैंने सोचा आपको इस बारे में बताऊं। आपके कुछ भी विचार हैं, कोई क्वेश्चन है या आपको कोई एक्स्ट्रा इंफॉर्मेशन है, नॉलेज है, तो ज़रूर हमारे साथ शेयर करें। नीचे कमेंट सेक्शन में अपने कमेंट्स भेजें, मैं हर कमेंट का रिप्लाई करूंगा। तो हमारे साथ लाइव जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मिलता हूं अगले वीडियो में। आपका दिन शुभ रहे। We are told that building private cities in the stars is the ultimate leap for humanity. But what if it's actually $1 trillion physical disaster? While the billionaires dream of lunar agriculture, millions on Earth are starving due to broken supply chains. Can we really justify orbital colonies when that the same capital could permanently end global hunger? Today, let us discuss this further. Namaskaram, friends. You are most welcome. Picture this. It's the year 2045. High above the blue curve of our atmosphere, glinting in the unfiltered sunlight, massive rotating cylinder of titanium and carbon fiber houses billions of citizens. These are private orbital cities, tax havens in the thermosphere, corporate utopia free from earthly regulations, boasting zero gravity manufacturing hubs and luxury habitats overlooking the cosmos. For tech billionaires and the visionary founders, this is the ultimate leap for humanity. It is pitched as our insurance policy against extinction, a grand technological frontier where capitalism breaks free from earthly limits. But behind the slick CGI promotional videos and the romanticized rhetoric of becoming a multiplanetary species, a very different picture emerges when you look at the ledger. What if building private city in orbit isn't the dawn of golden age, but rather $1 trillion physical disaster? What if the $1 trillion price tag required to build a single orbital habitat could instead solve many humanity's most pressing catastrophic crises right here at home, starting with global hunger? Today, we are pulling back the curtain on the grand illusion of space privatization. We are looking at the cold, hard economics of the orbital real estate, the staggering opportunity cost, and why saving Earth might actually be a much better investment than fleeing from it. To understand why the orbital private cities are an economic nightmare, we first have to look at the sheer, unadulterated cost of moving mass out of Earth's gravity well. The economists often talk about launch cost per kilogram. Right now, thanks to reusable rockets technology pioneered over last decade, we have managed to drag that cost down from tens of thousands to roughly a couple of $1,000s per kilogram. Sounds like progress, right? But a private city isn't a cube satellite. It isn't a science payload. A habitat capable of sustaining human life, shielding citizens from deadly cosmic radiation, resisting micrometeoroid impact, and maintaining a closed loop life support systems required thousands of metric tons of infrastructure. Let's do some back of the envelope microeconomics. The International Space Station, which is a marvel of engineering, but essentially a cramped scientific laboratory housing a half dozen people, cost over $100 billion to build and maintain over its lifetime. Scale that up to a city housing even 10,000 people. Can you immediately, we are looking at the capital expenditure that eclipse the GDP of many developing nations. Who pay for this? Private corporations, the venture capital demand a return on investment, isn't it? Here is where the economic model shatters. The real estate on earth is profitable because of the land scarcity, established infrastructure, and ready-made labor force. In orbit, every single square inch of living space has to be manufactured on Earth, blasted into space on controlled explosions, and assembled in vacuum by high risk, exorbitantly paid labor. If a private corporation build an orbital habitat who is buying the real estate, well, of course, billionaires and corporate executives, they will definitely be the target audience. But a city cannot run on executives alone. You need service workers, maintenance crews, engineers, and administrators who pay for their life support. That's a big question mark right now. When you factor in the debt financing cost, insurance premiums for ensuring multi-billion-dollar orbital infrastructure against this and protecting it against the space debris, and the staggering energy requirement just to keep the lights on, the business model turns into a black hole of capital. It relies on the assumption that the futuristic industries like asteroid mining or space manufacturing will suddenly unlock trillions of dollars in revenue overnight. But as of right now, these industries are decades away from commercial viability. We are trying to fund a 22nd century sci-fi dream using a 21st century debt. This brings us to the core ethical and economic paradox of our time, which is the opportunity cost. Every dollar spent launching a billionaire's luxury orbital resort is a dollar not spent solving the crisis on Earth. Proponents of the space colonization often argued that the space tech trickles down to help us on Earth. Water filter, GPS, solar panels, and that is historically true as well. But we have to ask a blunt, uncomfortable question. Can we really justify spending trillions of dollars on orbital colonies when that exact same capital could permanently end the global hunger today? Let's look at the data point. According to organizations like the United Nations World Food Programme, ending chronic world hunger requires an estimated investment of roughly 40 to 50 billion dollars per year. So now friends, let's sink in. The estimated capital required to jumpstart a single speculative private orbital city, roughly 100 billion to several hundred billion dollars, could fund and eradicate the global hunger for multiple years. We are often told that the global hunger is a problem of scarcity. The earth simply doesn't produce enough food. But economists and agriculture scientists have known for decades that this is absolutely false. Earth produces more than enough food to feed every single person on the planet. Global hunger is not scarcity crisis. It is the distribution, logistics and economic crisis. People starve because of the broken supply chain, civil conflict, localized poverty, climate shocks, and the corrupt political system. Yet, what are the tech billionaires dreaming about? They talk about lunar agriculture, the orbital vertical farms, as if growing lettuce in zero gravity glass dome 200 miles above our head is more practical than fixing the supply chain bottleneck in sub-Saharan Africa or investing in drought resistant crop for smallhold farmers in Southeast Asia. It is the ultimate irony, spending astronomical sum of money to engineer high-tech food production in the harshest environment in the universe simply because fixing earthly distribution network isn't glamorous enough for venture capitalists looking for a sci-fi legacy. Beyond the moral and the financial dimensions, we also have to look at the legal and the structural nightmare of the private cities in orbit. On Earth, private city or charter cities are already controversial concept. When corporations try to build governance-free zones, they usually run straight into human rights issues, labor exploitation, and total lack of accountability. Now translate that into vacuum of space. According to the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, the foundational bedrock of international space law, nations cannot claim sovereignty over celestial bodies, and the space is meant for the benefit of all humanity. While the legal status of private orbiting structure is a gray area, the idea of a private sovereign city in space creates a terrifying regulatory vacuum. If a private corporation owns the orbital habitat, who enforces the law over there? If an employee work on an orbital manufacturing plant goes on strike or faces human right violation, what jurisdiction applies? Can a private CEO turn off the oxygen supply of descendants, citing breach of lease? These aren't just wild dystopian, hypothetically induced situations. They are the natural endpoint of applying hyper capitalistic privatization to an environment where survival requires artificial life support. When air you breathe is proprietary product owned by a corporation, citizenship ceases to exist. You are no longer a citizen. You are a tenant whose life can be cancelled for non-payment. Economically, this creates a fragile, brittle system. A single piece of space debris, a flake of a paint, or an old satellite bolt traveling at 17,000 miles per hour can punch through a habitat wall, triggering a catastrophic depressurization. If a private city is wiped out by a orbital debris, the financial shockwaves would ripple through global markets, proving just how reckless it is to sink vital capital into a fragile, high risk environment when our terrestrial infrastructure is already crumbling. The space exploration is a noble and vital endeavor. Scientific curiosity, probes, telescopes, and the robotic exploration push the boundary of human knowledge and inspire generations. There is a profound difference between exploring the cosmos and fleeing the Earth. The push to build private city in orbit is driven less by love for humanity's future and more by a desperate desire by a tiny fraction of global elite to outrun the consequence of earthly problems, climate change, inequality, and resource depletion. It's $1 trillion distraction. We have magnificent life-sustaining planet that already provides breathable air, liquid water, fertile soil, and protective magnetic field. Fixing our supply chain, reforming our agriculture distribution, transitioning our energy grids, and lifting billions out of poverty here on earth is not only cheaper and infinitely more practical, it is our ultimate moral responsibility as well. The stars aren't going anywhere. They will wait for us, but millions of lives suffering from preventable hunger on earth cannot wait for billionaires to finish building their space age playground. So, friends, until we learn how to sustainably and equitably manage the paradise we already have on Earth, building cities in the sky is just a building castle in vacuum. So, friends, like to know your thoughts on this very controversial subject, and I look forward to receiving your comments. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. नमस्कार दोस्तों, श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज निजमन मुकुर सुधार बरनव रघुवर बिमल जसु जो दायक फल चार बुद्धिहीन तनु जानु के सुमरो पवन कुमार बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहे हरेऊ कलेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर जय कपीस तिहु लोक उजागर राम दूत अतुलित बल धामा अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमत के संगी कंचन वरन विराज सुवेसा कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा हाथ वज्र ओ ध्वजा विराजे कांधे मुंह जनेऊ साजे शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर राम काज करिवे को आतुर प्रभु चरित्र सुनवे को रसिया राम लखन सीता मन बसिया सूक्ष्म रूप धरी सिंह दिखावा विकट रूप धरी लंक जरावा भीम रूप धरी असुर सहारे रामचंद्र जी के काज संवारे लाए सजीवन लखन जी आए श्री रघुवीर हर्ष उर लाए रघुपत कीन्ही बहुत बड़ाई तुम मम प्रिय भरत संभाई सहस बदन तुमरो यश गावे अस कहे श्रीपति कंठ लगावे सनकादि ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा नारद सारद सहित अहिसा जम कुबेर दिक्पाल जहां थे कवि कोविद कह सके कहा थे तुम उपकार सुग्रीव वही कीना राम मिलाए राजपद दीना तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना जुग सहस्त्र जोजन पर भानु लीलियो ताही मधुर फल जानो प्रभु मुद्रिका मेर मुख माही जलधि लांगय अचरज नाही दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते सुगम अनुग्रह तुमरे तेते राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना आपन तेज समारो आपे तीनों लोग हाँकते कांपे भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे महावीर जब नाम सुनावे नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे मन कर्म वचन ध्यान जो लावे सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा और मनोरथ जो कोई लाए सोई अमित जीवन फल पाए चारों जुग प्रताप तुम्हारा है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा साधु संत के तुम रखवाले असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे अस सिद्धि नौ निधि के दाता अस पर दीन जानकी माता राम रसायन तुमरे पासा सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा तुमरे भजन राम को पावे जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे अंत काल रघुवर पुर जाई जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई और देवता चित न धरे हनुमत से ही सब सुख करे संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा जो सुमरे हनुमत बलबीरा जय 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 हनुमान गुसाई कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई जो सतपार पाठ कर कोई छूटे बंदी माँ सुख होई जोए पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा होए सिद्धि साखी गौरी सब तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा कीजिए नाथ हृदय में डेरा पवन तनय संकट हरन मंगल मूरत रूप राम लखन सीता सहित हृदय बसो सुरभूप जय श्री राम जय श्री राम जय श्री राम। Friends, NVIDIA is officially reinventing the PC. At Computex 2026, Jensen Huang unveiled the NVIDIA RTX Spark, a revolutionary new ARM-based superchip designed to turn your Windows laptop into a powerful AI agent machine. In this video, we break down everything you need to know about this massive shift in computing. From its Blackwell GPU architecture and 20-core Grace CPU to the game-changing 128 GB of unified memory, the RTX Spark is positioned to take on the biggest name in the industry. We look at how this chip enables 440p AAA gaming, 12K video editing, and the local AI agent processing an ultra slim laptop from partners like Microsoft, Dell, and HP. Let's go. For 40 years, the way we use the computer hasn't really changed. You click, you type, you launch an app, you wait for it to process. It's been a tool, but what if your PC wasn't just a tool anymore? What if it was a teammate? Today at Computex 2026, NVIDIA and the NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang officially announced that the PC is being reinvented. Say hello to NVIDIA RTX Spark, a class of ARM-based superchip. This is set to redefine what we expect from our laptop and a compact desktop. This isn't just an incremental update, it's a full stack integration of a 30 years of NVIDIA innovation, which is CUDA, RTX, DLSS, all shrunk down into a powerhouse meant for a slim all-day battery laptop. So what is the RTX Spark exactly is? It is a custom designed system on a chip built in collaboration with MediaTek. At its core, you're looking at the hybrid architecture. There are several things that we need to look at. First, starting with GPU. It features a Blackwell based RTX GPU with 6144 CUDA cores and 5th generation Tensor cores capable of hitting 1 petaflop of AI performance. Next is the CPU itself. The CPU paired with 20-core Grace CPU connected via NVIDIA NVLink C2C interconnect for lightning fast communication. Third, very important, is the memory. And this is perhaps the most impressive part. It supports up to 120 gigabytes of unified LPDDR5X memory, which is pretty fast. NVIDIA is targeting high-end, thin and light design. Think of 14 to 16 inches laptop, as thin as 14 millimeters and weighing around 1.3 kilogram category. They are promising all-day battery life, which when you consider the raw performance is a massive technical leap. But why the Spark name? It's about the agentic era. NVIDIA and Microsoft have been working together for years to build a native window experience for a personal AI agent. Instead of you opening 5 different apps to get work done, the RTX Spark is designed to run these AI agents locally. We are talking about models with 120 billion parameters and 1 billion token context windows, all running right on your device for a maximum privacy. Imagine an agent that can scan your inbox, draft responses, organize your schedule across multiple pieces of software, all without you lifting a finger. Through NVIDIA's OpenShell runtime, this is all handled securely on a local device, removing the latency and the privacy concerns of a cloud-based AI system. So if you are a creator or a gamer, this chip is a monster. And let's start with creators. And how does it, promote creativity? It has a tie-up with Adobe. Adobe is re-architecting Photoshop and Premiere from the ground up for RTX Spark. We are seeing claims of 2x faster performance in editing, coloring, and generative AI effects. You can render 90 GB plus 3D scene or edit 12K video natively on a laptop. And for gamers, what are the advantages? We are looking at AAA titles running at 1440p resolution at over 100 frames per second, with ray tracing enabled by utilizing DLSS and reflex. These machines are punching well above their weight class, closer to middle tier gaming rings from the standard ultrabook. So when you can get one NVIDIA confirmed that these machines will hit the market this fall. We are talking about partners across the board: Dell, HP, Asus, Lenovo, MSI, and of course Microsoft with their new Surface Laptop Ultra. HP is also bringing the platform to their OmniBook line, and we will even see compact desktop variants. This launch marks Nvidia's most aggressive entry into the consumer PC space since the early days of Tegra chip. They are going head to head with Apple's M series and Qualcomm Snapdragon X chip, but they are bringing the entire CUDA and RTX ecosystem with them. The era of manual PC is ending and the era of agentic PC is beginning. Whether the RTX Spark becomes the new gold standard for high-end Windows laptop remains to be seen. But one thing is clear: Nvidia is just shifting the entire industry's trajectory. So friends, what do you think? Is this the upgrade you have been waiting for, or are you holding out for most of the details on the basis of the pricing, on the basis of launch? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to subscribe to Akulmach World for more deep dives into the future of technology. I am CK, and I will see you soon, very soon, in the next one. Hello friends and namaskaram. In this video, we will analyze the aggressive race happening between Tata Motors and Reliance Industries to dominate India's growing electric bus market. As the country shifts towards sustainable mobility and large-scale EV adoption, these two corporate giants are making massive moves to secure their leadership in the e-bus segment. Let us go and explore this further. The streets of India are changing. If you listen closely, the roar of the diesel engine is being replaced by hum of an electric motor. But this isn't just about the cleaner air. It's about a multi-billion-dollar industry race to define the future of Indian mobility. Today we are looking at two titans, which is Tata Motors and Reliance Industries, and their aggressive expansion into India's EVs bus market. This is the race for India's road, and the stakes couldn't be more higher than this. Alright friends, so if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's start with the player currently leading the charge, which is Tata Motors. For Tata, this isn't a new experiment. They have already deployed over 3,300 electric buses over 10 cities, clocking in a massive 210 million kilometers. Their strategy is built on uptime, delivering a best-in-class 95% operational reliability by leveraging the wider Tata ecosystem, including Tata Power for charging infrastructure. They have built a turnkey model that makes it incredibly easy for city transport authorities to make the switch. They aren't just selling a vehicle, they are selling a proven operational system that has already transformed urban transit. But then there is Reliance. If Tata is the master of the vehicle, Reliance is positioning itself as the master of energy that powers it. Reliance isn't just betting on electricity alone. Their strategy is a multi-pathway approach, integrating EV with hydrogen-powered vehicles and compressed biogas, which is also known as CBG. They have joined government-backed hydrogen pilot projects, signaling that they see the future of heavy transport as a mix of technologies. They are playing a longer capital-intensive game, focusing on building infrastructure ahead of demand and reimagining fuel stations as experience-led destinations. So why the aggression now? Because the numbers are finally moving. In financial year 26, electric buses counted for about 4.5% of the total bus sale, a steady climb from previous years. With government schemes like PM e-bus Seva and PM e-drive target the deployment of 50,000 plus e-buses by 2029. The order books are overflowing. We are looking at the market where domestic production capacity is hitting 32,000 units annually. This is no longer a niche market. It is the new backbone of public procurement. So, friends, who will win this race? Tata is the incumbent with hardware, the service network, and the trust of municipal corporations. Reliance is the energy giant aiming to control the infrastructure and alternative fuel that will power the next 50 years. One is perfecting the machine, the other is redesigning the ecosystem. As India moved to replace thousands of aging, polluting buses in cities like Delhi, Mumbai, etc., both companies are positioning to benefit from the massive replacement cycle. One thing is certain, the race for India's road is accelerating, and the real winner will be the Indian commuter, Indian consumer. So, friends, if you found this perspective shift valuable, I want to hear from you what do you think about this. And friends, do not hesitate to send across your questions or any suggestions. I will see you again very soon in the next one. We live in an era of hyper result. Every quarter, every week, every minute is tracked. As a leader, you value often reduced to a single matrix, which is the bottom line. But here is the irony: the more we obsess over the finish line, more likely that we are, stumble before we get there. We are seeing record level of burnout, decision fatigue, and quite quitting at the executive level. What if I told you that 7,000 years ago, a text which was written or recited holds the secret to modern high performance? Today we are looking at the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 4. Why letting go is actually the most strategic move a CEO can make. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagwan Krishna explains the state of yoga. Not the physical pastures as we see today, but a state of perfect mental equilibrium and the union with one purpose. And the verse says, quote starts, a person is said to have attained yoga when they have no desire for sense gratification and not attached to the fruits of their action and have renounced all material desires. Quote close. To a modern business mind, this sounds impossible. No desire for results, no attachment to fruits. In business, the fruits are the profit, the market share, the exit strategy, etc. etc. But let's look closer. Bhagwan Krishna isn't saying don't work. He's saying work without being enslaved by the outcome. What does the attachment to the result hurt a CEO? Well, the anxiety cloud your judgment. So when you are terrified of a bad quarter, your brain shifts into survival mode. You stop thinking long term and start making fear based decisions. You can also generate tunnel vision. You become so focused on the goal that you miss the signals in the market. You stop innovating because you are too busy defending a specific outcome. You can also get into a hedonic treadmill. If your happiness depends on the result, you are never satisfied. You hit the target and you feel a spark of joy for 5 minutes and then immediately start stressing about the next quarter. This is the recipe of an executive burnout. So what does the attaining yoga looks like in a boardroom? It's what the modern psychologists call the flow state. When you renounce the desire for the fruits, you redirect all that wasted worry energy into a process. Imagine a CEO who walks into a merger negotiations, and if they are attached to the result, they are needy, nervous, and easily manipulated. But if they are focused only on performing their duty perfectly, presenting the facts, staying ethical, and listening deeply, they will remain untouchable. This is the result paradox. By not obsessing over the outcome, you actually increase the quality of your work, which mathematically makes a positive outcome more likely. So, how do you apply Bhagavad Gita chapter 6, verse 4 tomorrow morning? Well, step 1, define the effort, not just the goal. Instead of just setting a sales target, set a quality of interaction target. Measure how well you listened and how clearly you communicated and how much value you provided. Step number 2, practice strategic detachment. During high stake meetings, remind yourself, I have control over my actions, but I do not have control over the final response of others. This lowers your anxiety and raises your IQ. Step 3, audit your sense gratification. Are you making this move for the growth of the company, or are your own ego or sense gratification is driving this? Real leadership begins where the ego ends. So chapter 6 verse 4 isn't about being passive, it's about being powerful, present. When you stop chasing the shadow of the result, you finally stand in the light of your own potential. You become a leader who is stable in success and resilient in failure. And that is the yoga Krishna speaks of. And it is the ultimate competitive advantage in the 21st century. Don't you think so? So next time you feel the pressure of the bottom line closing in, remember, focus on the work, let go of the fruits, and the result will take care of themselves. So friends, if you have any question, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. If this ancient perspective helped you today, share it with your colleagues who needed to hear it. And friends, I will see you in the next one. But before that, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, the question today is, as wealth grows, do men decay? Well, some people say they do. Today we will dive deep into the paradox of progress and the hidden cost of wealth accumulation. In this compelling video, we will explore the psychological, moral, and the social changes that can occur as the men gain wealth and power. Let's go. We live in a world that glorifies the wealth. From the moment we are old enough to understand, we are taught that success, comfort, and happiness are often measured by the size of our bank account. We chase promotions, dream of bigger houses, covet the latest tech, and all under the assumption that more is always better. But what if that wasn't entirely true? What if beneath the shimmering surface of the prosperity there is a hidden cost, a silent erosion that impacts the very core of who we are, especially for men as well as for women? Today we are going to ask a provocative, perhaps even unsettling question: as the wealth grows, do man decay? When we talk about decay, we are not just talking about the physical aspect of it. This isn't about aging. It's about something deeper. It's about the erosion of the character, the fading of the purpose, the fracturing of the genuine connection. It's about the hollowness that creep in even as the external success reaches its peak. For centuries, men have been conditioned to be a provider, protector, conquerors, etc. Our identity often intrinsically linked to our ability to achieve and acquire. So when that acquisition reaches unprecedented levels, what happens to the man himself? Does the very fuel that drives the man, the ambitious for generating wealth, ultimately consumes the man? We are not here to demonize the wealth. Far from it. Wealth can be a tool for good, for freedom, for impact, but like any other powerful tool, it demands respect, awareness, and a clear understanding of the potential pitfalls. Think about the traditional male identity. Historically, it was often forged in the purpose, building, creating, providing, etc. A man's worth was in his contribution, his skill, his character. But in the modern pursuit of wealth, particularly extreme wealth, identity can subtly shift. Instead of driving self-worth from who they are or what they do, it can become dangerously tied to what they own. The endless pursuit of more can create a hamster wheel. You buy the dream car, a bigger house, a private jet. For a moment, there is a thrill, but then the novelty wears off and the void remains. The next logical step is to acquire something even grander. This isn't sustainable. It transforms a man from a purposeful being into a consumer, an accumulator. The drive shifts from internal fulfillment to the external validation. And when your identity is built on possessions, what happens when those possessions inevitably fail to satisfy or worse, are lost? One of the most insidious form of decay that wealth can inflict is in our own relationship. Genuine connections, intimacy, vulnerability, these are the foundation of the true human flourishing. But wealth can act as an isolation chamber. Firstly, the sheer demand of acquiring and maintaining wealth often means sacrificing time with family, with friends, with community, long hours, constant travel, endless strategizing. These can create physical and emotional distances. Secondly, wealth can breed suspicion. Is this person genuinely interested in me or in what I can do for them? Are they my friend or my access point? This constant questioning can make genuine vulnerability incredibly difficult, leading to a guarded existence. Thirdly, the lifestyle associated with extreme wealth can be exclusive. It can separate men from their roots, from the everyday experience that fosters empathy and connection with the wider world. When your circle shrinks to only those who share your specific, often insular economic reality, you lose touch with the richness and the diversity of the human experience. This social decay leaves men feeling profoundly alone even when surrounded by others. Human beings, and men in particular, often thrives on challenge, on purpose, on overcoming obstacles. There is a certain edge that comes from striving, from feeling the grit of the struggle. It forges resilience, gratitude, and a deeper appreciation for achievement. But when wealth removes all obstacles, when every need is immediately met and every comfort is readily available, that edge can dull the shine of your life. The drive to create, to innovate, to even feel deeply can be replaced by a passive acceptance of ease. Why build when you can buy? Why strive when you can simply command? This isn't to say comfort is inherently bad, but unchecked, it can become a crutch that prevents growth. It can lead to state of a sort of emptiness, a profound boredom that even greatest luxuries cannot remove. The man becomes soft, not physically but spiritually. He loses the internal, strength built by facing adversities. The path to immense wealth is rarely a straight line. It often presents choices, difficult dilemmas, where moral integrity can be tested. In the pursuit of profit, ethical lines can become blurred, shortcuts are often taken, compromises are made, and suddenly the means to begin to justify the end, no matter how questionable they are. This isn't about blaming wealthy individuals, but acknowledging a systemic pressure. When stakes are high and the potential rewards are astronomically very high, and temptation to bend the rules is higher, to exploit the loopholes or to neglect the human cost of business decisions can be immense. Over time, these small compromises can accumulate, eroding a man's moral compass. What was once unthinkable becomes unacceptable, or rather acceptable, and then it becomes absolutely normal. The decay here is in the spirit, in the values that once defined the man. When a man loses his ethical grounding, he loses a fundamental part of his humanity. Wealth can create powerful illusions of control. The belief that money can solve every problem, protect against every threat, and guarantee a certain future. This can lead to hubris, a sense of invincibility that blind men to their own vulnerability and unpredictable nature of life. But beneath this illusion often lies a profound fear, the fear of loss. The more you have it, the more you have to lose. The constant pressure to maintain, to grow, to protect assets can be a source of immense anxiety. This fear can consume mental space, leading to an inability to truly relax, to be present, or to simply enjoy what has been accumulated. This isn't just about financial loss, it's about the loss of identity tied to that particular wealth, the loss of status, the loss of perceived power. This fear can lead to desperate measures, further ethical compromises, and overall sense of unease, even in the midst of the luxury. It's a mental decay, a constant state of low grade panic, regardless of external circumstances. So, if the potential for decay is real, how do we reverse it? How do we cultivate growth even amidst immense wealth? It starts with awareness and intention. Recognize that wealth is a tool, not an identity. It's about consciously choosing where to focus your energy and attention. Re-establish purpose beyond profit. Find meaning in contribution, in creation, in legacy that isn't just about monetary value. What problems can you solve? What goods can you foster? Prioritize genuine connections. Actively invest time and vulnerability in your relationships. Seek out authentic friendships. Nurture family bonds and engage with diverse communities. Embrace discomfort and growth. Don't let comfort breed stagnation. Seek out new challenges, learn new skills, push your boundaries in a way that aren't tied to financial gains. Cultivate gratitude and mindfulness. Appreciate what you have rather than constantly striving for what you lack. Practice mindfulness to stay present and connect to the richness of everyday life. Define your value and live them. Regularly assess your actions against your core values. By willing to make it harder, more ethical choices, even if it means sacrificing short-term gains. Wealth in itself is neutral. It is the human response to it, the choice we make, the value we hold, that determine its ultimate impact. The question is, as wealth grows, do men decay? Isn't meant to be condemn a success or glory of the rich man, but to invite deeper introspection. It is a reminder that the true prosperity isn't just about what you accumulate, but about you become what you become in the process. The greatest riches a man can possess are not found in the vaults, but in the character, his relationships, his purpose, and his peace of mind. Let us strive not just for financial growth, but for human flourishing. Let us use wealth as a means to build a richer life, not a hollow one. Because in the end, the only thing that truly decays is that what which is neglected. And let us not neglect the men who we are in the pursuit of wealth as we desire. So, friends, I'd like to know if you have any comments, any suggestions, or any questions. Please leave them in the comment section below, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello, friends. Could a single particle destroy the entire universe? In this video, we dive into the chilling science of strange matter, a hypothetical form of matter that some physicists fear could be the most dangerous substance in existence. What exactly is strange matter, and why are scientists concerned about its potential to cause the cosmic chain reaction? Today, we break down the complex physics of quark matter, the strangelets, and the terrifying possibility that a stable form of this substance could convert ordinary matter upon contact. Let's go. Imagine a material so dense, so stable, and so hungry for conversion that a single speck of it could, in theory, consume the entire Earth. It wouldn't be an explosion, a fire, or a collision. It would be a silent subatomic transformation. In the world of theoretical physics, there is a concept that has haunted researchers for decades. They call it strange matter. For years, it has been the subject of intense debate, late night arguments in university hallways, and even public lawsuits aimed at shutting down the world's most powerful particle accelerator. Today, we are peeling back the curtain on why this hypothetical substance is considered by some to be the most dangerous thing in the universe, and why, despite the fear, scientists are still chasing it. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, moving on. To understand why strange matter is terrifying, we first have to understand what makes up the normal world. Everything you see, the chair you're sitting on, the screen that you're watching, the air you're breathing, is made of atoms. And at the heart of those atoms are protons and neutrons, which are made of two types of quarks, up quarks and down quarks. But the quarks have flavors. There are six in total. Two of those are ones we are made of, but there are four others, including the one called the strange quarks. Now, strange quarks are usually heavy, unstable, and fleeting. They appear for a fraction of a second in a particle collision and then they decay. The strange matter hypothesis suggests that if you could combine enough up down strange quark together, you might create a stable state of matter, a form of strange quark matter. And here is the scary part. Many theorists believe that the state of matter might be the lowest energy state for a group of quarks. In physics, the universe prefers the lowest energy state. Think of it like a ball at the top of the hill. It wants to roll down. If a strange matter is the bottom of the hill, then ordinary matter is just the ball waiting to be pushed. If the strange matter is indeed the most stable state of matter, and then a strangelet, a which is the small chunk of the stuff, could act like a contagion. If it touches an atomic nucleus, it would convert it into strange matter also. That new larger chunk of strange matter would then touch the next atom and so on and so forth. This is a physicist call a runaway reaction. In literature, this was famously described substance as ice 9 that did exactly this, turning the world ocean into solid ice instantly. The strange matter is the real world scientific version of that nightmare. If a stable strangelet were to interact with Earth, it wouldn't need to explode. It could simply consume the planet from inside out, turning the Earth into dense, inert lump of strange matter, roughly the size of a baseball, but with a mass of an entire world. It's a quiet, cold, and absolute end. Okay, let's take a breath now. While this sounds like the script for a doomsday movie, it is essentially to distinguish between theoretical possibility and the actual risk. Scientists are indeed terrified of the concept of strange matter because of the implications, but most are not worried about it actually happening. Why? Because of the universe itself. For billions of years, the Earth has been bombarded by high energy cosmic rays. These particles travel through space at near light speed, carrying enough energy to create exact condition we worry about in the particle accelerator. If strangelets were stable, or if they were easily created and capable of starting a chain reaction, the universe would have already turned into strange matter long ago. We are still here. Earth is still here. This provides the most powerful empirical evidence that we have. If the strange matter we are were so dangerous as the worst case model suggests, the Earth would have been consumed millions of years ago by natural cosmic events. That hasn't stopped the fear, though. When the relativistic heavy ion collider RHIC was being built in late 90s, a massive public outcry emerged. People were genuinely worried about the smashing nuclei together at incredible speeds. We might create a strangelet that would swallow the planet. Scientists had to go on record. They published comprehensive safety reports, mathematically proving that energy levels and the conditions required to create such things were impossible to achieve in a way that would trigger a reaction. They compared the odds to winning the lottery every day for billions of years. The fear, while born of sound scientific curiosity, was ultimately a misunderstanding of scale. The universe is a chaotic, high energy place, and we are just small observers playing with a tiny localized experiment. So, should you be terrified? No. Strange matter remains a fascinating, dark corner of the theoretical physics. It challenges us to rethink what matter and remind us how delicate our reality might be. The pursuit of knowledge, even when it leads us to terrifying possibility, is what makes humanity, humans. We look into dark, we calculate the odds, and we keep exploring. After all, universe is full of mysteries. Some are beautiful, some are bizarre, and some are just plain strange things. So friends, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this deep dive, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe for more exploration into the biggest mystery of the cosmos. See you in the next one. Hello friends. The big question today that we need to address is that has the oil market just entered a new era of volatility? Very profound question because it affects guys like you and me. And therefore in this video we are going to understand and analyze the historic shift for the global energy. After the UAE has officially exited OPEC Plus as of May 1st, 2026, following this departure, 7 core OPEC Plus members, including Saudi and Russia, have announced an output increase and taking it to 188,000 barrels per day. And this is for June. But the Strait of Hormuz is still impacted because of the regional conflict. So, are they preparing for some new opportunities in month of June? And what is going on here? Let us discuss this further. The unthinkable just happened in the world of global energy. As of May 1st, 2026, the UAE, United Arab Emirates, the cartel third largest producer, has officially walked away from OPEC Plus. This isn't just a policy disagreement, it's a fundamental divorce that has left the world's most powerful energy alliance completely fractured. But here is the real shocker. Within 48 hours of UAE departure, the remaining members of OPEC Plus met virtually and announced an immediate output increase, taking it to 188,000 barrels per day for month of June. Why would OPEC Plus increase supply the moment one of its biggest players left? Is this a desperate move to show that they still call the shots? Or is the world heading towards a massive oil glut? Today we are going to break down the UAE exit, the new production target, and why the global oil uncertainty is at the record high. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. First, we have to understand why the UAE left. For years, there has been simmering tension between Abu Dhabi and Riyadh. The UAE has invested over 150 billion into its state-owned oil company known as ADNOC to boost production capacity to 5 million barrels per day by 2027. However, under the OPEC Plus quotas, they were stuck producing around 3.6 million barrels. The UAE Energy Minister and the entire ministry finally called it a strategic imperative. They wanted the flexibility to produce what they want, when they want, especially to fund their transition to a post-oil economy. And therefore, with all this drama unfolding, what is the impact? The impact is because the UAE has left, UAE has also exited QOPEC, the organization of the Arab petroleum exporting countries. They are essentially betting on themselves. They have become completely independent as an oil producer. As an independent player, they can now negotiate bilateral deals with countries like India or Germany without waiting for a green light from a committee in Vienna. On Sunday, which is May 3rd, the new OPEC Plus met for the first time without the UAE. The result, a collective decision to raise output by 188,000 barrels per day in June. This is the third consecutive monthly increase, but there is a catch. This hike is actually smaller than 206,000 barrels per day increase we saw in May. Why? Because the UAE share has been completely removed from the calculation. The 7 countries, including this charge, and they're calling the shots, are Saudi, Russia, which are the 2 big, heavy hitters, Iraq, Kuwait, Kazakhstan, Algeria, and Oman. And there are analysts who are now calling this move as symbolic. OPEC Plus want to signal to the market that the alliance is still stable and that they are gradually unwinding their voluntary cuts they started back in 2023. Now, you might be thinking, if they are pumping more oil, shouldn't the price be dropping? Well, it's complicated. Since the conflict involving Iran began on February 28, the Strait of Hormuz has been effectively restricted. This is the world's most critical choke point. Even if the OPEC says they are increasing production on paper, those barrels can't easily reach the global market if the shipping lanes are blocked. Because of this, the Brent crude is still sitting near $108 per barrel. The US WTI is around $101 per barrel. Both are up nearly 78% since the start of 2026. The only thing keeping prices from going even higher is a recent peace proposal from Iran, which gave the market a tiny bit of hope at the end of the last week. So where does this leave us? OPEC Plus is now a 21 member group, and its influence is arguably at its lowest point in a decade. The UAE exit has created a fundamental challenge to the cartel's ability to balance the market. If the Strait of Hormuz reopens, the UAE is poised to flood the market with their 5 million barrel capacity, which could lead to a massive price crash. But for now, OPEC Plus is trying to maintain the illusion of control with these modest 188,000 barrel hike. The bottom line is the oil unit we have known for years is gone. We are entering an era of every nation for itself. So what do you think, friends? Will the UAE exit lead to lower prices at the pump, or will the regional conflict keep the energy cost high for rest of 2026? Let me know what are your thoughts and also your opinion, and if you have any questions. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the global energy market, and I will see you in the next one. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Imagine walking through a city where the sky is dark, but the streets are glowing with haunting ethereal lights. We are officially deleting the street light and replacing them with genetically modified trees that breathe and glow. By splicing the firefly DNA with urban flora, we have turned the entire electric grid into a living biological masterpiece. Let us discuss more about this new technology. Namaskaram, friends, you are most welcome. When you step outside your front door at midnight, in the old days, the 20th century or even early 21st century, you would be met by a harsh amber glare of high pressure sodium streetlight, or the clinical buzzing white LEDs. You would look up at the stars, would be drowned out by the thick dome of urban light pollution. Now, in future, when you look up, what you will see? You will see night sky. It is absolute velvet black, pricked by thousands of brilliant, uninterrupted stars. But when you look down, look around you, the street isn't dark. It is bathed in a haunting, ethereal, living glow. We are officially deleting the street lights. We are pulling up the copper cables, dismantling the grid tied pole, and replacing them with something radically different. Genetically modified trees that breathe the photosynthesize and illuminate our world. By splicing the bioluminescent pathways from nature into urban flora, we have transformed the city from dead ecosystem of concrete and silicon into living biological masterpiece. This is not a science fiction. This is the dawn of bioluminescent cities. For over centuries, our cities have been built on a model of brute force energy consumption. We dig up fossil fuel or harness nuclear power, transmit high voltage electricity across miles of fragile transmission lines, and push electrons through tungsten filaments or semiconductor chips just so we can see where we are walking. It is when you stop thinking about it an absurdly inefficient loop. We burn coal to create light, which in turn radiate heat, attracts pests, disrupt nocturnal wildlife, and bathe human habitat in an unnatural, disruptive glare. Light pollution has erased the cosmos for billions of people. Furthermore, the infrastructure required to maintain this system is staggering. Thousands of miles of underground wiring, billions of metal poles prone to corrosion, constant maintenance, and massive carbon footprint. Enter the synthetic biology. Instead of fighting nature to build our cities, what if we let nature do the heavy lifting? What if our infrastructure was capable of self healing, self powering, and self sustaining? The concept of bioillumination asks a fundamental question. Why generate electricity to light up a dead street when you can engineer a living organism to do it for free, powered entirely by sunlight and water? To understand how we engineered the bioluminescent city, we have to look at the chemistry of light. In nature, bioluminescence is commonly found in fireflies, deep sea lanternfish, and certain species of fungi. The secret lies in the chemical reaction between substrate called luciferin and the enzyme called luciferase interacting with oxygen and something called ATP to release energy in the form of soft, cold light. Earlier pioneers in bioengineering spent decades trying to port these genes into plants. The first attempt yielded sickly, dim tobacco plant that required external chemical spray to emit a faint green glow. But the breakthrough came with the integration of fungal bioluminescent pathways, specifically from luminescent mushrooms, which is also known as Neonthoponus nambi. Unlike firefly genes, which requires a continuous supply of added chemical substrate, fungal pathways are entirely autonomous. The plant's own metabolic processes recycle the necessary molecules, creating a continuous self-sustaining loop. Scientists took this genetic blueprint and introduced it to the Planetus occidentalis, the American sycamore. While the sycamore, because its broad canopy, robust urban adaptability, rapid growth, and extensive vascular system. When night falls, the sycamore's cellular machinery shifts gear. Instead of purely storing energy, the tree utilizes its internal sugar to fuel the luciferous reactions across its leaves and bark. The tree's vascular network acts like a natural fiber optic cable, distributing soft, luminescent glow throughout every branch, twig, and leaf. The result is towering, living pillar of light. Walking down a boulevard in modern bioluminescent city redefines the urban experience. Gone are the rigid geometric grid of steel lampposts. Instead, the streets are flanked with magnificent arching sycamores that form a natural cathedral overhead. The light they emit is not blinding, harsh blue, white, or of modern LEDs that tricks your brain into staying awake. It is soft, deep sea cyan or warm bioluminescent green wavelength that harmonizes with human biology and preserves melatonin production. The engineering behind these streets goes far beyond just dropping a seed into the ground. It is radical urban integration. And there are a few things that we must talk about, which is first starting with adaptive luminosity. The trees are engineered with photosensitive promoters. In moonless nights, when visibility is low, their glow intensifies. On nights with bright full moon or during the early morning hours, their metabolic output dials back, dimming the canopy to conserve energy and respect the natural darkness of the midnight hour. Next is a root grid energy exchange. While the trees provide light, their root system are integrated into municipal water recycling system. They absorb grey water runoff from the street, filtering heavy metals and pollutant through bioengineering tissues while simultaneously feeding urban organic waste. Next is acoustic and thermal dampening. Unlike concrete and metal, living wood absorbs sound. Bioluminescent boulevards are remarkably quiet. Furthermore, the expensive canopies provide, natural urban cooling, drastically reducing the urban heat island effect without extending a single watt of air conditioning. Whenever a paradigm shift of this magnitude occurs, the skeptics emerge in droves. The critics point to the legitimate concern. Won't these glowing trees grow too large for sidewalks? What about pests? How do we prevent genetic drift into wild forests, etc.? Urban planners and synthetic biologists have addressed these challenges through precision genome editing using CRISPR technology. First, the urban sycamore are engineered to be sterile. They do not provide viable pollen or seeds, eliminating the risk of cross pollinating and with a wild forest ecosystem. Their growth is capped using dwarfism gene silencing techniques, ensuring they fit neatly within urban corridors without buckling sidewalks or disrupting subterranean utility lines. Second, the metabolic cost of light production has carefully optimized. Early critics argued that glowing at night would drain the tree's energy reserves, stunting its growth. However, genetic engineering have tied the luminescence directly to daytime photosynthetic surplus. The tree only glows using the excess energy it accrued under the sun, ensuring that its health and longevity are never compromised. In fact, many bioengineering urban trees shows increased resilience to urban stressors as the metabolic pathways introduced also enhances their resistance to drought and diseases. Perhaps the most profound impact of the bioluminescent city is the psychological and ecological. For centuries, urbanization has meant the eradication of nature. We paved over the earth, cut down the forest, erected monuments to industries that stood in stark contrast to the natural world. Starlights were a symbol of our victory over dark, our conquest of the night. The bioluminescent city flips that narrative on its head. It represents a pivot from conquest to symbiosis. When your street lamp is living organism, your relationship with city changes. You notice when tree is healthy, you notice the subtle shift in its glow or seasons change. Urban wildlife, bats, moths, nocturnal birds find themselves navigating in an environment that speaks an evolutionary language they understand, rather than blinding, disorienting glare of high voltage grids. Children grow up touching rough, glowing bark instead of cold, painted iron poles. They learn that technology and nature are not opposing forces, but perhaps partner in design. So, in conclusion, friends, the horizon of living infrastructure is definitely looks very promising. We stand on the precipice of a profound architectural revolution. The era of dead infrastructure of concrete, copper, and carbon heavy grid is drawing to a close. The radical engineering of living infrastructure proves that the most advanced technology on earth is life itself. We are moving towards a future where our building will self heal like skin, our bridges will grow like bones, and our street will glow with quiet, pulsing heartbeat of engineered flora. The street lights are gone, the darkness has returned, but it's no longer empty. It is alive, luminous, and breathing right along with us. So, friends, what do you feel about this? You have any questions or any suggestions? Kindly send it across in the comments below, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Hello, friends. Welcome to this high level executive briefing. We explore the profound leadership wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita. While the modern corporate culture often drives leaders towards external validation and endless doing within quotes, this ancient verse reveals that the most effective leadership comes from a state of internal being. The inside out executive breaks down how the concept of the yogi, one who is happy within and flooded with self enlightenment, translate directly to the modern C suite. Learn how to translate and transition from reactive management to proactive sovereignty. Let us explore this thought further. Welcome once again. We live in an era of the extreme leadership. We are taught that more we do, more we achieve. We track KPIs, market share, and quarterly growth. But there is a paradox at the top. Many executives have reached the pinnacle of the material success while they feel more hollow than when they started. Why is it that more we gain on the outside, the more we feel we are losing on the inside? Today we are looking for the answers in a 7,000-year-old text. We are exploring Bhagavad Gita chapter 5 verse 24. It offers a blueprint of what I call the inside out executive. Let's look at the verse itself, and Bhagwan Krishna says, and the quote starts, a yogi is happy within. He sees God within himself. He is flooded with self-enlightenment. He attains the liberation from material existence and unite with the divine. And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine our reach. Alright, let's proceed further. To the modern CEO, words like yogi or divine might feel distant. But let's translate this into a language of the leadership. A yogi is simply a person of the perfected discipline. Happy within himself means you are emotional, in your emotional state is no longer a hostage to the stock market or a boardroom meeting. Flooded with self-enlightenment is what we now call high-level intuition and clarity. This verse isn't about retiring to a cave It's about becoming an unshakable in the boardroom. Most leaders are outside in. If the company performs, they are happy. If the media criticize them, they are miserable. Their internal world is a mirror of their external environment. The inside out executive flips the script. Verse 5.24 tells us that the source of joy must be internal. When you are happy within, you lead from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. You aren't making decisions because you are afraid of losing your status. You are making them because they are the right thing to do. This is where the self enlightenment comes in. When the noise of ego and anxiety is silenced, you gain the quiet mind. In that quiet, you see the God within, or in professional terms, you access your highest intelligence. Now, let's talk about the most provocative word in this verse: liberation. In the Gita, this is the moksha, which is freedom from cycle of birth and death. For an executive, this is freedom from the material grind. Think about it. How much of your stress comes from things you cannot control? The economy, the competition, the global supply chain. Liberation means you are no longer a slave to these outcomes. You perform your dharma, which is your duty, with 100% intensity, but your soul isn't crushed if the result fluctuate. Ironically, this detachment makes you more powerful. A leader who doesn't need a specific outcome to feel whole is the most dangerous person in a negotiation. You have nothing to lose because your fulfillment is already locked in internal space. So, how do we apply this tomorrow morning? Right? First, the morning audit. Before you check your emails, which is coming from outside, check your inside. Spend 5 minutes in silence. Find that internal happiness before the world try to give you its version of it. Alright? Number 2, intellectual detachment. During a crisis, ask yourself, is my happiness based on solving this, or is my happiness constant while I solve this? Right? Number 3 is lead by light. So verse 5.24 mentioned about flooded with light. Be the leader who brings clarity to the room, not heat. If you are enlightened within, you illuminate the path for everyone else. The verse ends by saying the yogi unite with the divine. In leadership, this is the union of the purpose and action. When your internal state matches your external impact, you aren't just working anymore, you are fulfilling your mission. So, don't just lead a company, lead yourself first. Be the inside out executive. And friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before we end this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, did you know that Oracle just secured a massive $300 million windfall and the cloud computing landscape will never be the same? In this video, we break down how Larry Ellison's tech giant pulled off this incredible financial feat and what it means for the escalating cloud wars against the giants like AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. As the enterprise demand for AI integrated cloud infrastructure skyrockets, Oracle positions itself as a dominant force. We will analyze the specific deals that led to this jackpot, the impact on Oracle stock, and why the analysts are shifting their outlook on the company's long term growth. Let's go and explore this further. For decades, the cloud wars had a predictable hierarchy. Amazon, Microsoft, and Google sat on the throne while everyone else fought, for the crumbs. But in late 2025 and moving into 2026, the script has been flipping. In fact, it has flipped completely now. Oracle, the company your dad knew for databases, just hit another 300 billion jackpot. This isn't just a win, it's a tectonic shift. We are talking about a massive multi-year deal with OpenAI that has sent Oracle's backlog or remaining performance obligations soaring to an eye-watering $553 billion. Today we are diving into the new Oracle. How did Larry Ellison turns a legacy software company into the backbone of the AI revolution? Is this 300 billion windfall a guaranteed victory, or is Oracle building a house of cards on the back of a single customer? So friends, before we move forward, and if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's break it down. To understand the jackpot, we have to look at the numbers. The headline is $300 billion. 5-year contract with OpenAI. To put that in perspective, that's roughly 60 billion in revenue per year from just one client. Why would OpenAI, a company born in Microsoft Azure's cloud, move a massive chunk of its workload to Oracle? The answer is simple: capacity and power. OpenAI's hunger for compute is insatiable. They need electricity and lots of it. This deal involves 4.5 gigawatts of power capacity. That's enough to power 4 million homes. Oracle isn't just renting out existing space, they are building massive new AI factories under a project often referred to as Stargate. We are seeing brand new data centers, campuses in Texas and Ohio, packed with hundreds of thousands of NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs, Oracle's secret weapon. Their infrastructure was built later than AWS and Azure. That sounds like a disadvantage, but it actually means their Gen 2 cloud was designed specifically for high performance workload and modern databases, the exact environment AI needs to thrive. But building a 300 billion cloud isn't easy. You cannot just plug 400,000 GPUs into a wall socket. The traditional power grid cannot handle this. This is where the heating up part of your title gets literal. Just this week, in April 2026, Oracle made a massive move to solve the energy crisis. They have partnered with Bloom Energy for nearly 3 gigawatts of fuel cell power. Instead of waiting for years for local utility companies to build power lines, Oracle is building its own off-grid power plant. They are literally bypassing the grid to ensure their AI servers never go dark. This level of aggressive expansion is why Oracle Cloud Infrastructure revenue jumped 84% in most recent quarter. While the big three are growing at steady clips, Oracle is growing like a startup on a steroid. Now we have to talk about the red flag, which is $300 billion. Sounds great on paper, but Wall Street is nervous. Oracle stock has been going through some intense volatility lately. Why? Because customer concentration. Over 50% of Oracle's future backlog is tied to one company, which is OpenAI. If OpenAI struggles to monetize its model, or if the AI bubble cools down, Oracle is left holding the bill for billions of dollars in hardware and in data centers. Oracle's debt to equity ratio is also significantly higher than Microsoft or Amazon. They are borrowing heavily to build this future. They are spending $50 billion in capital expenditure this year alone. It's a bet the farm movement for Larry Ellison. Is Oracle a ticking time bomb or a visionary genius? The market can't quite decide at this point in time. So, where does this leave us? Oracle has officially graduated. They are no longer the database company or the fourth placed cloud. With 300 billion jackpot in hand, they are the specialized AI cloud. That's the world's most powerful startup as flocking it. The cloud war is heating up because the rules have changed. It's no longer about who has the most features. It's about who has the most GPUs and most gigawatts. And Oracle has both. If they can execute on this backlog and diversify their client base beyond OpenAI, we might be looking at the new king of enterprise tech. But if the AI hype fails to meet reality, the $300 billion windfall could become a $300 billion lesson in over expansion. One thing is certain, Oracle isn't playing it safe anymore. They are playing for the whole jackpot. So friends, what do you think? Is Oracle the best AI player in the market, or the risk is too high? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dive into the tech that is going to shape 2026 and beyond. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. For decades, the thick yellow-orange clouds of Venus have hidden a secret. While we have understood the upper atmosphere, the lower haze has remained one of the planetary science's greatest enigma until now. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery that reveals the true source of this mysterious layer, which is cosmic dust. Let's go and find this out. Venus is often called as Earth's evil twin. At first glance, it is the same size, has the same composition, and sits right next door in our solar system. But beneath that beautiful glowing facade lies a nightmare. Surface temperature hot enough to melt lead, atmospheric pressures that would crush a submarine, and thick cloud of corrosive sulfuric acid. For over 50 years since the first probe, like the US, beg your pardon, Soviet Venera and NASA's Pioneer Venus descended into the toxic soup, scientists have been haunted by the specific mystery. Most of the Venus's clouds sit between 47 and 70 kilometers up, but deep below that, below the cloud cover in the lower haze, there is a layer of mysterious particles that shouldn't be there by all accounts. And what causes these particles to float in that area, it was a mystery. So what created them? Why won't they go away? For half a century we had no answers, but today in 2026 a team of researchers from Tokou University and the Royal Belgian Institute for Space Astronomy has finally cracked the case, and the answer didn't come from the volcanoes of Venus, it came from the stars. To understand the discovery, we have to understand why the lower haze is so enigmatic in the first place. Friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. On Earth, clouds are simple. Water evaporates, condenses, and eventually fall as rain. On Venus, it's a cycle of sulfur. Sulfuric acid clouds dominate the upper atmosphere. However, as you go deeper towards the surface, the temperature skyrockets. By the time you get below 47 kilometers, it becomes so hot that sulfuric acid cannot exist as a liquid droplet. It evaporates into gas. Logically, the clouds should just stop, but they don't. Probes descending through this kill zone in the year 1970 and it is detected a persistent ghostly haze of solid particles. For decades, the theories flew. Was it volcanic ash being kicked up from the surface? Was it some strange chemical reaction? We didn't understand at all. None of these models worked. The math never added up until Hiroki Karayu and his team decided to look at what Venus was eating from space. Every day, every planet in our solar system is bombarded by cosmic dust, tiny fragments left behind by the comets and colliding asteroids. We see these on Earth as shooting stars. When these meteors hit an atmosphere, they burn up, creating what scientists call meteoric smoke. These are nanometer-sized mineral particles, essentially tiny bits of iron, magnesium, and silicon. The search team used a state-of-the-art microphysical model to trace the life cycle of these particles as they enter the Venusian atmosphere. Here is the aha moment. As this cosmic dust drifts down from top of the atmosphere, it enters the sulfuric acid cloud deck. Instead of just passing through these tiny mineral bits as nuclei, essentially the seeds that sulfuric acid droplets grow around, but then the particles keep falling. They reach that 47-kilometer mark where the heat becomes unbearable. The sulfuric acid shell evaporates away, but the solid mineral core, which is the cosmic dust, remains. This is where the mystery is truly solved. When the acid evaporates, it leaves behind these naked mineral cores. Because the atmosphere at this depth is so dense, these tiny particles starts bumping into each other at very high rate. They don't just bounce off, they kick, they stick also. Sometimes they kick, move away and collide with other particles. This process is called the coagulation. These tiny grains of stardust clumps together to form larger, more complex particles. This is exactly what the Pioneer Venus probe saw decades ago, the haze of solid, non-volatile particles that survived the heat. The team simulation didn't just suggest this could happen. The result matched the decade-old data from Venera and the Pioneer probes with startling accuracy. After 50 years, the ghost of Venus has a name. It is the processed remains of billions of shooting stars. So why does this matter beyond just solving an old puzzle? Because this dust isn't just a passive visitor. It is actively terraforming, or rather Venus forming, the planet's climate. The researchers found that these cosmic seeds increase Venus total cloud production by 20 to 30%. Without this rain of space dust, Venus might have thinner clouds, which would fundamentally change how much solar energy the planet reflects and how much heat it traps. Furthermore, these dust particles contains metallic elements like iron. This could finally explain the unknown UV absorber, the mysterious substance in Venus's cloud that sucks up ultraviolet light and has baffled astronomers for nearly a century. If the clouds are salted with iron from space, that explains the UV absorption perfectly. This discovery changes how we look at every planet. If the cosmic dust is shaping the atmosphere of Venus, it is likely doing the same for Jupiter, Saturn, and even distant exoplanets we are just now discovering. But the best part, we won't have to wait another 50 years to confirm this. In late 2020s, NASA Da Vinci mission will plunge through Venusian's atmosphere with most advanced sensors ever built. It will taste the air, measure the dust, and hopefully gives us high definition look at the cosmic haze we finally have understood now. The morning star still has many secrets, but thanks to a little bit of stardust and some brilliant modeling, one of its oldest mystery is finally put to rest. So, friends, we have come to the end, and I see Megha Sharma joining us from LinkedIn, and she is joining us from Delhi. So, Megha Sharma, great, you have informed us about your city. So, friend, we have come to the end of our live stream today. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
bold new roadmap reshapes Indian classroom with a skill-based learning, multilingual literacy, and technology-driven education, preparing students not just for marks but for life. Education in India is entering a new chapter. The Central Board of Secondary Education has announced a sweeping curriculum revamp that will take effect from 2026. And it promises to reshape the way millions of students experience learning. For decades, Indian school system had been criticized for its heavy reliance on rote memorizations, exam pressures, and limited focus on skills. This roadmap is CBSE's attempt to break away from the mold and align classroom with the vision of National Education Policy 2020. At the heart of the revamp is a shift towards skill-based learning. Instead of simply reproducing textbook answers, students will be encouraged to think critically, solve problems creatively, and collaborate with the peers. The idea is to prepare them not just for exam, but for the life beyond school, whether in higher education, the workplace, or society at large. Teachers will be expected to integrate projects, presentations, and real world case studies into their lessons, making learning more engaging and practical. One of the most debated actually changes in the three language rule. Under the new framework, students will study three languages up to class 10, with at least one being an Indian language. Supporters argue that this will strengthen cultural roots, multilingual literacy, while the critics worry that it may add stress to students already juggling with multiple subjects. The policy reflects CBSE's attempt to balance global competitiveness with a national identity. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, another major reform in the reduction of content load. The syllabus will be streamlined to focus on core concept, cutting down an excessive detail that often overwhelmed students. And this will free up time for experimentations, experiential learning activities in the lab and the field projects and creative exploration. So alongside this CBSE plan to integrate technology and digital tools into classroom. So adapted learning platform, AI assist resources, and online practical module will become the part of everyday teaching, ensuring students are comfortable with the digital world they will inherit. Assessment will also undergo a transformation. The traditional high-stake exam model will give way to continuous competency-based evaluation. Marks will be no longer hinged solely on the 3-hour test. Instead, projects, practical, and presentation will carry a greater weight. And this change is expected to reduce exam stress and provide a more accurate picture of students' ability. The impact of this reform will be felt across the ecosystem. Students will find their education more engaging and less mechanical. Teachers, however, will face little challenge of adopting the new method, mastering the digital tools, and rethinking how they evaluate performance. And parents too will need to adjust their expectation, as success will no longer be measured by exam scores but by skill and competencies. Of course, challenges remains. Like training teachers across India's vast and diverse school network is no small task. Ensuring rural schools have access to digital infrastructure will require significant investment, and the three language rule may face resistance from families who fear it add unnecessary burden. Yet, despite these hurdles, the roadmap signals a bold step towards modernizing Indian education. So, what do you think about this? We have come to the end of this live stream, and thanks for watching. I would request you to like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Nagarjuna's vision of emptiness offers balance, resilience, and wisdom for the challenges of our interconnected 21st century world. In the grand tapestry of Indian philosophy, few figures stand as tall and as enigmatic as Nagarjuna, the 2nd century Buddhist philosopher, often regarded as the most influential thinker after Buddha himself. His contribution lies in the systematic exposition of Shunyavad, the doctrine of emptiness, which became the cornerstone of Madhyamaka school of Mahayana Buddhism. In 2026, Shunyavad, the philosophy of emptiness articulated by Naga Arjun, remains strikingly relevant, not just as a spiritual doctrine, but as a lens through which we can interpret the modern life, technology, and society. So Nagarjuna's genius was to show that this emptiness applies not only to the worldly appearances but also to the ultimate reality. He argued that both samsara, that means the cycle of birth and death, and nirvana, that is liberation, are empty of inherent existence. This radical insight collapsed the duality between bondage and liberation, suggesting that the absolute is not something separate from the world, but the very ground of all appearances. So, with the geopolitical tensions, climate change, economic stress, and the doctrine of emptiness teaches resilience at this point of time, that means in 2026. So, by recognizing that the cries are not permanent entities but dependent on the cause and conditions, and we approach them with the flexibility rather than despair. And this is the way to go forward when we understand the teaching of Nagarjuna. So it is important to note that the Nagarjuna did not invent Shunyavad. The seeds of this doctrine were already present in Mahayana Sutras even before his time. What makes Nagarjuna remarkable is that he gathered these scattered threads and wove them into a coherent, rigorous philosophical system. He gave Shunyavad its intellectual depth, transforming it from mystical insight into a dialectical method that could withstand scrutiny. In an era of stress, identity crisis, and the idea that self is empty of fixed essence can be liberating. So it helps individual detach from the rigid ego construct and embrace fluidity, and reducing anxiety about permanence and control. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So we were talking about Shunyavad, and Shunyavad often misunderstood as nihilism. And sometimes called it is denial, but it is not a denial of reality. The Shunya literally means void or empty, but in Nagarjuna's philosophy, it carries a subtle meaning. It refers to the absence of inherent existence, that is swabhav. You know, when we talk in Hindi, all phenomena, according to him, arise in dependence on cause and conditions. A principle known as something when we understand pratyaksh, and then we analyze that, and or it depend where it dependent originated. You know, so because things exist only in the relation to other things, and they cannot possess an independent permanent essence. So in this sense, they are empty. And in a world dominated by artificial intelligence, virtual realities, and shifting identities, Shunyavad reminds us that phenomena lacks inherent existence. Just as an AI model or digital avatar has no fixed essence outside its relational context, so do human construct exist only through interdependence. So his dialectical method expressed in his teaching dismantle very philosophical position by showing its contradictions. Whether one assert existence, non-existence, both or neither, Nagarjuns demonstrate that each claim lead to a logical impasses. Reality, he insists, that transcends these categories. So it cannot be captured by intellect, which is inherently actually discursive or relational. So true understanding comes only through a direct spiritual realization. So as India revamp its curriculum like CBSE in 2026 roadmap, and Shunavad offers a philosophical foundation for the critical thinking, challenging rigid categories and encouraging students to see the knowledge as dynamic and contextual and interconnected. So the middle path that Nagarjuna champions avoid the extreme of eternalism, the belief in which is permanent existence, and nihilism, that is denial of all realities. So by affirming emptiness, he does not negate the world's but actually reveals its relational nature. Appearances are real enough in empirical sense, but they lack ultimate substance. The absolute, meanwhile, is not a thing but a non-dual reality in which all distinctions dissolve. So this philosophy had a profound implication. It reshaped Buddhist metaphysics, influenced later thinkers in Tibet and China and Japan, even resonate with the modern philosophers who saw in Nagarjuna's prosecutors to ritualism and relationalism and demonstration. So his instances that the concept collapse under their own weight anticipate contemporary critics of language and meaning. So Shunyavad's emphasis or interdependence resonate with the ecological thought. It reminds us that the human nature technologies are not separate entity but a part of a web of condition and an insight crucial for sustainability in 2026. Yet, Nagarjuna's aim was not merely intellectual. His philosophy was deeply soteriological, and it means to liberate. So, by realizing the emptiness of all things, one is freed from clinging or aversions or delusion. The realization of shunya is or we say shunyata, that is the realization of nirvana itself. So in the end, Nagarjuna's contribution lies in his ability to articulate the infables. He took the Buddha's insight into dependent origination and expanded it into a comprehensive philosophy of emptiness. Shunyavad, for being a doctrine of despair, Shunyavad is a doctrine of freedom actually. So it teaches that by seeing through the illusion of inherent existence, we awaken to the non-dual reality where the samsara and the nirvana are not opposite but unified. So this is a resolution of thought that Nagarjuna gifted to the world, a vision that continues to inspire seeker and scholars alike. Please send your comments, subscribe our channel, and for more insight into Indian spirituality and mythology, see you in the next one. But before we end this live stream, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. In today's volatile market, most CEO react to the noise, but the best leader operate from a place of stillness. In this video, we explore why true leadership isn't about suppressing emotion, but about mastering equanimity. We will learn how to remain unshaken by market swings, internal crises, and the constant pressure of the C-suite. Let's go. We often talk about hustle as the primary metrics for CEO. We talk about passion, about drive, about the fire in our belly. But if you have been at the helm of any significant time, you know the truth. The fire that drives you can easily become the fire that consumes you. Today, I want to talk about your greatest business asset, and it isn't your capital, your intellectual property, or even your team. It is your ability to remain equanimous. It is the ability to stand in the middle of the storm, a market crash, a peer crisis, a boardroom battle, and remain entirely unmoved. Today, we are looking at a 5,000-year-old framework for modern executive success. We will take help from Bhagavad Gita. And the verse is verse 56 in chapter 2. Friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue with our discussion. The verse reads like this, and the quote starts: One is neither overjoyed nor agitated in happiness or suffering, free from desires, craving for pleasures, fear, and anger. One's mind is tranquil. And the quote close. Let's break down for the boardroom. Most leaders are addicted to the win. When the members are up, they are euphoric. When the numbers are down, they are terrified. The volatility is a liability. Why? Because when you are swinging between euphoria and panic, your cognitive capacity drops. You stop seeing the business as it is. You start seeing it through the filter of your own emotional state. Equanimity or the sthiti pragna is not about having no emotions. It's about having a mind that is not owned by them. It is the ability to witness the ups and downs without becoming the passenger to them. Why is this your greatest asset? Because of the decision velocity. When you are agitated by suffering, things like losses, failure, harsh reviews, etc., you make reactive decisions. You cost cut when you should be investing. You fire people when you should be mentoring. You pivot when you should be staying on course. When you are intoxicated by happiness, things like huge wins, record quarter, etc., you make arrogant decisions. You overexpand. You ignore the red flags. Equanimity creates a neutral baseline. Think of it like a shock absorber on a vehicle. If you drive over a bumpy road, and business is bumpy road, of course, without shock absorbers, every single stone you hit shakes the entire chassis. You lose traction, you lose control. Equanimity is the shock absorber. It keeps the vehicle steady so you can keep steering. It allows you to look at a 20% drop in revenue with the same clarity that you look at 20% increase. And that clarity is where the competitive advantage is found. You are probably wondering, this sounds like philosophy, But how do I do this on a Monday morning? And here are the 3 practical steps that you can follow. And number 1 is the pause protocol. When a fire hits your desk, an urgent, high stress email forces a 2-minute gap before you respond. The Gita suggests that the mind is tranquil when it is free from immediate craving to fix it or the fear of result. Use the gap to separate the event from your interpretation. Next, number 2 is outcome decoupling. Practice doing your job with 100% intensity, but give yourself a permission to be detached from the outcome. Work as if you control everything, but accept that you control very little. The sounds paradoxical, isn't it? But it works. It removes the fear of failure, which is the biggest blocker to innovation. And lastly, the third person perspective. In the middle of the crisis, ask yourself, if I were a consultant looking at this company from outside, what would I advise? This instantly moves you from the agitated player to the tranquil observer. I know what some of you may be thinking. If I'm not overjoyed or agitated, am I not losing my edge? Don't I need that fire? There is a massive difference between apathy and equanimity. Apathy is I don't care. Equanimity is I care deeply, but I am not enslaved by the result. The most dangerous CEO are the ones whose ego is tied to the stock price. The most powerful CEOs are the ones whose identity is tied to their mission. When your mission is bigger than your ego, you don't need the high of the wind to keep going, and you aren't crushed by the low of the losses. That is the sustainable leadership. That is the only way to build a legacy that lasts. The world is noisy. It is designed to make you react. It is designed to pull you into volatility. Your job as a leader is to be the eye of the storm. You can cultivate that state of mind where you are present, focus, and unshakable. You will not only make better decisions, you will also create culture of stability for your team. Leadership isn't about how high you can jump during a good time. It's about how level you can keep your head when everything else is losing theirs. So, friends, start today. Don't react, observe, and watch how your business changes when you bring the power of equanimity to the table. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. And I will catch you again in the next one.
In the bustling city of Ujjain 15 centuries ago, a sage looked to the sky and saw not just stars but system, pattern that bound the heaven to the earth. The sage was Varaha Mihira, the polymath whose vision stretched from astronomy to architecture, from rainfall to gemstone. His encyclopedia, Brahat Samhita, was not just a book. It was a universe compressed into verses, a manual for living in harmony with cosmic order. In 2026, as humanity decipher galaxies with telescopes and predicts climate with algorithm, Varaha Mihira's legacy feels startlingly modern. He reminds us that the science is not a silo but a synthesis, that wisdom lies in weaving together the disciplines, and the rhythm of cosmos still pulses through the choices we make on earth. So let's find out more about it. So in the 6th century CE, when the Ujjain was a flourishing center of learning and culture, a polymath named Varaha Mihira rose to prominence. His name still resonates today, not merely as a figure of ancient India's intellectual heritage, but as a symbol of how science, mathematics, and the cosmology can shape civilization across centuries. In 2026, as humanity stands at the crossroad of artificial intelligence, space exploration, and climate changes, Varaha Mihra's legacy feels uncannily relevant. Varaha Mihra was master of synthesis. He absorbed the knowledge from Greeks, Romans, and Persian tradition, blending them seamlessly with Indian thought. His magnum opus, the Brahat Samhita, is the vast encyclopedia of science and society. Within its verses lies insight on astronomy, meteorology, architecture, botany, gemology, and even omens. So it is not a single discipline text, but a paranomic vision of a knowledge and approach that mirrors today's interdisciplinary science, where the breakthrough often merge at the intersections of fields. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward. So, in astronomy, Varaha Mihra's redefined planetary calculation, eclipse, and building upon Aryabhat's foundations. His Siddhantika consolidate 5 astronomical schools into coherent framework, demonstrating his gift for harmonizing a diverse system. In 2026, when global science thrives on collaboration across nations and culture, his work reminds us that the process is not about isolation but integration. Equally striking is his contribution to meteorology. Varaha Mihra's studied rainfall pattern, cloud formation, and the seasonal cycles, offering predictive model for agriculture. At a time when the climate change threatens the food security, his emphasis on observing the nature, aligning a human activity with environmental rhythm feels like prophetic. So his vision suggests that the sustainability is not a modern invention but a timeless necessity. Varaha Mihra's also ventured into astrology, a discipline that today sit uneasily between science and belief. Yet even here his work reflects a deeper truth. The human desire is to find meaning in the cosmos. And in 2026, as AI models predict markets, weather, even the human behavior, the boundary between science and foresight blurs. Varaha Mihra's astrological writing reminds us that the prediction, whether through stars or algorithm, is ultimately about navigating uncertainty. So Varaha Mihra's most notable work was Brihat Samhita, an encyclopedia work on architecture, temples, planetary motions, eclipse, timekeeping, astrology, seasons and cloud formation, rainfall and agriculture, mathematics, gemology and perfume. And many other topics. So his encyclopedic curiosity extended to practical sciences. He wrote on architecture, emphasizing proportion and harmony, on gemology, linking minerals to their properties, and on botany, cataloging the plants with medical and cultural use. His holistic approach resonates with today's push towards integrative knowledge, where the medicine, technology, and ecology must converge to solve the global crisis. What makes Varaha Mihra's is especially relevant in 2026 is his worldview. He did not see science as detached from the society. His texts weave together the cosmic and the earthly, the abstract and the practical. So, in an era where the AI, quantum physics risk becoming ultimate goal, his example urges us to keep science more human centric and rooted in the rhythm of life. Thus, Varaha Mihra's legacy is not confined to dusty manuscripts, and it is alive in every attempt to unify knowledge, to predict the unpredictable, and to align human progress with cosmic order. His voice echoes across centuries, reminding us that wisdom lies not in specialization alone, but in synthesis. So, as we sip espresso brewed by fluid dynamics, launch rocket guided by orbital mechanics, and train AI system on vast database, we are, in a sense, continuing the Varaha Mihra's project to see the universe as a web of interconnectedness truth. In 2026, his contribution inspired us to balance innovation with wisdom, precision with harmony, and science with humanity. So, in the sweep of centuries, Varaha Mihra's voice still carries and reminding us that the knowledge is not a fragment but a fabric woven from the star, seasons, stones, and human endeavor. His encyclopedic vision is actually born in Ujjain's golden age, anticipated the very challenge we face in 2026. The need to unify disciplines, to respect nature's rhythm, and to balance the prediction with wisdom. As we harness AI, forecast climates, we walk a path he once traced in verses. Varaha Mihra's legacy is not a relic of past, but a compass for the future, urging us to see science as a bridge between cosmos and civilization. From ancient starlight to modern algorithm, his contribution endure proof that the true wisdom is timeless. So we have come to the end. Like and subscribe our channel. I look forward for your comments on this topic, and see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, how are you doing? We have a very profound question today that we want to address in this video. That is, can ancient wisdom solve the modern corporate burnout problem? In this video, we dive deep into the timeless wisdom of Bhagavad Gita to extract the powerful leadership lesson for today's CEOs and entrepreneurs. If you have ever felt overwhelmed by the darkness of the market volatility, ethical dilemmas, or the sheer weight of responsibility on your shoulder. This verse offers a blueprint for clarity and resilience. Let's go. The boardroom is often portrayed as the place of power and light, but every CEO knows the truth. There is a specific kind of darkness that lives over there. It isn't the absence of light, it is the presence of ambiguity. It is a fog of volatile market, the shadow of ethical compromise, and the blind spots that lead to companies' downfall. And we call it the corporate darkness. For thousands of years, leaders have looked for a torch to cut through this fog. Today, we find that the torch isn't, present in an unlikely place. It's 7,000-year-old Sanskrit verse mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 9. On the surface, it describes the divine, but for a leader, it describes the ultimate executive mindset. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Let's look at the verse itself. The verse says, and the quote starts, the omniscient, the oldest, the controller, smaller than an atom, the sustainer of everything, the inconceivable, and as effulgent as the sun, driving away all darkness. And quote close. To a CEO, these aren't just theological adjectives. They are the 7 pillars of visionary leadership. Let's break down one by one. The verse called the divine, smaller than an atom, and simultaneously the sustainer of everything. In business, we call this macro-micro paradox. But the CEO fails because they lean too far one way. They are either big picture dreamer who miss the accounting fraud happening under their nose, or they are the micromanagers who stifle innovation because they can't see the horizon. Bhagavad Gita tells us that the true mastery is being able to see the atom, the tiny data point, the single customer complaint, the line of code, while simultaneously sustaining the entire ecosystem of the brand. Driving out darkness starts with total visibility. You cannot lead what you cannot see, whether it is as small as an atom or as large as a global supply chain. The verse uses a term which is inconceivable. In the C-suite, we often rely on predictive analytics. We want everything to be conceivable, measurable, and also certain. But the darkness of the market often comes from the black swan event, the things we don't see coming, right? Learning from Bhagavad Gita means accepting the inconceivable. A great CEO doesn't just plan for what they know. They build a culture resilient enough to handle what they don't know. This is the difference between a rigid company and an anti-fragile one. When you stop fearing the inconceivable, you take away its power to paralyze you. Finally, we reach the climax of the verse. A personality as effulgent as the sun, driving away the darkness. What is the darkness in a company? It is the fear, where employees are too scared to tell the truth. It is where the departments hide information from each other. It is the ego where leaders need to be, right, outweighed the need to be successful. The effulgent CEO is one who brings radical transparency. Just as the sun doesn't fight the dark, it simply arrives and the dark ceases to be. Dark just goes away. A leader who leads with the Gita's principles of light doesn't have to fix every problem manually. Their presence, their ethics, and their clarity create an environment where dark behavior simply cannot survive. When you are effulgent, you provide the why for your company, and as a leader once said, he who has why to live can bear almost anyhow. So how do we apply chapter 8 verse 9 starting tomorrow morning. Practice omniscience. Don't just look at the reports, seek to understand the soul of your product. Be a sustainer. Remember that your role is to support your team, not just to support by themselves. Drive out shadows. If there is a part of your business you are avoiding looking at, and that is where the darkness is, shine your light there first. Leadership is not about just quarterly results. It's about being the oldest, the most grounded, the effulgent, and also most inspiring. Bhagavad Gita isn't just a book of philosophy, it's a manual for the highest form of management. Go forth, lead like sun, and drive out the darkness. Friends, thanks for listening. If you have any questions, any suggestion, any opinion, please do not hesitate to send it across in the comment section below. Before I part ways, I will have to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, the month was June, year was 2024. NASA's Curiosity rover accidentally crushed a rock in the Gale crater on Mars, revealing something scientists never expected, and that was pure elemental sulfur. While sulfur is common on Mars in compounds, finding it in its native form has a massive implication, not just for Martian geology, but for how we understand the resource scarcity on Earth. Let us go and discuss this further. Nearly 2 years ago, in month of June, NASA Curiosity rover was doing what it does best, exploring the channels in the Gale crater. It was just another day on the red planet until the rover 6-ton frame rolled over a seemingly ordinary rock. The rock cracked, but instead of a usual red dust, Curiosity camera sent back something that made scientists at NASA jump out of their seats. Inside the shattered stone was a cluster of bright yellow crystals, pure elemental sulfur. Now you might be thinking, so what? We have sulfur on Earth. But here is the thing. While Mars is covered in sulfates, which is sulfur mixed with other elements, scientists had never seen a pure sulfur on the planet before. It wasn't supposed to be there. This discovery was a geological impossible find. But while the scientists are geeking out over the chemistry, energy analysts back on Earth starting doing a different kind of math, because right now in 2026 sulfur isn't just a yellow rock. It has become one of the most critical material for the future of our planet's energy. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. To understand why a rock on Mars matters to your power bill, we have to look at what's happening on Earth right now. Well, there is a global crisis, especially in 2026, especially related to sulfur. For decades, we took sulfur for granted. On Earth, we didn't mine sulfur directly anymore. We get it as a byproduct of refining oil and natural gas. But as the world shifts towards green energy, we are refining less fossil fuel. At the same time, demand is skyrocketing. In early 2026, we hit a triple supply shock. Number one, Middle East conflict. Blockades in the Strait of Hormuz have cut off 45% of the world's seaborne sulfur trade. Number two, export bans. Major producers like Russia, China, and Turkey have extended export bans to protect their own domestic supply. Number three, the price spike. In just the last few months, sulfur price have surged by nearly 40% in the US and over 70% in some of the Asian markets. In Indonesia and in the DRC, the cost to process the metal we need for batteries has now nearly doubled because sulfur, specifically sulfuric acid, has become so expensive. We are in a structural bull market for sulfur that most people didn't see coming. This is where the Martian discovery gets interesting. Why do we need so much sulfur? It's not just for the fertilizers anymore. It's for the holy grail of energy storage, which is lithium sulfur batteries, LIS. The standard lithium ion battery are great, but they are reaching their physical limits. LIS batteries, which is lithium sulfate, however, are the next frontier. They can potentially hold 5 times more energy than the batteries in your phone or Tesla today. NASA themselves have been developing these for Mars mission because they are lighter and much more powerful. But there is a catch to making these batteries at a global scale. We need massive, stable supply of highly purified sulfur. And right now, Earth's supply is shrinking just as the battery demand is accelerating with dual engines. When Curiosity found a literal field of pure sulfur on Mars, it proved that the universe can create massive concentrated deposits of this material without the need for the biological life or petroleum based refining. Now, I'm not saying that we are going to start shipping sulfur back from Mars tomorrow. The shipping cost would be astronomical. But the discovery changes the Martian economy. If humans are going to live on Mars, we need in situ resource utilization, or ISRU. This means using what's already there. Before this find, we thought that we had to bring sulfur from Earth or go through a complex chemical processing to get it to what we needed. Now we know there are literal piles of yellow gold just sitting on the surface. For batteries, we could build energy storage on Mars using local materials. For rocket fuel, sulfur can be a key component in chemical processing. For agriculture, Martian greenhouses will need sulfur-based fertilizers to grow food. This discovery effectively de-risks the cost of human expansion. It turns Mars from a scientific curiosity into a viable industrial outpost. So how does the Curiosity sulfur find shake Earth market? It serves as a massive wake-up call. It reminds us that the sulfur is no longer just a byproduct or a waste material. It is now a critical energy material. The fact that NASA is finding pure sulfur on another planet while we are struggling with sulfur squeeze here on Earth highlights a massive shift in our global economy. Companies are no longer looking at sulfur as a cost item. They are looking at it as an investment item. We are seeing a move towards solid state batteries and recycling technologies that treat sulfur as a precious resource. Curiosity's happy accident in Gale crater isn't just a win for geology. It is a glimpse into future where the resources of the red planet might just be the blueprint for the survival of the green planet. The next time you look at the Mars, don't just see a desert, see a laboratory, see as a mine, and see the fuel for the next century of human progress. I'm CK. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। आज जुलाई 23 है और आज बृहस्पतिवार है, थर्सडे। तो आज का दिन आप सब जानते हैं कि भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान विष्णु की वंदना करके, स्तुति करके। तो एक छोटा सा मंत्र है जो भगवान विष्णु के लिए हम रिसाइट करेंगे। आप भी हमारे साथ जुड़िए और इस मंत्र को रिसाइट करिए। तो चलिए स्टार्ट करते हैं। पहले अपने हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और भगवान जी को याद करिए और उनका नमन करते हैं। अब हम आंख बंद करके 11 दफ़ा इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करना है। मंत्र मैं पहले बता देता हूँ। ओम वासुदेवाय नमः। बहुत ही आसान है। ओम वासुदेवाय नमः। चलिए अब हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, हम शुरुआत करते हैं। ओम वासुदेवाय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारी आज की जो स्तुति है, जो पूजा है, वो समाप्त हुई। तो अब आपसे विदा लेते हैं इस वीडियो में, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। आपका दिन शुभ रहे, इसी कामना के साथ नमस्कार। Hello friends, most welcome and namaskaram. Let me ask you today, let me break the ice by asking you a very profound question. Is the hustle culture actually holding your business back? In this video, we explore how a 5,000-year-old principle from Bhagavad Gita are the secret to the modern executive excellence. We break down why the true leadership starts with the mind, not just the market. We will discover why a disciplined CEO is the only one who can navigate the volatility with clear intelligence and sustainable peace. If you are a leader looking to transition from reactive management to the mindful strategic control, this video is for you. Let us go and discuss this further. So, friends, if you are a CEO or a leader, you always know the feeling. It's late in the night, it's probably 9 p.m., and you have been busy in back to back meetings since 7 a.m. Your inbox is overflowing, the Slack messaging is buzzing, and the market is volatile. You are moving fast, but are you moving forward fast enough? We live in an age of hyper hustle. We are taught that the only way to scale is to do more and much faster. But as many of you have discovered, speed without direction is just a chaos. When your mind is scattered, and your strategy becomes reactive, and when your strategy is reactive, your business plateaus. What if I told you that secret to multi-billion-dollar boardroom breakthrough wasn't a new piece of technology, but a piece of ancient logic? Today we are decoding a verse from Bhagavad Gita, which is mentioned in chapter 2, verse 66, that act as a master class in leadership and discipline. It's not about philosophy, it is a framework for competitive advantage. The verse is profound in its simplicity. It says, and the quote starts, an undisciplined person has no clear intelligence, and without the intelligence, there is no power of contemplation. Without the contemplation, there is no peace. And without the peace, where can there be no happiness? Let's dismantle this in business terms in a cascading equation. First is discipline. Without it, you lose focus. Next is intelligence. Without focus, you lose your ability to analyze, foresee, and also pivot. Peace. Without that clarity, you lose your composure. Happiness, happiness can be a result also. Without composure, you cannot build a sustainable winning culture. In the corporate world, we usually prioritize intelligence as raw IQ, data, and analytics. But the Gita suggests that the intelligence is useless if you lack the discipline to control your own mind. If you are hijacked by every market swing, every competitor's move, or every internal crisis, you aren't leading, you're just reacting. Think about that, the last major crisis your company faced. Did you make your best decisions in the height of the panic or in the moment where you stepped back, breathed, and regained your composure? True discipline in business isn't about working 80 hours a week. It's about sensory control. In our current world, our senses are under attack 24/7. Notification, news, emails, they're all trying to hijack your attention. When your attention is fragmented, your intelligence, your ability to see the big picture evaporates. The disciplined leader act like the eye of the hurricane. The storm is swirling around them, which is the market, the employees, and the investor, but the leader remains still. This stillness is not passive, it is a highly active strategic state of mind. When you are disciplined, you cultivate clear intelligence. You stop chasing trends and start identifying structural opportunities. You stop reacting to noise and start responding to signals. That is how the ancient wisdom fuels modern success. It transforms you from a manager of chaos into architect of growth. So, friends, how do we apply this in C-suite tomorrow morning? And here are the 3 ways to practice this discipline. First, strategic silence. And in other words, you can call it morning audit. Spend first 15 minutes of your day without input. No phones, no news, no emails. Your brain needs to reset its baseline. This is where your intelligence recovers from the previous day's noise. Number 2, They pause protocol. Before you even react to an urgent email or a negative Slack message, create a forced delay. Even 60 seconds of breathing shift you from a reactive fear-based brain to the prefrontal cortex, the strategic logical brain. That 60 second could be the difference between a rash decision and a legacy defining move. And number three is define your true north. The Gita emphasizes contemplation. Are you contemplating your vision or are you just managing your inbox? Set a weekly deep think, no output, just thinking. Contemplation is the filter for your intelligence. The final part of the verse says, without peace, there can be no happiness. We often think happiness or in business, high morale or retention is a byproduct of high pay or a nice perk. But it starts with the CEO. If the leader is anxious, the culture is also anxious. If the leader is disciplined and peaceful, the culture becomes stable, reliable, and capable of sustaining growth. The ancient wisdom isn't a retreat from the modern world. It is the fuel that allows you to be master of the modern situation. You don't need to be less ambitious, you need to be more centered. Discipline your mind, sharpen your intelligence, find your peace, and watch how everything else, things like revenue, culture, and your own satisfaction begins to fall in place. So, friends, if you found this breakdown useful, I want to hear from you. What is that one thing you do to protect your focus in the middle of a crisis? Drop a comment below and don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into leadership and wisdom. Lead with clarity, and I will see you again in the next one. Hello, friends. You're most welcome. Namaskaram. Is India on the verge of AI led transformation with Reliance Industries leading the charge? In this video, we break down Mukesh Ambani's massive AI gambit from 2026 annual general body meeting and explore how Reliance is pivoting to become the sovereign backbone of Indian digital economy. From unveiling of Reliance Intelligence to the ambitious build out of a massive AI data center in Jamnagar powered by Nvidia, the latest hardware Ambani is being very big, betting very big, and we analyze 110 plus billion investment roadmap, the integration of AI directly into the geo network, and why Reliance is aiming to make AI for India by India a reality for 1.5 billion people. Let's go. We've all seen the news, but have we truly grasped the scale? The Reliance industry, a titan built on oil, petrochem, and retail, is making a decisive pivot. They are transitioning from telecom giant into a AI first, a group. This isn't just an upgrade; it's a aggressive, calculated AI gambit to become the sovereign backbone of India's digital economy. The question isn't whether they will do it. The question is, are they about to own the future of India's digital landscape? Today, we are deconstructing the strategy, the infrastructure, and the massive shift in the chessboard of Indian technology. Let's dive in. But before that, friends, if you have reached so far, let us know from which city you have tuned in into this particular video. All right, let's move ahead. Let's start with the pivot. For years, Geo was about connectivity. It brought the internet to the masses, democratizing access to data. But connectivity is just a commodity. Once everyone is connected, where do you go from there? You go intelligent. Reliance currently, looking at the strategy about embedding AI into the very DNA of the network. They aren't just selling data plans anymore. They are looking to sell the utility of artificial intelligence. Think of it as a shift from electricity, where you just have the power, to smart grid that knows how to optimize your own load. By integrating AI directly into the ecosystem from Geo Bharat platform to their retail arm, they are creating a closed loop system. When you use their network, you are training their models. And when you use their models, you are staying within their network. This is a definition of the digital moat. They are moving the battlefield from the speed of your internet to the capability of AI tools you interact with every single day. If the AI is the engine, data is the fuel, and Reliance has realized something critical. You cannot rely on foreign cloud if you want to rule the Indian market. You need to become sovereign. You need to think sovereignty. And this is why the Jamnagar infrastructure plays a so significant role. We aren't talking about small server farm. We're talking about massive data centers built to house high performance computing hardware that can process AI models at very high scale. By building this sovereign AI backbone, they achieve two things. One, lower latency. Keeping the data local means faster response for the end user. Number two, data sovereignty. In a world where data privacy is the new gold, Reliance is positioning itself as a trusted custodian of Indian digital information. They are effectively building a national AI cloud. And for an enterprise to have the capital and the land to build this at a scale of a country rather than a company is a structural advantage that hard for competitors to match. And here is where the gambit becomes brilliant. Much of the global AI development happens in English for an English speaking audience. Reliance strategy is AI for India by focusing on multilingual models supporting the 22 major languages. They are unlocking the next billion users who were previously excluded from the AI revolution. This is the democratization of intelligence. Imagine a small business owner in a tier 2 city using a voice activated AI built by Reliance that handles their inventory, their accounting, and their customer queries all in their local dialect. This is not just the feature, it is an economic transformation. By lowering the barrier to entry. Reliance isn't just chasing high end, high tech market, they are capturing the entire pyramid of the Indian economy. Now, is this a guaranteed win? No. A gambit, by definition, involves sacrificing a piece to gain a dominant position. And the risks are real. What are the risks? Number one is regulatory scrutiny. As the company becomes the gatekeeper of country's digital infrastructure, regulator naturally start asking questions about the competition and their liability. Number two is execution speed. AI moves at light speed. Can a massive group maintain the agility of a startup? Number three, the competitors. We cannot forget that the global tech giants are also looking at India and they want to set up big firms in India as well. Reliance is betting that their distribution network, the fact that they are already on your phone, your stores, and your homes, is the ultimate trump card. They aren't just selling technology, they are selling the ecosystem. And in the digital age, ecosystems are how you win. To wrap up, the Ambani AI gambit is the most significant corporate shift we have seen in this decade. It's a transition from being a service provider to becoming an architect of our digital reality. Whether this lead to a new era of prosperity or a concentration of power is something we will have to watch closely. And strategy isn't about what you do today, it's about anticipating the world of tomorrow. It seems that tomorrow is being written in code right here in India. I am Chandrakant, and if you found this breakdown valuable, hit the subscribe button, join our community. We are here to decode the shifts that matter. Until next time, friends, keep thinking strategically, and I will see you very soon in the next one. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। आज 23 जून है और मंगलवार का दिन है। तो चलिए अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान जी की पूजा करते हैं। हनुमान जी की आज हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ते हैं। आप सब हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस पूजा में पार्टिसिपेट करें। शुरू करते हैं। हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और भगवान का ध्यान कर लीजिए। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज, निजमन मुकुर सुधार, बरनौ रघुवर बिमल जसु, जो दायक फल चार। बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके सुमरो पवन कुमार, बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहि, हरेउ कलेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीस तिहु लोक उजागर। राम दूत अतुलित बलधामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा। महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी। कंचन वरन विराज सुबेसा, कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा। हाथ वज्र और ध्वजा विराजे, कांधे मूंज जनेऊ साजे। शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगबंदन। विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करिवे को आतुर। प्रभु चरित्र सुनवे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सिंह दिखावा, विकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा। भीम रूप धरि असुर सहारे, रामचंद्र जी के काज संवारे। लाए सजीवन लखन जी आए, श्री रघुवीर हर्ष उर लाए। रघुपत कीनी बहुत बड़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरत सम भाई। सहस बदन तुमरो यश गावे, अस कही श्रीपति कंठ लगावे। सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहित अहिसा। जब कुबेर दिक्पाल जहां थे, कवि कोविद कही सके कहां थे। तुम उपकार सुग्रीव वही कीना, राम मिलाए राजपद दीना। तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर में सब जग जाना। जुग सहस्त्र जोजन पर भानु, लीलियो ताही मधुर फल जानो। प्रभु मुद्रिका मेल मुख माही, जलधि लांग गए अचरज नाही। दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुमरे तेते। राम द्वारे तुम रखवाले, होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे। सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना। आपन तेज समारो आपे, तीनों लोग हाँकते कांपे। भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे। नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा। संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे। सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा। और मनोरथ जो कोई लाए, सोई अमित जीवन फल पाए। चारों जुग प्रताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा। साधु संत के तुम रखवाले, असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे। अस सिद्धि नौ निधि के दाता, असवर दीन जानकी माता। राम रसायन तुमरे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा। तुमरो वचन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे। अंत काल रघुबर जाई, जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई। और देवता चित न धरे, हनुमत से ही सब सुख करे। संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा, जो सुमरे हनुमत बलबीरा। जय 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 हनुमान गुसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई। जो सतपार पाठ कर कोई, छूटे बंधी महासुख होई। जो ये पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होए सिद्धि साकी गौरी सा। तुलसीदास सदा हरिचेरा, कीजिए नाथ हृदय में डेरा। पवन तनय संकट हरन, मंगल मूरत रूप। राम लखन सीता सहित, हृदय बसो सुरभूप। जय श्री राम जय श्री राम जय श्री राम। हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपका दिन शुभ रहे। इस वीडियो में विदा लेता हूँ, जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में, कहीं मजा आएगा।
In the age of antibiotic resistance, where the once curable infection now defies machine's best weapon, a new hero emerges, not from the pharmacy, but from the world of nanotechnology. Imagine a sheet so thin it's only one atom thick, yet sharper than any blade nature has ever forged. This is a graphene oxide, a carbon lattice that slices through the deadly bacteria while leaving human cells untouched. It does not just fight superbug, it rewrites the rule of survival, turning physics into medicine and proving that sometimes the smallest structure can wage the bigger wars. Imagine a single campus where the father of grammar, Panini, and the master of political realism, Chanakya, walked the hall to redefine human thoughts. This wasn't just a school, it was a global epicenter for medicines and statecraft that exported genius across entire continents. We are decoding world's first university to reveal how its ancient curriculum still dictate the pulse of modern civilization. So let's find out more. Long before Oxford or Harvard existed, a sophisticated intellectual powerhouse was shaped the modern world from the shadows of the history. We are likely use the foundation of linguistic and political strategy today without realizing that they were perfected at Takshila over 2 millennia ago. So long before that, those interesting covered halls of Oxford or the marble courtyards of Nalanda, there stood a citadel of learning that shaped civilization. So, we are talking about Takshila, and Takshila, the world's first recorded university, nested in the ancient region of Gandhar, now present day somewhere Takshila, somewhere near Afghanistan border or Pakistan. Now it is not merely a seat of education, but a crucible idea where the philosophy, science, medicine, and governance intertwined to forge the intellectual backbone of Asia. In many ways, Takshila's spirit resonate with India's new education policy, NEP, a modern attempt to revive the ancient ideal of integrated learning. The NEP emphasized flexibility, interdisciplinary study, creativity, and echoes the ethos of Takshila's open classroom. It seeks to dismantle the rote learning and encourage critical thinking, research, innovation, the very principle that once made Takshila the intellectual heart of the world. Founded around 6th century BC, Takshila drew scholars and seekers from across the known world, from China to Greece. Its corridor echoed the debates on logic and ethics, astronomy and linguistic, politics and art. Here, the Chanakya wrote the Arthashastra, the trustee on statecraft that remains relevant even today. Panini, the father of Sanskrit grammar, systemized the linguistic thoughts with precision unmatched for millennia. Physicians like Charak redefined Ayurveda, while philosophers explore metaphysics and moral laws. In 2026, as the world redefines education through digital platform, artificial intelligence, global collaboration, the legacy of Takshila feels more alive than ever. This ancient university, once a beacon of wisdom and dialogue, stands as the timeless reminder that true learning transcends technology. It is about nurturing curiosity, ethics, and imagination. So friends, if you have reached this far, so please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue further with our discussion. So by promoting the skill-based education, digital literacy, and the global collaboration, NEP reimagines India's academic landscape for 21st century. It encourages students to explore art alongside science, to think beyond exam, to connect knowledge with life. In essence, it strives to rekindle the flame that burned bright in Takshila, where the learning was not confined to walls but expanded into the world. Takshila's model of education was astonishing modern. So it was definitely very, very creative and astonishingly more modern than we actually realize. It valued interdisciplinary learning, where a student of medicine could debate philosophy and the scholar of politics could study art. Today, and as universities worldwide adapt the flexible curricula and hybrid learning models, Takshila's spirit of intellectual freedom finds new expression in virtual classroom and open source knowledge networks. As we stand at the crossroad of tradition and technology, Takshilas remind us that the true education is timeless. It is not about accumulation but transformation of thoughts, of society, of humanity. The NEP, in its vision, carries forward that legacy to make every learner a thinker, and every thinker a creator, and every creator a custodian of wisdom. So, the new education policy of India embodies this revival. It focuses on multidisciplinary education and experimental learning, and the global citizenship mirror Takshila's ancient ethos. The NEP's vision of integrated vocational skill research and creativity into mainstream education echoes the holistic approach that once made Takshila the intellectual capital of Asia. In discovering Takshila, we actually rediscovering ourselves. A civilization that once taught the world how to learn, how now and now seeks to teach its own, teach actually how to evolve. So we have come to the end of this discussion. We look forward for your comments on this topic, and also kindly like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one very soon. Till then, bye.
आकाश हमेशा से मानवता का सबसे बड़ा रहस्य रहा है। जब ग्रह एक साथ आकाश में पंक्तिबद्ध होते हैं तो ये दृश्य केवल खगोल विज्ञान का गणित नहीं बल्कि संस्कृति और कल्पना का उत्सव बन जाता है। मायन सभ्यता ने इन्हें समय का चक्र का संकेत माना है। यूनानी और रोमन ने इन्हें देवताओं की इच्छा समझते थे वे लोग, और भारतीय ऋषि ने इन्हें जीवन के शुभ अशुभ का फलादेश से जोड़ा। आज भी जब बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति जैसे ग्रह एक साथ चमकते हैं तो हमें याद आता है कि ब्रह्मांड की भाषा केवल दूरबीनों और समीकरणों से नहीं बल्कि मिथकों, कविताओं और कहानियों से भी समझी जाती है। यही निरंतरता प्राचीन आकाश दर्शन से आधुनिक विज्ञान तक मानवता का साझा यात्रा ये रही है। और जहां ज्योतिष, प्रतीकवाद और विज्ञान खोजे एक ही आकाश के दो पहलू बन जाते हैं। तो चलिए जानते हैं इसके बारे में और कुछ ज्यादा। रात का आकाश सदियों से मानवता के लिए रहस्य और आकर्षण का स्रोत रहा है। जब तीन ग्रह बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति एक साथ आकाश में सीधे से दिखाई देते हैं तो ये केवल खगोल विज्ञान का अद्भुत दृश्य नहीं होता बल्कि संस्कृति, इतिहास और मानव कल्पना का भी उत्सव बन जाता है। बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति की ये ग्रह परेड का चर्चा करना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि यह केवल चमकदार आकाशीय दृश्य नहीं है, विज्ञान, संस्कृति और इतिहास को सार्थक रूप से जोड़ता है। लगभग 12 जून 2026 को सूर्यास्त के बाद पश्चिम दिशा में ये देखे गए हैं और वहां आपको ये उज्जवल परेड, ग्रहों की परेड दिखाई देगी। और बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति शाम के आकाश में एक साथ इकट्ठे हुए थे। और ये एक छोटी सी जो परेड है, क्योंकि इसमें केवल 3 ग्रह शामिल हैं, लेकिन 2026 की सबसे आसान ग्रह परेड में से एक है, क्योंकि सभी 3 ग्रह हम बिना दूरबीनों के अपनी आंखों से हमने देखे। एक स्थान से अपने स्थान से हम आकाश के इन 3 ग्रहों को जल्दी और आसानी से खोजने के लिए स्टार वॉक 2 जैसे ऐप का भी उपयोग कर सके थे। और बुध और सूर्य के सबसे निकट अपनी तेज गति से आकाश में चमकता है ये। और शुक्र, जिसे प्राचीन सभ्यताओं ने सुबह का तारा और शाम का तारा कहा है, अपनी उज्जवल आभा से रात को रोशन उसने किया था। और बृहस्पति, देवताओं के राजा, आप अपनी विशालता और चमक से आकाश के प्रभुत्व में जमाता है, और उस दिन भी जमाया था। जब ये तीनों एक साथ आकाशीय रेखा में खड़े हुए थे तो ऐसा लगा जैसे कि मानो ब्रह्मांड स्वयं कोई कथा सुना रहा हो। इतिहास में ऐसे ग्रह संयोग को शुभ या अशुभ संकेत माना गया है। भारतीय ज्योतिष में ग्रहों की स्थिति को मानव जीवन से जोड़ा गया है, तो यूनानी और रोमन सभ्यताओं ने इन्हें देवताओं के संदेश के रूप में देखा। आज विज्ञान हमें बताता है कि केवल ग्रहों की कक्षा का गणितीय परिणाम है, लेकिन परंतु इसका जो सांस्कृतिक महत्व है अब भी उतना ही गहरा है और उतना ही डीप है। इस परेड को देखना केवल वैज्ञानिक जिज्ञासा नहीं, बल्कि एक साझा अनुभव है। दुनिया भर के लोग एक ही समय पर आकाश की ओर देखते हैं और बहुत ही अचंभा से भर जाते हैं। ये हमें याद दिलाता है कि चाहे हमारी भाषाएं, हमारी संस्कृतियां और सीमाएं अलग हो, परंतु आकाश सबका है, एक साझा कैनवास जिस पर ब्रह्मांड अपनी कलाकारी करता रहता है। ग्रहों की ये परेड हमें ये भी सिखाती है कि ब्रह्मांड में सब कुछ एक लय और एक ताल में चलता है। जैसे कि संगीत के सुरों का संगम होता है, वैसे आकाश में ग्रहों का संगम हमें सामंजस्य और संतुलन का भी संदेश देता है। और यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके हमें बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं, किस भाषा में ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं। इससे हमें अपने चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में मदद मिलती है। और आइए अब चलते हैं, अपनी चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। मानव सभ्यता की शुरुआत से ही आकाश की ओर देखना केवल जिज्ञासा नहीं, बल्कि जीवन का मार्गदर्शन रहा है। ये ग्रह एक साथ आकाश में दिखाई देते हैं तो ये दृश्य प्राचीन सभ्यताओं के लिए देवताओं का संकेत माना जाता था। मायन सभ्यता ने ग्रहों की गति को अपने कैलेंडर और अनुष्ठानों से जोड़ा। उनके लिए ग्रहों का संगम समय के चक्रव्यूह को समझने का साधन हुआ करता था। यूनानी और रोमन सभ्यताओं में इन देवताओं, इसे जो पूरा जो परेड होती है ग्रहों की, उसको देवताओं की इच्छा की तरह उसको समझा गया और माना गया। बृहस्पति का उदय शक्ति का प्रतीक, शुक्र का चमकना प्रेम और सौंदर्य का संकेत। भारतीय परंपरा में ग्रहों की स्थिति को ज्योतिषीय गणना से जोड़ा गया है। वैदिक ऋषियों ने ग्रहों के संयोग को शुभ या अशुभ फलादेश से जोड़ा और ये परंपरा आज भी जीवित है। दो ज्योतिष प्रतीकवाद ग्रहों की परेड को दो ज्योतिष से अत्यंत शक्तिशाली माना गया है। बुध बुद्धि का संचार का प्रतीक, शुक्र प्रेम और कला और सौंदर्य का प्रतीक, और बृहस्पति ज्ञान धर्म और विस्तार का प्रतिनिधि करता है। जब ये तीनों एक साथ आते हैं तो इसे मानव जीवन से परिवर्तन या नए अवसर या सामूहिक ऊर्जा का संकेत माना जाता है। यही कारण है कि आज भी ग्रहों की जो परेड है वो सांस्कृतिक विमर्श से प्रासंगिक बनी हुई है। कथा, कला और संस्कृति मूल्य ऐसे आकाशीय संगम केवल गणितीय घटनाएं नहीं, बल्कि कथा कौशल के स्रोत हैं। एंड अगर हम जो स्टोरीज हैं, जो कहानियां हैं, उनके बारे में सोचें, या देवताओं के मिलन का जो कहानियां होती हैं उनके बारे में सोचें, या युद्ध हो या आशीर्वाद हो, ये सारी कहानियों में हमें यही संकेत मिलता है कि ये जो पूरा संगम हो रहा है तीन ग्रहों का, जो हुआ था 12 जून के आसपास, वो कितना ही महत्वपूर्ण है, जो हमारे जीवन से जुड़ा हुआ है। कला, चित्रकार, मूर्ति कला, ये ग्रहों का संगम माना जाता है। कविताएं आकाशीय घटनाओं को प्रेम या आशा या नियति के रूप में प्रस्तुत करती रही हैं और आज भी करती हैं। आज भी जब लोग ग्रहों की परेड देखते हैं तो उन्हें ये प्रेरणा मिलती है, वो प्रेरित होते हैं कि नई कविताएं लिखने के लिए, चित्र बनाने के लिए, विज्ञान की को एक्चुअली संस्कृति से जोड़ने के लिए। आधुनिक विज्ञान से निरंतरता हम समझते हैं, क्योंकि जो ग्रह है वो एक स्पेस है जहां पर कई सारी जो इनोवेशंस, कई सारी खोजें की जा रही हैं। हम आज जानते हैं कि ग्रहों का संगम केवल उनकी कक्षाओं का परिणाम है, परंतु ये तथ्य प्राचीन परंपराओं को नकारता नहीं, बल्कि उन्हें और गहराई से देखता है, उसको गहराई से स्टडी करने के लिए हम सभी को प्रेरित करता है। खगोल विज्ञान हमें बताता है कि ग्रहों की गति गणित के नियमों से संचालित होती है। ये तो सभी बात जानते हैं। और लेकिन अगर हम संस्कृति की बात करें तो संस्कृति हमें याद दिलाती है कि इन नियमों को समझने के लिए मानव ने मिथक या ज्योतिष का सहारा लिया, पहले भी लिया और कभी कभी का हम आज भी लेते हैं। प्राचीन आकाश दर्शन से लेकर आधुनिक दूरबीनों तक यह यात्रा हमें दिखाती है या हमें सिखाती है कि विज्ञान और संस्कृति की एक का ही ये आकाश है, लेकिन उसके दो पहलू हैं जिसको हम अलग अलग तरीके से देखते हैं और उसको अलग अलग तरीके से समझते हैं। आज के समय में जब तकनीक में हमें दूरदर्शिता मिल चुकी है, आकाश गंगाओं की तस्वीरें हमें दिखाई देती हैं और अंतरिक्ष यान और मंगल के ऊपर खोज हो रही है, मंगल की तरफ हमारी यात्रा हमारी बढ़ने को है अभी आजकल, तब भी ऐसे सरल दृश्य, तीन ग्रहों का एक साथ चमकना हमें उतना ही रोमांचित करता है और हमें अपनी जड़ें से की ओर ले जाता है, हमें अपनी हिस्ट्री की तरफ ले जाता है। और उस समय जब हम हिस्ट्री की बात करते हैं तो कई सारी जो खोजें जो हमारे प्राचीन ऋषियों ने और खगोल विद जो लोग हैं उन्होंने की है, उनकी तरफ भी हमारा ध्यान आकर्षित कराता है। जब प्राचीन ऋषि और खगोलविद जो आकाश को देख कर समय और ऋतु का निर्धारण करते थे, ये भी बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है इस पूरे डिस्कशन का। ग्रहों की परेड केवल एक खगोलीय घटना नहीं, ये तो आपको मानना पड़ेगा, बल्कि एक सांस्कृतिक उत्सव है और हमें जो विज्ञान और अध्यात्म, गणित और कविता सबको एक सूत्र में बांधने का ये अवसर भी है। ग्रहों की परेड का चर्चा करना केवल वैज्ञानिक दृष्टि से नहीं, बल्कि सांस्कृतिक और मानवीय दृष्टि से भी काफी आवश्यक है। यह हमें बताता है कि आकाश केवल तारों और ग्रहों का समूह नहीं, बल्कि मानवता की साझा कथा है और जो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग है। और जहाँ विज्ञान और आध्यात्म, गणित और कविता जब एक साथ मिलते हैं तो डेफिनेटली एक यूनिक संगम को हम देखते हैं। तो हम अपनी डिस्कशन के अंतिम पड़ाव पे पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपया हमारे चैनल को लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलिए। इस विषय पर अगर आपका कोई कमेंट है तो जरूर साझा कीजिए। हम आपसे फिर दोबारा मिलेंगे बहुत ही जल्द। अपना ख्याल रखिए। नमस्कार।
Friends, is the world on the brink of economic meltdown? In this video, we break down the explosive news as President Trump announces a staggering 50% tariff on Chinese imports. This massive escalation comes on the heel of the collapsed Islamabad Peace Summit, sending shockwaves through global market and intensifying the fear of all-out trade war once again. We dive deep into the geopolitical fallout, the failed negotiations in Pakistan, and what these new trade barriers mean for our wallet, the tech industry, and the future of international relations. Let's go. The diplomatic table has been flipped. What started as a high stake attempt at the global stabilization in Islamabad has ended in a spectacular public breakdown, and the response from White House, it's an economic earthquake. The President Trump has just officially announced a 50% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports. We aren't talking about a negotiating tactics or a minor adjustment anymore. This is the nuclear option of a trade policy. In the next 10 minutes, we are going to peel back the curtain on why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed so catastrophically, how these tariffs will ripple through your bank accounts, and why analysts are calling this the beginning of the most dangerous economic era since the Great Depression. So friends, buckle up. This trade war didn't just restart, it just went nuclear, it just went ballistic. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue our analysis. To understand the 50% hammer, we have to look at the wreckage of Islamabad Peace Summit. For weeks, the world watched Pakistan with bated breath. This was supposed to be a grand bargain, a moment where the US and Chinese finally found a middle ground on security, intellectual property, and regional influence. But the reports came out of the closed door session described a scene of total deadlock. Well, the sticking point is it wasn't just trade, it was the refusal to compromise on tech sovereignty and failed resolution of the maritime disputes as well. When the Chinese delegation walked out on the final day without a joint, when I say Chinese, it's basically the Iranian as well, because world knows that the Iran is completely backed by Chinese and Russian. Alright, so when they walked out on the final day without a joint statement, the peace summit became a press disaster. The Trump administrator and their philosophy has been, strength through leverage. Without a deal, the White House felt they had no choice but to maximize the pressure. The 50% tariff isn't just a tax, it's a direct retaliation of the perceived lack of cooperation in Islamabad. In economic terms, what we call is a decoupling accelerator. At 50%, it becomes mathematically impossible for many American companies to maintain their current supply chain in China. And if you're an American retailer, a 50% tax at the border wipe out an entire profit margin, and you are left only with two choices: pass the cost to the consumer, which is guys like you and me, or move your manufacturing elsewhere. Well, this is time consuming, it will take years. From semiconductors to the shoes on your feet, every single line item is about to get a Trump surcharge. This is a bold gamble that US economy is strong enough to absorb the shock, while the Chinese manufacturing sector buckles under the weight of lost business. The reaction from Wall Street has been instantaneous. We saw the Dow and the Nasdaq took triple-digit dives within minutes of the announcement. But the real chaos is happening in the shipping lanes. The logistics experts are warning of supply chain gridlock. Importers are scrambling to the front door shipment before the tariffs officially takes effect, leading to a massive bottleneck at the various coasts, especially American coast. And we already know that the Strait of Hormuz is also blocked. And then there is a retaliation factor. China has already signaled that they won't take this lying down. In fact, yesterday their foreign ministry said that please stop interfering in our affairs. So we are looking at a potential export ban on rare earth mineral, the stuff needed to make electrical car batteries and smartphones. And if the US tax Chinese goods, then China cut off the raw material to make those goods elsewhere. We aren't just looking at the higher prices, we are looking at the scarcity. So is there anyone winning here? So in the short term, domestic manufacturers in the US might see a surge in demand as the foreign competition becomes too expensive. Countries like Vietnam, Mexico, and India are also positioning themselves to catch the overflow as companies flee the Chinese market. But for the average consumer, the winner column is looking pretty thin. Economists warn that this could be a reignite of the inflation, just as we thought we had it under control. If $1,000 iPhone suddenly costs $1,400 because of the trade levy, the consumer spending, the engine of the American economy, could stall. So let's discuss pros and cons. What are the pros? Reshoring of the jobs, increased leverage in future deals, reduced dependency on rival. And what are the cons? Higher inflation, stock market volatility, and strained relation with allies who are caught up in different crossfires across the world. So where do we go from here? The 50% tariff is more than just a policy. It's a line in the sand. It signals that the era of globalism at any cost is officially over. We are moving into a bipolar world where you are either in the Western trade bloc or you are not, or you're out basically. The big question remains, will China blink? Or will this trade war escalate into a full-blown economic Cold War that lasts for generations? One thing is certain, the failure in Islamabad wasn't the end of the story. It was the prologue to a much more intense chapter in global history. So friends, I want to hear from you. Do you think 50% tariff is the right move to protect the American interest? Or is it the risk of a global recession too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and after receiving your comments, I will basically start making more analysis in future on the same subject. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon. We are going to be tracking this market reaction throughout the week and keep bringing the analysis to you. Thanks for watching. I am CK and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello, friends. Today we are discussing a very important topic. And this topic is about no contact, So, to actually begin with this, they didn't just stop calling because they lost interest. They stopped because your energetic frequency is accidentally pushing them away. You are staring at a silent phone, wondering whether it is all went wrong and where it actually was wrong, where I was wrong. So ghosting creates a stagnant longing that traps you in a low vibrational desperation. But there's a way to bridge that gap. Silence isn't like a dead end. It is a mirror reflecting a karmic blockage you can clear right now. We will decode the tarot to reveal exactly how to manifest a genuinely reply through a high vibrational ailment. Today, we are using spiritual alchemy to flip the script and make your energy irresistible. So let's find out more. Sometimes silence on the other end of the phone isn't about love fading. It is about energy misalignment. And when communications suddenly halt, what you are experiencing is often an energetic wall, a barrier built by mismatched frequencies. And it is not that affection has disapproved. Rather, a vibration between you and the other person has shifted, creating a static that blocks the natural flow of connection. So in these moments, many fall into a trap of desperate vibrations. The frantic energy of wanting, needing, and chasing send out a signal that repel rather than attract. So instead of drawing their attention, this anxious frequency pushes them further away and keeping their phone silent and your heart restless. So it is not a rejection, it is resonance. So the more you panic, the more the universe mirror that panic back to you. So traditionally, reaching out, calls, text, and long explanations rarely work when the deeper karmic connection is tangled in unresolved emotional clutter. So if the bond is blocked by past wound, unspoken truth, or lingering doubts, no amount of surface level effort can break through these barriers, these walls. The silence isn't a punishment also. It is a pause, a cosmic invitation to clear your own energy first. And the fastest way to get a text back isn't about pressing send, it about shifting your frequency. So it's not about you send and then you just wait for the reply. But it is about shifting your frequency. And when you release the desperation and stop into calm, confident energy, you dissolve the wall. And that is something, a remedy for all the people who are experiencing no contact situations. So by tending your spirit, balancing your emotions, and radiating clarity, you invite the communication to return naturally. So the phone buzzing again will happen not because you chased it, but because you aligned with it. So if you have reached this far, please also tell us from which city you are tuned in. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now continue with this kind of situation, which is no connection and you feel that there's no relation or no love. So silence is a communication, the silence in communication is not the end of a connection. It is the universe way of asking you to pause, to recalibrate and to realign. When calls stop and text fade, it is really about love disappearing. It's no love you may feel, but it is about energy demanding balance. The frantic chase only deepens the gap, while the calm presence dissolve it. So traditional outreach cannot pierce karmic clutter, but self clarity definitely can. So the fastest way to hear from them again is not through pressing and sending the kind of messages or calling them, but through a shift from your vibration. And when your spirit steadies, when your mind clears, and when your heart radiates trust, the wall falls apart, it falls away, and the message you have been waiting for from your dear, from your partner, will find its way back to you. So this is for today. I hope you will actually will be benefited by this this lesson. So we have come to the end. Please like and subscribe our channel. We look forward for your comments on this topic, and see you very soon with the next one. Bye bye.
Six thousand meters below the ocean surface lies a treasure chest that could decide the future of the global power. India is diving into the abyss with Samudrayan mission to seize cobalt and nickel reserves hidden in the seabed. Is this a brilliant leap for mineral sovereignty or a dangerous environmental gamble? Let us discuss this further. Namaskaram, friends. You are welcome on this particular podcast. 6,000 years back and 6,000 meters below the surface of the ocean lies a world more alien than Mars. Down here, there is no sunlight. The pressure is crushing 600 times greater than the sea level, what we find at the sea level, and temperatures hover just above freezing. Yet scattered across this pitch black abyssal plain is literally treasure chest. Trillions of potato-sized black lumps of material resting on the mud. They are called polymetallic modules. Inside them is a cocktail of the world's most sought after resources, which are cobalt, nickel, copper, and manganese. These are the building blocks of the green energy revolution. Without them, your smartphone doesn't charge, electric vehicles stay parked, and the global decarbonization stalls. And right now, a high-stake, ruthless geopolitical race is underway to claim them. While the world's eye has been fixed on space exploration, a new space race is happening underwater, and India is executing a brilliant high-stake maneuver to outsmart its greatest strategic rival, and that is China. To understand why India's deep sea mission is keeping Beijing awake at night, you have to look at China's absolute dominance over the critical minerals. For decades, China executed a masterclass in economic geopolitics and geography as well. It didn't just mine its own rare earth, it systematically bought up or secured processing rights for mines across Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia. Today, China controls a staggering monopoly on the refining of critical minerals like cobalt, graphite, and rare earth elements. It's a geopolitical chokehold If the Beijing decides to switch off the supply of these minerals to the West or rest of the world, to India, the modern high-tech industries and the defense manufacturing grind to a halt overnight. But China's ambition didn't stop on land. Recognizing that territorial mines are finite, Beijing turned its gaze towards the seabed. Through the International Seabed Authority (ISA), the UN body that regulates the world's ocean, China secured multiple exploratory contracts in the Pacific and Indian Ocean. They developed massive robotic crawlers designed to vacuum up the seabed. For a long time, it looked like Beijing was destined to own the future of deep sea mining uncontested. But now, New Delhi has started some new plans. India realized that controlling the future means controlling the floor of the ocean, sitting right in its own backyard. Enter the Deep Ocean Mission, spearheaded by the Indian Ministry of Earth Sciences, its crown jewel project known as Samudriyaan, which literally translates to craft of the sea. India isn't just sending remote drones down into the abyss, it is sending humans. Meet Matsya 6000, India's first indigenous manned deep sea submersible. Built in close collaboration between the National Institute of Ocean Technology (NIOT) and ISRO's Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. This engineering marvel is designed to carry 3 aquanauts down to mind-boggling depth of 6,000 meters. Think about that for a second. The pressure down there is so intense that it can crush a standard submarine like a tin can. To survive it, the crew sphere is constructed from a special titanium alloy forged using high penetration electron beam, and that is a special kind of welding developed by Indian Space Agency. With this capability, India is joining an exclusive elite club of nations, which is US, United States, Russia, France, Japan, and China, that possesses manned deep sea exploration technology. Following the successful shallow water demonstration and the uncrewed deep water trials of the advanced autonomous underwater vehicle like OME 6000, India's trajectory is moving at the lightning speed. In August 2025, Indian aquanauts made history by completing a deep dive, and the momentum is building towards fully crewed deep sea operation. While India is investing billions of rupees into this pitch black world, the answer lies in a massive 75,000 square kilometer plot in the central Indian Ocean Basin. And in short, this is known as CIOB. Back in 1987, India became a pioneer as the world's first registered pioneer investor in deep sea mineral exploration. Decades of patience have paid off. The International Seabed Authority allocated India this exclusive zone, which scientists estimate holds roughly 380 million tons of polymetallic modules. Let's break down these numbers inside this single zone. 4.7 million tons of nickel, 4.3 million tons of copper, over 500,000 tons of cobalt, nearly 93 million tons of manganese. Experts calculate that if India can successfully extract over 10% of these mineral resources, it could satisfy the country's energy and the technological needs for over a century. In an era where global supply chains are weaponized, holding your own endless supply of critical battery material is the ultimate national security insurance policy. But this isn't just about economics. It's a brilliant geopolitical checkmate. For years, Beijing has tried to expand its footprint into the Indian Ocean through ports, debt trap diplomacy, naval patrols, a strategy often called the string of pearls. By aggressively mastering deep sea exploration, mining technology, and oceanographic research in its own maritime backyard, India is stamping its undeniable authority over the Indian Ocean. New Delhi is sending clear message. This is our home basin. and we dictate the technological and security standards here. While China tries to project power thousands of miles from its shore, India is digging up the very floor of its namesake ocean to secure its economic destiny. Yet, every giant leap comes with a dark shadow. Is this brilliant mineral sovereignty or a dangerous environmental gamble? The environmentalists across the globe are sounding the alarm, scraping the heavy robotic vehicles across the pristine abyssal plain can destroy fragile ancient ecosystem that took billions of years to form. It kick up the massive sediment plume that can choke the deep sea marine life and disrupt carbon cycle we barely understand. India's leadership insists that the deep ocean mission is built on sustainable principles aligning with the global framework like the UN Sustainable Development Goal 14. But balancing the ruthless hunger for green technology, minerals with the preservation of the deep ocean in the ultimate is the ultimate tightrope walk of our century. The treasure hunt is on. 6,000 meters below the waves, the battle for the 21st century global power balance is being fought in total silence. What do you think? Is deep sea mining a necessary leap for humanity or a Pandora's box we shouldn't open? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into the global geopolitics and technology. Thanks for watching, friends, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज शनिवार का दिन है और आप सबको पता होगा कि जो शनिवार का दिन होता है वो कर्म के स्वामी शनि जी को समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे, भगवान शनि महाराज की हम वंदना करेंगे। और आप जैसे जानते हैं कि एक छोटा सा मंत्र हम पढ़ेंगे, इसको 11 दफ़ा करेंगे और 11 दफ़ा करने के लिए आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें। और हम इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करते हैं हमेशा की तरह। आप जैसा मर्जी आप गिन सकते हैं, आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, आप अपने मन में भी गिन सकते हैं, लेकिन 11 दफ़ा करें अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले। आज शनिवार को, हर शनिवार को आप शनि जी का ध्यान करें। चलिए हाथ जोड़ के नमन करते हैं और उनकी आराधना हम शुरू करते हैं। ओम शन शनश्चरे नमः। 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 ओम शन शनश्चर्ये नमः। ओम शन शनश्चर्ये नमः। ओम शन शनश्चर्ये नमः। तो दोस्तों 11 दफ़ा हमने आज भगवान शनि महाराज जो कर्म के देवता होते हैं, आपके लाभ और आपके जो ट्रेजेक्टरी है उसके स्वामी शनि होते हैं। तो हमेशा अपना काम शुरू करने से पहले, स्पेशली शनिवार के दिन, भगवान की जरूर प्रार्थना कर लें। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। आपका दिन शुभ हो। तब तक के लिए मैं आपसे इजाजत लेता हूं। अगले ही वीडियो में जल्दी ही मिलता हूं, कहीं मत जाएगा। नमस्कार।
Before the robotic arms and AI entered the operation theater, a healer in ancient India was already reshaping the future of medicine. Sushruta, the legendary father of surgery, carved his legacy not with the medicines, but with wisdom, precision, and compassion. In Sushruta Samhita, he described rhinoplasty, cataract surgery, and anatomy with astonishing details. Centuries ahead of his time, and in today 2026, as medicine balance in innovation with ethics, his voice echoes across the millennia. Let's find out more about him. In the annals of medical history, few names shines as bright as Shushruta, the ancient Indian physician whose vision and practice earned him the title of Father of Surgery. So, living around the 6th century BCE in Kashi, the modern Varanasi, Sushruta was more than a healer. He was teacher, he was philosopher and innovator who believed medicine was a sacred duty rooted in compassion and discipline. His legacy, preserved in Sushruta Sahita, continues to resonate even in 2026 as the world seeks balance between cutting edge technology and holistic care. Sushruta Samhita is monumental text spanning 186 chapters covering surgery, anatomy, pharmacy and pediatrics, taxology and prevention medicines. Within its page, Sushruta described surgical techniques that astonish modern readers also, like rhinoplasty using skin flaps, cataract surgeries by lens removal, and lithotomy for bladder stones and obesities, a procedure to save mothers, especially in critical conditions. He catalogs over 300 bones, 700 vessels, and a wide array of surgical instruments. So, demonstrating a mastery of anatomy that was centuries ahead of its time. His insistence on hygiene, diets, and lifestyle as pillar of health foreshadows even the modern preventive medicines. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward on this wonderful topic, Sushruta's contribution was not merely technical. He emphasized on ethics, compassion, and the morality of responsibilities of physicians. So, in an age where the artificial intelligence and robotics are entering in operating rooms, his reminder that the healing is both science and art, and that feels especially both the things combination and the feel definitely you will also agree is very urgent even in 2026. Technology may enhance precision, but the human touch, empathy, respect, and ethical judgment remains irreplaceable. In 2026, Sushruta's relevance is striking. As reconstructive surgery advances, his pioneer in rhinoplasty techniques are recognized as a procedure to modern plastic surgery. As integrative medicines gains traction, his holistic approach, combining such surgery with Ayurveda, diets, and lifestyle, offers a model for sustainable healthcare. And as a global health system grapples with the pandemics, lifestyle diseases, and ethical dilemmas, his vision of medicines as moral duty provides timeless guidance. So, Sushruta's life reminds us that innovation is not only about inventions but about foresight. He anticipated the need for structured surgical training, insisting that students practice on watermelon or animal carcasses before operating on human. As a principle, echoes even today's medical simulations. He saw the physician not as a technician but as a custodian of life, entrusted with both skill and conscience. So in 2026, Sushruta's voice echoes across millennia. His cave of knowledge, like that of Bat Cave of virus ecology, teaches vigilance and balance. He reminds us that the medicine must evolve and serve the humanity, and the healing is a dialogue between tradition and innovation. His contribution is not a relic of past, but a living lesson for the future. So definitely, and this is something his legacy is not definitely we should read, we should appreciate, and we should also follow the footstep what he has put across for human development, human health development. So his legacy, as I said, is not definitely a relic. It's a living compass pointing us towards future where the healing is both precise and compassion. So we have come to end of this interesting topic. I will request you to like and subscribe our channel and look forward for your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this live video, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram, you are most welcome. Have you ever given a thought about what separates a reactive manager from an industry shaping leader? It often comes down to one thing, which is perception. While the corporate world often, obsesses over external metrics, the most successful CEOs understand the true competitive advantage begins with internal mastery. Today, we decode how to cultivate the steady mind approach to navigate the market volatility, technological disruption, and high stake decision making. Let's go and explore this further. And obviously, as always, we will take help from Bhagavad Gita. In the modern corporate landscape, we are obsessed with the vision. We talk about visionary CEOs, the strategic roadmap, the 5-year plan. But what if your vision is actually your biggest blind spot? What if the very thing the market calls growth, disruption, or the market share are merely the shadow of a reality you haven't learned to perceive? Today, we aren't just looking at the market trend. We are going to strip away the noise. We are turning to one of the most powerful ancient strategies for leadership ever written, which is Bhagavad Gita. And today we are discussing specifically chapter 2, verse 69. It's a verse that challenges the fundamental nature of how we perceive success, failure, and the very act of leading in an era of unprecedented technological and global shifts. Let's look at the verse itself directly. All right, and the verse starts, "What is darkness for ignorant being is daylight, a time of awakening for those with self-control." What is daylight for the ignorant is a dark of the night for sages who see. And the quote close. At first glance, it sounds poetic, perhaps even cryptic, but let's translate this into boardroom language of 2026. The ignorant in this context isn't a lack of formal education, it is the lack of perception. It's the leader who is so caught up in the daylight that the quarterly earning reports and the viral social media trends, the noise of daily operation that are blinding this particular CEO and blinding to the actual long term trend shaping the world, etc., are completely not visible to the CEO. They are running on a treadmill of reactive management. They think they are in the light because they are busy. But the Gita suggests that this daylight is actually the darkness of the night. It is a state of confusion where the ego and the external pressures dictate every move. Consider how this applies to the current AI revolution. When a new disruptive technology emerges, the ignorant leader sees only chaos. They panic, they pivot aimlessly, they overspend on a trend they don't understand because they fear missing out. To them, the situation is dark because they lack the steady mind. But look at the leader with self control. They see through the hype. While everyone else is scrambling to react, the leader with perception sees the daylight. They recognize the technology is a tool, not a savior. They see the underlying structural shift. When the rest of the market is cheering for a hollow victory, maybe a temporary spike in stock price based on short-term trend, the sage leader sees the darkness. They know it's not sustainable foundation. They aren't swayed by the temporary daylight of the applause. This is the core of the strategic foresight. It is the ability to operate in the dark when everyone else is blinded by the artificial light of the status quo. So, how do we operationalize this? How do you move from ignorant to the sage who sees? First, embrace the darkness of the introspection. Most leaders fear silence, they fear disconnection. But the true strategic depth comes from those moments of darkness, the quiet time you spend analyzing the business without the pressure of the daily grind. This is where you identify the risk your competitors are too distracted to see. Second, practice the pause. When the crisis hits, the knee jerk reaction is to act. But the Gita teaches us that the person with self control observes before they act. Use that moment of pause to separate the signal from the noise. If you are the loudest voice in the room during a crisis, you are probably operating in the daylight of the ignorant. Third, define your own daylight. Don't look at the market, don't let the market dictate what success looks like. If you are chasing the same KPIs as everyone else, you are living in their reality. Define your own metrics, matrices based on long term sustainability, team resilience, and genuine value creation. The Gita doesn't ask you to renounce the business, it asks you to master your perception within it. When you learn to see what others misses, you stop being a passenger to the market trend. You stop being a slave to the fear of missing out. You become an architect of the future. The darkness of the ignorant is your daylight. The daylight of the ignorant is your night. Master your perception, and you will find that most complex business challenges eventually begin to clarify themselves. So, friends, thanks for joining me on this deep dive. If this shift in perspective resonated with you, I encourage you to subscribe Akulmach. We are here to bridge the gap between ancient strategy and the future technology. My name is CK, and I will see you very soon in the next one.
For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation, prototype, and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators, and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry, and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this.
In the spring of 2026, the Anthropic, the company best known for its conversational AI assist Claude, and unveiled the bold new frontiers. The Claude Design, which is actually making a lot of waves in the industry. This debut marks a significant expansion of the Claude ecosystem, moving beyond the text and the code into the realm of visual creation. For years, the Anthropic had positioned itself as a competitor to OpenAI and Google in the natural language space. But with the Claude Design, it signals a deep ambition to redefine how humans interact with creativity itself. The Claude Design is powered by Anthropic's most advanced model, Claude Opus 4.7, a multi-model system capable of interacting not just words but visual concepts, and this also allows the tool that the user to describe an idea into a natural language. A sleek pitch deck for fintech startup, or a prototype layout for a mobile app, and watch that the AI generates polished professional grade visuals. Presentation, one-pager, product mock-ups, and marketing materials can be drafted in minutes. And bypassing the traditional blank canvas problem that has a long haunted designers and entrepreneurs. So the launch of Claude Design is not just about convenience. It is about accessibility. And Anthropic envisions a world where the founder, the product managers, and the market people who may lack formal design training can still produce compelling visual that communicate their ideas effectively. In this sense, the Claude Design democratizes creativity, lowering the barriers and accelerating the workflow. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, for startups, the implications are enormous. A founder preparing for investors' pitch can now generate a professional deck overnight. So marketers can prototype campaign visuals without actually waiting for a design team. And even the educator and the students can use Claude Design to create very designing and engaging presentation with minimal effort. And unsurprisingly, the debut has sparked comparison with the established platform like Canva, Figma, and Adobe Photoshop. So analysts have already begun asking whether Claude Design could be Canva killer. While the Canva revolutionized the design by offering templates, drag and drop simplicity, the Claude Design goes a step further. It eliminates the need for templates altogether. Instead, it listens to language and interprets the intent and produces the visual that feels tailored to the user's vision. And this shift from template to driven design to AI driven creations could reshape the competitive landscape. If the Claude design succeed, it may force incumbents to integrate deeper AI capabilities into platform, accelerating the industry's evolution. So yet, as with all generative AI, Claude design raises questions. Can AI generated visual truly match the nuances and artistry of human designers? Will the reliance of AI homogenize the creativity, producing output that feels polished but lack originality? And what of copyright and ownership? Who truly owns a AI generated design, the user or the algorithm? Now, the critics also warn the ethical risk, and just as the test-based AI has misused to generate misinformation, visual AI could be exploited to create misleading prototypes, fake branding, or even the counterfeit the documents. The Anthropic insists that safeguards are in place, but the debate is far from the settled. So, you will also agree that there's a turning point in AI creativity which is on rise. The Claude Design debut is more than a product launch. It is turning point in the story of AI creativity. For Anthropic, it represents a strategic pivot from being a text-first company to embrace the multimodal intelligence. And for user, it offers a glimpse of future where the language itself becomes the interface for the design. Now, when I'm just telling you about this, I also get worried. I am with the critics because nowadays the children are also very tech savvy, and they will love Anthropic Cloud because they can turn their language into a picture which they love most because they hate writing, right? So this is something which I think I need your comments on this. Now, going forward, for a society, it raises the profound question that is there about the role of human artistry in the age where the machine can generate beauty at scale. So Anthropic cloud design is both exhilarating and unsettling. It promises speed, accessibility, and democratization, but also challenges long-held notion of originality and authorship. As a business educator and creator, experiment with this new tool. The world will have to decide whether AI-led design is a complement to human creativity or a competitor. So in the end, Claude Design is not just about making visual easier. It is about redefining the very act of creation, turning the words into the images, the ideas into the artifacts. Whether it becomes a cornerstone of a creative economy or a cautionary tale will depend on how wisely we balance innovation with integrity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So in 2026, as humanity propose an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, And Aryabhatta vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries, whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy but a philosophical revolution, a reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony.
So, in the year 499 CE, a young mathematician and astronomer from India named Aryabhatta composed Aryabhatiya, a text that would ripple across the centuries. And within its verses lay a daring proposition. The earth was not the immovable center of the universe, but a rotating sphere where it also it's explained the rotating sphere which explains the rising and settling the star. This insight subtle but yet it was really profound at that point of time, and it also hinted at a heliocentric order, placing the sun at the center of the planetary motion. And nearly thousands years before Copernicus formalized the idea in Renaissance Europe. So Aryabhat's vision was revolutionary because it challenged the prevailing geocentric worldwide. And in both Greece and Roman and even in Indian traditions, Earth was thought to be fixed with celestial bodies revolving around it. Aryabhatta broke from this orthodoxy, suggesting that the apparent daily movement of heavens was due to Earth's own rotation. Though his heliocentric leanings were not expressed in the same systematic way as Copernicus, but definitely the seeds of the ideas were unmistakable. So if you have reached this far, please inform us about your city and from where you are tuned in and in which language you are watching this video, and this will definitely determine the reach of our channel. So look forward. And in 2026, the Aryabhat's heliocentric vision resonates in a striking way. Humanity is once again at a crossroad of knowledge, driven not only by handwritten actually, manuscript, but also about artificial intelligence, global collaboration. And just as Aryabhatta challenged the obvious questions, Earth's immobility, today scientists and technologists challenges assumptions about the creativity, about ethics, and the boundaries of machine intelligence. His legacy also speaks to the decolonization of science. For centuries, the narrative of heliocentrism was framed as a European breakthrough. Yet, Aryabhatta reminds us that scientific progress has always been global, with the contributors flowing across the cultures and continents. In an era where the India's ISRO launches a mission to Mars and to the moon, reclaiming Aryabhat's place in history is not just about, and it is definitely not just about the pride. It is also about recognizing the shared heritage of human curiosity. So Aryabhat's genius lay not only in his astronomical imagination, but in his mathematical rigor. He introduced trigonometric functions approximately and really very to the point, studying and presenting pi with remarkable accuracy, and devised the method for calculating planetary positions. His equation implied a solar-centric system, where the planetary motion could be explained more elegantly than by Earth centric models. So these ideas traveled far beyond India, translated into Arabic. Into Arabic language. It was taken by Arabs and Arabics work into a Islamic world. No, so this is how the you know that how these ideas generate a worldwide. So where the scholars they expanded upon his insights, and centuries later, fragments to its knowledge influenced by some of the fragments also influenced European thought and forming part of intellectual soil from which picked up by Copernicus heliocentric model that would grow later, and we know all this, all of us know about this. So Aryabhat's heliocentric model also feels the prophetic in the age of space exploration. So by placing Earth as one planet among many, he reframed humanity's place in the cosmos. Today, as astronaut prepares for Mars mission and telescopes peer into distinct galaxies, his insight remind us that Earth is not the center of existence, but a part of a vast interconnected universe. So in 2026, this perspective is more urgent than ever. So climate change, geopolitical tensions, and AI-driven transformation all demand a planetary consciousness and awareness that Earth is fragile, finite, and not the axis of all the things. Aryabhat's heliocentric courage became a metaphor for humanity and responsibility in the modern age. So Aryabhat's heliocentric leaning were not merely scientific hypotheses; they were act of intellectual bravery. To suggest that Earth is itself was in motion. And was also a challenging and challenging the deepest assumptions of his times. In 2026, as we grapple with the AI ethics, planetary colonization, the global collaboration, Aryabhat's example reminds us that the progress begins with questioning obvious. So his story is not just about astronomy, it is about courage to see things differently. And in that sense, Aryabhat's heliocentric revolution continues to orbit our imagination, urging us to look beyond the familiar and embrace the infinite. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. And we look forward for your comment on this topic. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello, friends, you are most welcome. Namaskaram. The lines on the silicon wafer are now more important than the borders on the map. As the corporate giants merge to control the world's lithography, the UPSC syllabus is being rewritten in real time. If you don't understand how these semiconductors dictate the national sovereignty, you're already behind the administrative curve. How? Let us explore this further. If your UPSC notes on globalization still rely on the logic of the early 2020s, where efficiency and open markets reign supreme, you are already behind the curve. In 2026, the lines on a silicon wafer are more critical than the borders on the map. We are witnessing a global silicon merger, a strategic consolidation of power where semiconductors, lithography, the backbone of AI, defense, and the global economy is becoming a monopoly. This isn't just a tech issue, it is the single most important variable in the 2026-27 UPSC syllabus. Today, we are tearing up the old playbook and rewriting our notes on national sovereignty. The India Semiconductor Mission 2.0 and why the chip war is the great game of our generation. The global semiconductor industry is projected to cross $1 trillion revenue threshold by 2026 end. But here is a catch. It is becoming zero-sum game. For years, we taught ourselves that supply chain were about comparative advantages. Today, that has been replaced by technological sovereignty. Why? Because as AI demand explodes, we see a massive divergence. And there are few things that we must know. First is the AI pivot. Memory chips, which is also known as DRAM, and the specialized AI compute hardware are seeing unprecedented demand, leading to a structural constraint where only a handful of players can supply the pickaxes for the AI gold rush. Number two is the geopolitical trap. As the US and China decouple, countries are no longer looking for the cheapest chip. They are looking for the safest chips. This has led to a strategic consolidation of lithography technology. And number three, which is related to your GS3 paper, stop thinking of semiconductors as just another commodity. They are now strategic assets. When you write your answers, don't talk about trade barriers, talk about supply chain resilience and critical infrastructure protections. So, where does the India stand here in all of this? In July 2026, the Union Cabinet officially approved Semicon 2.0 with an outlay of 1,27,500 crore in terms of Indian rupees. If you are still only talking about Semicon 1.0 in your answers, you are losing marks. Semicon 2.0 is a shift from capacity creation to technological depth. It focuses on 6 critical pillars which you need to memorize. Number one is chip design, moving from mere services provider to IP owners. Number two is machine and material, localization of chemicals and the gases required for manufacturing. Number three is the fabrications, fab in short, moving towards 3 nanometer and 2 nanometer nodes by the next decades. Number four is ATMP or OSCT. Advanced packaging, which is the hidden part of the value chain, India is currently dominating. R&D, closing the gap between Indian academic research and the industry application. And lastly, the talent, creating a future-ready force. So, what are the UPSC takeaway? India is no longer just aiming to be a hub; it is aiming to be a trusted partner. When analyzing India's foreign policy, look at the MOU signed with the EU, Japan, and the US. This is not just trade, it is building of Silicon diplomacy bloc. To master this topic for the mains, recognize your notes into this 4 quadrant framework. Quadrant 1, which is the geopolitics, discuss the silicon diplomacy and the quad semiconductor supply chain partnership. Quadrant 2 is the economy. Discuss shift from cyclic semiconductor growth to AI driven structural demand. Quadrant 3 is the internal security. Semiconductors are the backbone of defense, satellite, and telecom infrastructure. And lastly, quadrant 4, which is the governance, the role of Niti Aayog's roadmap and the transition from fiscal subsidies to R&D led growth. Do not just dump facts about the fab plants. Connect them to Atmanirbhar Bharat and the goal of achieving domestic capability for 70 to 75% of applications by 2029. The most important takeaway for civil servant is that the world is moving away from a single global supply chain to a multipolar technology ecosystem. If you understand that semiconductors are the new oil and the monopolies controlling them are the new OPEC, you will write answers that demonstrate a high level of administrative understanding of the 21st century statecraft. Don't just prepare for an exam, prepare for the role of the policymaker. Rewrite your notes, focus on the strategy, not just the states. And remember, in the race for the digital sovereignty, India isn't just participating in its, in the whole rat race. It is positioning itself to lead. So, friends, in the end, I will like to say good luck for your examinations, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Namaskaram, you are most welcome. Are you a modern business leader or CEO feeling overwhelmed by constant market chaos, uncertainty, and decision fatigue? Today, we will discover how a 5,000-year-old framework can give you ultimate corporate edge. In this video, we will take help from Bhagavad Gita and break down, also unlock the secrets of Brahmi Sthiti, an enlightened state of consciousness where confusion vanishes and absolute clarity takes over. We will learn how top-tier executives can apply this timeless principle to navigate high-stake corporate environment without second guessing. Let's go and discuss this further. Picture this, friends. It's 11 p.m. and the board meeting is tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. sharp. You are staring at the spreadsheet filled with shifting market forecast, supply chain bottlenecks, and the potential merger that could either make or break your company this quarter. Your chest feels tight. Your mind is racing through a dozen what-if scenarios. You are experiencing the classic agonizing reality of the modern executive life, which is decision fatigue, high-stake pressure, and relentless uncertainty. As a CEO or a business leader, you are probably, you are probably read every modern management book out there, and you studied the agile framework, strategic pivots, and also emotional intelligence. But despite all the data and dashboards, a quite nagging question remains, which is, how do I find absolute clarity when the ground is shifting beneath my feet? What if I told you that the ultimate blueprint for the modern executive leadership isn't hidden in the latest Silicon Valley playbook, but was written over 5,000 years ago? Today we are exploring, the mastering the art of enlightenment leadership, drawing from one of the most profound texts on human consciousness ever written, which is Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 72 specifically. And the quote starts, "To understand this deep let's look at the exact text and what Krishna tells Arjuna. In this enlightened state of consciousness, one never get confused again. O Parth, if one attains this consciousness even at the time of death, one gets liberated from the cycle of birth and death. And all suffering ends by entering the spiritual abode of the God. And the quote close. Now let's pause. You might be thinking, wait, this sounds like a spiritual teaching for monks and sages. I'm running a multi-million dollar enterprise. What does liberation or spiritual abode have to do with my P&L statement, my shareholder, and my quarterly targets? Well, friends, it's everything. Let's translate the ancient term Brahmi Sthiti into the language of the modern boardroom. Brahmi Sthiti literally means a state of consciousness anchored in absolute, in ultimate truth and clarity. For a CEO, this isn't about escaping the material world. It's about mastering it from the place of unshakable inner stability. It is the transition from reactive firefighting to conscious visionary. Let's break down the first core promise of this verse. And the first portion is, in the enlightened state of consciousness, one never gets confused again. Think about what kills the companies. It's really a lack of capital or lack of talent. It is the confusion. It is the paralysis by analysis. It is the CEO making reactive, ego driven decisions out of fear, panic, or short term pressure. When a crisis hits, whether it's a PR disaster, a hostile takeover attempt, or a sudden economic downturn, the ordinary leader reacts with panic. Their cognitive bandwidth shrinks. They get trapped in micromanagement and second guessing. The enlightened CEO operates differently. When you anchor your leadership in Brahmi Sthiti, you develop what we call the strategic equanimity. You realize that while market conditions are volatile, chaotic, and unpredictable, your internal state of awareness does not have to be in the same state. Imagine walking into a high stakes negotiations where other side is aggressive, also bluffing and trying to rattle you. If you are operating from ego and fear, you will fold or overpay. But if you are anchored in absolute clarity, you see through the noise instantly. You spot the underlying leverage. You make a cold, calculated, deeply intuitive decision without a single ounce of confusion. That is what never getting confused again looks like in the C-suite. It is a superpower of the supreme mental clarity amongst the corporate chaos. Let's look at the second dimension of this verse, which is the promise of ending suffering and finding true liberation. In the corporate world, we don't often talk about suffering. We use clinical terms like burnout, chronic stress, and compassion fatigue. Let's be honest about the emotional toll of the leadership. Many CEOs are carrying a profound, quiet weight. You feel isolated at the top. You tie your entire self-worth to your company's stock price or valuation. If the company wins, you feel like a god. If the stock drops, you feel like a failure. This roller coaster of validation and despair is the exact cycle of suffering as mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. So when Lord Krishna talks about breaking free from suffering and achieving liberation, he is offering a masterclass in detachment from the outcome. Now, detachment in business is often misunderstood. People think it means not caring. Far from it. It means caring deeply without the process, with the process, the people, and the mission, while releasing your psychological addiction to the outcome. When you stop tying your identity to external metrics, something remarkable happens. The burnout completely vanishes. You stop lying awake at night, agonizing over things outside your control, like microeconomic shifts or competitor moves, etc. Instead, you focus 100% of your energy on what is within your control, which is your integrity, your vision, your execution, and how you mentor your team. You move from state of desperate striving to a state of powerful, inspired execution. This brings us to the ultimate evolution of a leader, moving from transactional leadership to transformational legacy. Most business leaders build companies to extract value. They want scale, they want market share, and an exit strategy. There is nothing inherently wrong with that, but the truly great historic figures, the leaders who built the institutions that lasted for centuries, operated from a deeper well. When CEO embodied Brahmi Sthiti, their leadership shift from what can this company do from my ego and my bank account to what enduring value can I create through this enterprise that elevates everyone it touches. Your employees stop being just resources on the spreadsheet and become human beings whose growth and who is very important, and you are the steward of those people's growth. Your customers stop being just target demographics and become partners in the shared mission. And ironically, when you stop chasing short-term validation and start leading from this enlightened service-oriented consciousness, the financial results follow naturally. Integrity, clarity, and trust are the ultimate high yielding assets in modern business. So let's bring this all together. Let's bring this all home. Leadership is not just a title, it is the spiritual practice disguised as commerce. Every single day, your decision shapes the livelihood of dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of people. You cannot afford to lead from a place of confusion and panic and ego. So, friends, next time you face a massive corporate crisis, the next time your mind races and anxiety creeps in, pause, step back, remember chapter 2 of Bhagavad Gita, verse 72. Ask yourself, am I reacting from fear or am I anchoring myself in absolute clarity? Take a deep breath, step into an enlightened state of consciousness, because when you master your inner state, you master your market. If this lesson resonated with you, hit that subscribe button, share this video with fellow leaders who need a dose of clarity today, and drop a comment below about how you are cutting through the confusion in your own business or your company this week. Thanks for watching. Lead with clarity, friends, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Hello, friends, and namaskaram. In a landmark deal that reshapes the global AI landscape, Meta has officially partnered with Reliance Industries to build its first ever AI-enabled data centers in India. Located in Jamnagar, Gujarat, this 168 megawatt facility is more than just infrastructure. It is a clear signal that India is rapidly becoming the backbone of the next generation of artificial intelligence. Let us explore this further. Hello everyone, my name is CK and welcome back to Akulmach Business. If you have been following the global tech landscape, you know the narrative has shifted. For years, the story of artificial intelligence was written almost exclusively in Silicon Valley. But today, the center of gravity is moving. Just day before yesterday, on June 10th, 2026, we saw a watershed movement. Meta has officially announced its first build-to-suit AI data center in India, located in Jamnagar, Gujarat, in partnership with Reliance Industries. We are talking about massive 168 megawatt facility that will eventually power some of the most advanced AI workloads on this planet. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, but why India? Why is a global giant like Meta pouring such massive capital into our backyard? Today, we are going to peel back the layers of this strategy. This isn't just about servers, it's about the intelligence era. Let's look at the logistics. Why Jamnagar? Reliance isn't building a warehouse, because usually all the big business of Reliance, which are bulk in nature, are all located in Jamnagar. So they are building a hyperscale campus. This facility isn't just powered by the grid, it is designed for sustainability using renewable energy and desalinated seawater for cooling. Meta is covering the cost to ensure this just isn't just big, it is efficient. And look at the geography. Jamnagar sits right next to the key undersea cable landing station. Meta is connecting this facility to Project Waterworth, the world's longest subsea cable system. This allows them to tie India's digital infrastructure directly to their global nervous system. For Meta, India isn't just a market of 1.4 billion people anymore. It is becoming a compute hub. They are betting that India's infrastructure can handle the most complex AI reasoning models, and they are backing it with over a gigawatt of renewable energy agreement with partners like CleanMax. Think back to 2016. The conversation in India was about the cost of the data. We led a revolution that made the internet accessible for everyone. Mukesh Ambani said recently, India cannot afford to rent intelligence. Therefore, we will have to reduce the cost of intelligence as dramatically as we did with the cost of data. And that is the mission. Meta's partnership with Reliance and their joint venture in artificial intelligence is aimed at democratizing high-end AI tools. And what is that we are talking about here? We're talking about starting with business agents, automating customer services across WhatsApp, Messenger, Instagram for millions of small businesses. Number two, creator assistant, giving the massive Indian creator economy the tools to analyze performance and generate content in real time. Meta is betting that if they provide the tool for intelligence, the Indian market will build the solution on top of it. So, why are they doing this now? Because the data is undeniably very important. A recent BCG report shows that India leads the world in workplace AI adoption. 97% of the Indian managers are using AI regularly. We aren't just consumers of technology, we are at its most enthusiastic implementers. When you combine our demographic dividend, our massive technical talent pool, and now this world class infrastructure that Meta and Reliance are laying down, you got an ecosystem that is perfectly primed for a particular scaling. A global giant realized that if they want to win in AI, they don't just need to sell to India, they need to build in India. So, what does this mean for people like you and me? For the developers, for the business owners, and for the students watching this channel, it means the barriers to entry for AI innovation is collapsing. With the level of infrastructure, India is transitioning from service provider to global hub for AI driven transformation. We are no longer just outsourcing work, we are insourcing the intelligence revolution. As we see these data centers come online over the next 2 years, keep a close eye on the applications being built here. We are entering an era where your local business, your education system, your career will be powered by compute capacity that was previously unimaginable. So friends, once again, my name is CK and this is Akulmach Business. If you found this deep dive valuable, hit that like button, subscribe subscribe to the channel, and let me know in the comments, do you think India will become the #1 global destination for AI development by 2030? Let us discuss it more, and I await your messages and opinions. See you in the next one. Hello friends. The big question that we want to tackle today is, can the ancient wisdom make you a better leader in 2026? In this video we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 8 to uncover the secret of equanimity for modern executives, which is very essential. We will discover why the most successful CEOs aren't just masters of the market, they are the master of their own mind. Let us explore this further. In the world of high stake business, we are taught to chase the gold. We celebrate the record breaking IPOs, the quarterly wins, and the market dominance. On the flip side, we are taught to fear the mud, the PR crisis, the missed targets, and the economic downturns. But as a CEO, and all CEO knows this constant oscillation between euphoria and anxiety is quite exhausting. It leads to burnout, biased decision making, and the leadership style that is reactive rather than strategic. What if there is a way to lead from the place of total stability, a state of mind where your internal peace isn't tied to the stock ticker? Over 7,000 years ago, a profound piece of wisdom was shared on a battlefield that is more relevant to the modern boardroom than any MBA syllabus. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 8. Today we are going to dive deep and break down how this one verse can transform you into an unshakable CEO. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let us look at the verse itself. The quote starts, "A person is said to be established in self-realization, and it's called a yogi when he is fully satisfied by the virtue of the acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it is pebbles, stone, or gold, as one and the same thing." Quote close. For a CEO, this doesn't mean you stop caring about your company. It means you change your relationship with the results. The verse identifies three key areas, three key traits of the unshakable leaders. First, acquired knowledge combined with practical experience. Obviously, you can't shake that off. Number two, control over the senses, which includes your ego as well, and also different kinds of extensions that you may have. Number three, ability to see stones and mud and gold with an equal eye, right? That is quite difficult. Now let's get real about the gold and mud. Just look at your office. The gold is that massive Series C funding or being featured on the cover of Forbes magazine. When things are gold, your ego expands. We think we have figured it out, all of it. We become overconfident, take reckless risk, and lose the humility that built the company in the first place. The mud is the supply chain collapse, the key executive quitting, or the negative cycle, some sort of a press release which is negative in nature. When we hit the mud, we panic. We make short-term decisions based on fear, which often makes the situation worse. The Gita tells us that the self-realized leader sees these as equal. Why? Because they are both external and temporary. If your happiness is tied to the gold, you are a slave to the market. If your identity is destroyed by the mud, you aren't leading. You are merely reacting. The unshakable CEO realizes that the value of the soul and the integrity of the mission do not change based on the material outcome of the day. How do we actually implement this? It comes down to three pillars. Pillar number one, knowledge versus realization. Most CEOs have the gyan, which is book knowledge. They know the spreadsheet, but the Gita tells you to get into realized wisdom. This is the gut feeling backed by a calm mind. It is knowing that this too shall pass, right? So, what action you can take? When the crisis hit, don't just look at the data, sit in silence for 5 minutes to separate your identity from the problem. Alright, moving on to the pillar number 2, sensory mastery. In modern terms, this is the emotional intelligence. Your senses react to notification, angry emails, and market rumors. A leader, who has a filter, they can choose which input to react to. They don't let a bad morning meeting ruin a $1 billion afternoon strategy, right? You need to keep them separate. Moving on to pillar number 3, the equal vision. This is the hardest part. Seeing gold and stones as equal doesn't mean you trade gold for stones. It means you don't let the gold intoxicate you and you don't let the stones depress you. You remain your behavior is very steadfast like a rock, the unchanging center of the storm. When you become unshakable, your decisions making capability improves. In fact, it improves so good it becomes clinical in nature. Think of a surgeon. A surgeon cannot afford to be excited by the patient's wealth or disgusted by their wounds. They must see their anatomy as it is to perform the operation. The unshakable CEO performs market surgery because you aren't desperate for the gold or terrified of the mud. You see the truth of the situation. You see opportunities where others see disaster. You see risk where others see easy wins. This objectivity is the highest form of business intelligence. Becoming an unshakable CEO isn't the weekend workshop. It's a daily practice of returning to your center. So friends, next time when you are in a high pressure meeting or the next time you are in celebrating some sort of a win, a massive win, remember chapter 6 verse 8. Ask yourself, am I reacting to the gold or am I standing on the rock? Success is a byproduct of the steady mind. Build the mind and the business will follow. If this ancient perspective on the modern leadership resonate with you, hit the subscribe button, share this with your fellow leaders who need to find their center today. Lead with wisdom, lead with peace, become an unshakable CEO. So we have come to the end of our session today. Before I move on to the next section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. The global economy is at the crossroads. In this video, we break down why the next 72 hours are the most critical window for 2026 for investors, for business leaders, and also for the policymakers. With the outbreak of conflict in the Middle East and the recent IMF World Economic Outlook warning of a drop in the global growth rate to 3.1%, and therefore the stakes has never been so high. So what we got to do, what we should be aware of, stick around because we are going to discuss all of this. Right now, as you're watching this, a timer is ticking. It isn't just a countdown for a market opening or a single earning report. We're entering a 72-hour window that historians may look back on as the definitive pivot point for the global economy in 2026. So why now? Because we are seeing a perfect storm and it is converging. We have a volatile conflict in the Middle East that is threatening the world's most vital energy arteries. We have an IMF that just sounded the alarm on the growth slowdown, and within the next 3 days, we expect the decisions that will determine if we face a controlled landing or a systemic fracture. By the time this 72-hour window closes, the cost of your energy, value of your currency, and the safety of your investment could look radically different. And here is exactly what is happening behind the scenes. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. The first pillar of this 72-hour crisis is the energy. As of today, which is April 22nd, 2026, the volatility in the Middle East has moved past rhetoric. Markets are currently pricing in a worst case disruption scenario. If the next 3 days sees an escalation that impact the Strait of Hormuz, we aren't just looking at $100 per barrel oil. We are looking at the supply side shock that could paralyze the European and Asian manufacturing. But it's not just about pricing at the pump. It's about the inflation ghost. Just as the central bank thought they had a handle on the rising price, the energy spike threatened to send the projected 2026 inflation rate of 4.4% or even higher. In this next 72 hours, look for the energy pivot. If the prices break past key resistance level, the global manufacturing sector will go into a defensive mode, and that means layoff and stalled growth. While the headline focus on the conflict, the underlying math is equally terrifying. Last week, the IMF released the World Economic Outlook. The headline was grim. The global growth is projected to fall to 3.1%. Imagine, only 3.1%. But the real story is in the next 72 hours of the diplomatic response. Financial leaders are currently meeting to decide if they will coordinate a liquidity injection or if it's if every nation for itself. We are seeing a massive divergence. While some economies are showing resilience, others, particularly in the developing world, are facing a debt wall. If we don't see a collaborative signal from the G7 or the IMF in these 3-day window, we could see a flight to quality that strip emerging markets of their remaining capital. This is the great repricing of 2026, and it is happening in real time as we speak. When the world gets scared, money moves fast. In the next 72 hours, we are watching the 3 safe havens, which is gold, US dollars, and increasingly digital assets. Gold has already been hitting the record high, but the next 3 days will test its ceiling. If we see a breakout, it's a signal that the big institutional players have lost faith in a quick diplomatic resolution. Simultaneously, the US dollar is weaponizing itself again. As the dollar strengthens, it puts immense pressure on every other currency for businesses in London, Tokyo, or New Delhi. A 72-hour surge in the dollar market, makes their imports more expensive and their debt harder to pay. Watch the currency pairs closely. The tipping point is usually a 3-day trend that becomes month-long slide. So, what does this mean for people like you and me? The next 72 hours aren't about panic; they are about positioning. If you are an investor, watch the $100 oil per barrel mark and the 10-year treasury yield. If you are a business owner, look at your supply chain exposure in the Middle East. And if you are just watching your personal finances, understand that the low inflation era we hoped for is being challenged by these 72 hours of geopolitical reality. The world moves fast, but the economy moves in cycles. We are at the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. We'll be monitoring every headline, every market tick, and every diplomatic cable as they come in. Make sure you subscribe in a window. This is very critical. Being 24-hour late is the same being absolutely wrong. So stay vigilant. The clock is running, and I'll see you in the next update, my friends. Before I wind up, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, the universe isn't just expanding, it is going somewhere. From the mysterious great attractor to the inevitable big freeze, where everything actually heading? That's a very big question that we want to address today. In this video, we trace the ultimate trajectory of every star, galaxy, and atom in existence. Have you ever wondered about the final destination of the cosmos while we go about our daily lives? Our Milky Way galaxy is screaming through space at 2.2 million kilometers per hour. But where it is going, what is pulling it? Let us discuss this further. On a clear night, the universe looks like a photograph, frozen, eternal. But the truth is, we are living inside a cosmic stampede. Right now, you are sitting on a planet that is spinning at 1600 kilometers per hour. The planet is orbiting a star at 107,000 kilometers per hour. The star is dragging us around the center of the Milky Way at 800,000 kilometers per hour, but even the galaxy itself isn't sitting still. Our entire island universe is screaming through the void towards a destination we cannot see, and the overall speed at which we are moving right now is 2.2 million kilometers per hour. Everything, every star, every black hole, every atom is on a journey, but where is it actually going? Is there a finish line? Or is the universe just running away from itself? Today, we are tracing the ultimate trajectory of the cosmos from the great attractor to big freeze. We are looking at the final map of the existence itself. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand where we are going, we have to look at our neighborhood. We live in a Lanakia supercluster, a massive web of 100,000 galaxies spanning 500 million light years. For decades, the astronomer noticed something strange. The Milky Way and our neighboring galaxies aren't just drifting, they are being pulled. We are moving towards a specific region of space hidden behind the zone of avoidance, an area obscured by our own galaxy's dust, and therefore we actually cannot see clearly what is where we are going and what is pulling our galaxies. We call this mystery the great attractor. It's the gravitational anomaly so massive it is warping the movement of the galaxies across hundreds of millions of light years. It's like cosmic drain, and we are the water circling it. But here is the twist. We will likely never arrive at that point. Why? Because while gravity is trying to pull us together, something else is trying to rip us apart. In the late 1990s, we discovered the universe isn't just expanding, it is accelerating. This is thanks to the dark energy, a mysterious force that makes up roughly about 68% of the universe. Think of it like this. Gravity is the glue trying to hold the room together, but the dark energy is the floor constantly stretching in every direction. Because space is expanding faster than the speed of light at great distances, the great attractor is actually losing the tug of war. Eventually, the expansion will become so fast that even the pull of the Lanakia won't be enough to hold us into this particular group. We are entering an era of the great divorce. In few billion years, every galaxy outside our local group will disappear beyond the cosmic horizon. They will be moving away so fast that their light will never reach us again. We will be left in a lonely, dark neighborhood. So if we aren't hitting the great attractor, what is our immediate destination then in that case? So in about 4.5 billion years, our own galaxy has a date with destiny. The Andromeda galaxy is currently heading straight for us at 110 kilometers per second by high speed. This isn't a crash, it's a dance. The two galaxies will pass through each other, their stars rarely colliding because the space is so empty. Gravity will eventually pull them back together, merging them into a single massive elliptical galaxy dubbed as Milkomeda. By the time this happens, our sun will have become a red giant, likely swallowing the earth. The solar system as we know it will be done. But the atoms that made up our body will be part of the brand new giant star system. But where does the journey finally end? If the expansion continues forever, we reach the ultimate destination, the big freeze, also known as the heat death of the universe. As the space stretches, the gas needed to create stars become too thin. One by one, the light of the universe goes out. The stelliferous era ends, which is known for star formation, and therefore the stars will stop forming. And the degenerate era will begin. Only white dwarf, neutron stars, and black hole will remain. The black hole era will be the third one when black holes eventually evaporate through Hawking radiation. So, what is left? A universe at a uniform temperature of nearly absolute zero, no energy, no movement, no time. Everything that was once a planet, a person, or a galaxy will be reduced to thin mist of photons and electrons drifting in an infinite cold dark. It sounds bleak, but look at in another way. We are living in the golden age of the universe, a brief, brilliant window where the stars are close enough to see and the galaxies are close enough to touch. Everything is moving away, yes, but that makes the fact that we are here right now witnessing it, and all the more miraculous things are going to happen in the near future. We might not like where the universe is going, but we can only imagine what a view we have on the way there, right? So friends, thanks for watching, and if you want to keep exploring the edge of the cosmos, subscribe and join for the next journey. Until next time, before we wind up today's session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. What would happen to the global economy if the humans suddenly lost the ability to lie? Very important question, and therefore in this video we dive into the fascinating thought experiment. If honesty became the only option for every human on earth, which major industries would collapse first? From high-stake advertising to political campaigning to the complex world of corporate PR and everyday sales, we analyze the business model that depends entirely on the white lie. Let's go. Imagine waking up tomorrow in a world where white lies are physically impossible. You go to work, your boss asks, how was your weekend? And instead of the polite, it was great, thanks, you are compelled to say, it was miserable. I spent the whole time stressed about this presentation. Now imagine that the same filter or lack of thereof applied to every transactions, every advertisement and every political speech on the planet. Today we are embarking on a thought experiment. If the humanity suddenly lost the ability to deceive, which industries would crumble under the weight of the absolute truth? We are looking at the sectors built on foundation of the lie. First, let's look at the titan of the industry that might face the swiftest collapse, which is advertising. Market is often described as the art of persuasion, but let's be honest, it frequently relies on misleading implications. Think about the weight loss supplement that claims this pill will help you shed pounds. Is it a lie? Technically, it might work for one person, but implies a result that isn't a universal result or a guaranteed result. If human couldn't lie, ads would have to become terrifyingly literal. No more the best coffee in the world. Just this coffee is produced by a factory that pays its employee minimum wage and use medium quality beans. The industry spent billions on creating a vibe rather than conveying the data. If we strip away the aspirational imagery and exaggerated promises, the entire multi-trillion dollar advertising machine would grind to an halt. Then there is the classical industry, which is used in the as a car salesman. We have all heard the stories about the cars that is in perfect condition, right up until the moment it leaves the garage. This industry relies on information asymmetry, the idea that the seller knows the flaws and the buyer doesn't. If a salesperson was suddenly incapable of omitting the fact that the transmission is failing or that the vehicle was in floods, business model would implode instantly. It's not just cars. It's any business where the seller holds more information than the buyer. In a world of absolute truth, buyer beware disappears, replaced by seller forced to confess. Without the ability to bury the bad news, these transactions would become either brutally honest or non existent. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's talk about the industry that thrive on the spin, which is politics. The public relation is in many ways the art of controlling a narrative by selecting which truth to be highlighted and which to bury. If the politicians are incapable of lying, the standard campaign trail would disappear overnight. Imagine a debate where a candidate is asked, "How will you fund the tax cut?" And they are forced to say, "I have no idea. I'm just saying this to get your vote." The political apparatus, which is built on campaign promise that was rarely kept, would require a total restructuring. It wouldn't just be very embarrassing, it would be immediate crisis of legitimacy for governments worldwide. We have to touch on the corporate office too. The white lie is a grease that keeps the professional engine running. Your presentation was great. I will get right on that. Or it's not you, it is the company restructuring. Research shows that maintaining these lies take immense mental and physical energy. While honesty is generally better for our health and stress levels, our professional culture is built on a layer of social cushioning. If that layer vanishes, the HR department would be overwhelmed and the professional relationships would either shatter or become purely fictional, right? The office wouldn't be necessarily go bankrupt, but the culture of modern workplace would be unrecognizable. So if the marketing, used car sales, political campaigning are in the danger zone, what would survive then? The industry is based on hard facts and tangible value. engineering, scientific research, and logistics. When you are building a bridge, you cannot spin the structural integrity. The truth is forced upon by the gravity itself. The company would survive and thrive are the ones that have been selling truth all along. In a world without lies, transparency becomes the ultimate competitive advantage. Ultimately, a world without lie would be a world of radical efficiency, but it would also be incredibly painful. We rely on these little lies to maintain our social fabric. So, what do you think, friends? If we had to choose one industry to wipe off from the map of the earth, would it be advertisers, the politicians, or the car salesmen? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into what if of our world. Thanks for watching. I will catch you again very soon. Hello, friends. Namaskaram. Are you a CEO or a business leader constantly feeling the pressure of the quarterly results and market volatility? In this video, we explore the art of detached leadership, a transformative management philosophy derived from Bhagavad Gita. While the modern business culture glorifies the hustle and the outcome based obsession, the ancient wisdom of Gita offers a radical alternative, which is Nishkam Karma, the practice of performing your duty without being enslaved by the fruit of your action. Let us explore this thought further. We live in a culture that worships the outcome. As leaders, we are conditioned to believe that our value is tied directly to the quarterly report, the stock prices, or the successful exit. We are taught to be obsessed with the fruit of our labor. And, this is, true. But I want to ask you a question. What happens to your leadership and your mental clarity when you become so attached to the outcome that you lose sight of the strategy? Today, we are exploring a principle that is over 5,000 years old, and yet it is arguably the most necessary leadership hack for the 21st century. We are looking at Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 51. And this verse isn't about being disengaged, it's about becoming liberated. It is the act of detached leadership. Friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know name of your city or country from where you are watching this video. Now let's proceed further. Let's break down this actually means in business context. The verse tells us that the wise, those with yogic wisdom, decline the fruit of their actions. In the boardroom, the fruit is the ego driven need for the win, the fear of loss, or the frantic search for validation through results. When you are fixated on the fruit, your decision making becomes reactive. You start playing to avoid losing rather than playing to build excellence. Detachment is this context in this context is not about not caring. It's about disentangling your identity from the outcome. When you can perform your duty, your dharma, with excellence, while accepting the final result is subject to market forces beyond your absolute control, you reach a state of equanimity. This is where the high level strategy lives. So, friends, how do we actually apply this? I call this the detached leadership framework, and it consists of three pillars. Pillar number one is radical presence. Most CEOs are living in future, in next quarter's projection. Verse 51 teaches us to focus entirely on the action being performed right now. If you are in a negotiation, be 100% in the negotiations. When you detach from the future outcome, your current execution becomes flawless. Pillar number two, the end of ego driven KPIs. When you are a leader, you can make mistake. Do you see it as a failure of your character or the piece of some data? Detached leader sees it as a data. By renouncing the emotional detachment to the result, you gain the ability to pivot faster than your competitor because you aren't held back by the fear of looking into what just happened, like you're looking like a failure. Pillar number three, Sustaining the long term game. The cycle of suffering mentioned in the verse is the burnout cycle. You chase the goal, you win, you feel a brief high, then you feel the anxiety of the next goal. Detached leaders break the cycle by finding satisfaction in the pursuit of excellence itself, not just the trophy. Now, there is a dangerous misconception I have to address. People think detachment sounds like caring less. If I stop caring about the outcome, won't I lose my edge? The answer is, in fact, the opposite. When you are addicted to the outcome, you are operating from a place of fear. Fear leads to the short term thinking, cutting corners, and micromanagement. When you are detached, you operate from a place of freedom. You are free to make the bold, ethical, and necessary decisions that a fearful CEO would avoid. You aren't caring less, you are caring more about the integrity of your work than the temporary opinion of the market. So, next time you walk into a meeting where the stakes feel sky high, I want you to remember chapter 2, verse 51. Do your duty, execute with everything you got, but hold the outcome lightly. True power isn't about controlling the world. True power is ability to lead, create, and build while remaining unshaken by whatever the result may be. That is the art of detached leadership, and that is how you find peace in the center of the storm. If this resonated with you, I would love to hear your thoughts in the comment section below. How do you separate your identity from your results? Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the timeless leadership. So, thanks for watching, friends. Thanks for joining me live. See you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome and namaskaram. In this video, we explore the bold, uncompromising move by Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose to step away from the Congress party and establish the forward bloc. Why did he break away? What was his vision for a radical nationalism? And how did this decision challenge the political status quo of the British India? Join us as we analyze the historical context of the Congress split, the ideological rift between Bose and party leadership, and the lasting impact of the forward bloc on the fight for the Indian independence. Let's go. The year was 1939. The world is on the brink of the Second Global War. But inside India, a different kind of war is brewing. A political struggle that could redefine the fight for independence. Most of us know Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose as a commander of the Azad Hind Fauj, a man of action, a man of war. But before he picked up the rifle, he picked up the pen and the podium, challenging the very establishment he helped build. Today we are talking about something which happened in 1940. We are going to deconstruct one of the most controversial and pivotal movement in the Indian freedom struggle, the split that births the forward bloc. Was it a betrayal of unity, or was it a necessary evolution for the revolution? So let's dive into the history of Netaji's rebellion. But friends, before that, please let us know from which city you have tuned in into this video. That will help us determine the reach of our channel. To understand the birth of the forward bloc, we have to understand the breaking point. The year was 1939. The Indian National Congress was the undisputed face of the freedom movement. Subhash Chandra Bose ji had just been re-elected as the president of the Congress at Tripuri. But this victory was bitter. It was clear that Bose's ideology, which favored an immediate, armed, struggle and unyielding push for independence, was increasingly at the odds with the mainstream leadership, particularly the faction aligned with Mahatma Gandhi ji. गांधी जी famously said, "पता है भाई, defeat is my defeat. Your defeat is my defeat." The pressure became very immense. The Congress was caught between two paths, the path of non-violent and the gradual constitutional change, and the path for radical mass mobilized resistance. Bose realized that if he stayed, he would be a figurehead with no power to act. So he did the unthinkable. He resigned. Imagine the tension. The hero of the youth, the man who stood up to the British Empire with fire in his eyes, was now an outsider in his own political home. But Bose wasn't the type to walk away from the mission. He realized that if the Congress wasn't going to lead the radical charge, he would have to build a new platform to do it himself. And so on May 3rd in the year 1939, Subhash Chandra Bose ji founded the Forward Bloc. At first, it wasn't a separate party, it was a faction within Congress. It was sort of a pressure group, but what it stands for, why the name was Forward is a big question that we will tackle now. The name was deliberate. Bose wanted to move the country forward. He wasn't interested in slow negotiations. He was a socialist at heart, deeply influenced by the global anti colonial movement of the time. He believed that the only way to break the British hold on India was through mass mobilization. He wanted Congress to adopt a policy of uncompromising anti imperialism. He wanted the working class, the farmers, and the youth to be the engine of the revolution. To his critics, he was sort of a rebel. To his followers, he was realist. Bose understood that World War II was an opportunity. He knew the British Empire was overstretched. He saw that the chaos of war was the perfect opening for an Indian uprising. The Forward Bloc was built to capitalize on that opening. It wasn't just a political party, it was a call to arms for the Indian consciousness. This led us to 1940, the transition from a faction to a rebellion. While mainstream Congress leadership was hesitant, keeping one foot in the door of negotiations, Bose convinced the anti-compromising conference at Ramgarh in the March of 1940. This was a moment the bridge was completely broken. At Ramgarh, Bose didn't mince his words. He called for a massive nationwide civil disobedience movement. He declared that no compromise should be made with the British, especially while they were weakened by the war in Europe. While the Congress was organizing the individual satyagrah, Bose was organizing the masses for a total blockade of the British administration. This is why it is called the rebellion. Bose did just disagree with the method. He challenged the mandate of the Congress leadership. He challenged the status quo. He essentially said, if you are afraid to lead the people to total freedom, step aside. We will do it for you. It was a bold, dangerous, and incredibly lonely path, but it was exactly the kind of path Netaji was known for. So, looking back from 2026, why does this matter? Why does the story of 1940 Forward Block still resonate? Because the history is rarely a straight line. It's sometimes messy, conflicted, and intense struggle of ideas. The split between Congress and the Forward Bloc teaches us about the nature of leadership. It highlights the eternal struggle between patience and urgency. It reminds us that sometimes to stay true to your own principles, one has to be willing to stand alone. Netaji's forward block wasn't just a footnote in history, it was also a catalyst. It forced the mainstream movement to keep the pressure on. It gave a voice to the radicals who felt that the dream of independence was being stifled by the bureaucracy. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose ji left the Congress, but he never left the cause of India's freedom. The Forward Bloc was just one chapter in much larger, more legendary life of Netaji's. But it remains a fascinating study of conviction. It's a reminder that the political courage isn't just about winning an election, it's about defining what you stand for, even when everyone else tells you to fall in line. So, friends, what do you think? Was Netaji's decision to break away from away the right move for India's freedom struggle, or would a united front have been more effective? Let me know your comments below. And friends, as you know, I read each and every comment that I receive from you. So if you learned something about something new about 1940 today, hit that like button and subscribe for more deep dives into turning points of our history. Thanks for watching, and friends, I will see you very soon in the next one. तो आप सबका स्वागत है। आज जुलाई 10 है और आज शुक्रवार का दिन है। अपना हम दिन शुरू करने से पहले माँ लक्ष्मी की पूजा करेंगे और आप आपको निमंत्रण देते हैं, आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें। एक छोटा सा मंत्र है, 11 दफा पढ़ेंगे, श्री लक्ष्मी जी के लिए समर्पित है। चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और लक्ष्मी जी का ध्यान करें और हम अब शुरुआत करने वाले हैं। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध 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 लक्ष्मी नमः। तो दोस्तों, हमारी आज की पूजा यहीं समाप्त होती है। आपका आगे का जो दिन है मंगलमय हो, शुभ लाभ से भरा हो, इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को यहीं समाप्त करते हैं, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूं दूसरे वीडियो में।
Long before forests rustled with the leaves and vertebrates carved their path across the continent, the earth was a silent stage of stone and shallow seas. Into this barren expanse crept the first arthropods, segmented, many legs being, and whose fossilized remain now tells a story of audacity and survival. Among them, the ancestor of centipedes became unlikely trailblazer, and their armored bodies and jointed limbs carried them from water's edge onto the unclaimed soil. So let's find out more. In the deep corridors of Earth's deep past, long before the forests shaded their continents or vertebrates roamed the land, the first arthropods began their tentative march from water to soil. Among them were the ancestors of centipedes, multi-segmented pioneers whose fossilized remains now whisper the story of one of the life's most daring conquests, the colonization of land. So the recent fossil discoveries exclusively preserved in ancient strata reveal that these creatures possessed adaptation for more mere survival. So hardened exoskeleton and shielded them from the desiccation. Jointed legs gave them mobility across uneven terrain, and the primitive respiratory system allowed them to draw oxygen from the thin atmosphere. So these were not just insects in waiting. They were the architects of ecological possibilities. By borrowing into soil and feeding on detritus, they begin to shape terrestrial ecosystem, laying the groundwork for the complex food webs that would one day sustain forests, mammals, and ultimately humans. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, the conquest of land by arthropods were more than a biological milestone. It was planetary transformation. With their arrival, the barren continents became animated landscape, and nutrients cycle accelerated, and organic matter decomposed more efficiently, and the soil itself became fertile. So, in essence, these early centipedes ancestors were the engineer of habitability, turning rock into earth. And if we think about 2026 and beyond, the resonance of their journey is striking. Humanity now stands at its own frontier of planetary conquest, the dream of colonizing Mars and beyond. So, just as arthropods once solved the puzzle of breathing air and resisting dryness, we grapple with the challenges of sustaining life in alien environment. The fossils remind us that the adaptation is not a single leap, but a series of ingenious solutions, and each one opening doors for future generations. Moreover, the study of these ancient pioneers inform us the modern science in an unexpected way. Their physiology offers clues about resilience of environmental stress and inspiring biometrics design in robotics or material science. In their ecological role underscores the importance of small, often overlooked organism into stabilizing ecosystem, a lesson critical as we confront or we are on the verge of biodiversity loss and climate change. In 2026, when discussions of planetary stewardship and dominance global forum, the centipede's ancestors became unlikely teachers. Remind us that survival hinges on cooperation with the environment, not the domination of it. So, looking beyond, the implication stretch into a philosophy. The fossil challenges our anthropomorphic narration into showing that the true trailblazer of terrestrial life were not mighty dinosaurs or towering trees, but a humble, many-legged arthropods. And their march onto land was a quiet revolution, one that redefines Earth destiny. In the same way, our own steps into space may not be marked by grand gestures, but by small incremental innovation, and each as vital as the centipede's first breath of air. So thus the story of ancient centipede's ancestor is not confined to dusty rocks in a museum. It is a living parable for our age, a reminder that the conquest of new worlds begin with the fragile experiments, that the resilience is born of adaptation, and that the smallest creature can leave the largest footprint on the history. As we move through 2026 and beyond, their legacy urges us to trend thoughtfully, to innovate boldly, and to recognize that every frontier, whether soil or star, and demands humility as much as ambition. So the march of those many-legged pioneers was not just a step into the soil, it was the first rehearsal of resilience, the earliest proof that life could reinvent itself to meet new frontiers. And in their quiet conquest, they transformed the barren stone into a fertile earth. And in doing so, they wrote the opening chapter of terrestrial history. As we stand in 2026, poised at our own threshold of planetary exploration, their legacy echoes across the time. Survival is born of adaptation. Progress is carved by persistence, and the smallest step can alter the destinies of the world. So, the centipede's ancestors reminds us that every frontier, whether soil beneath our feet or the star above our head, demands humility and indigenuity and definitely a great amount of courage. So we have come to the end of this subject. I will look forward for your comments on this subject. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. In the high-stake world of modern executive leadership, burnout, decision fatigue, and emotional reactivity are the silent productivity killers. But what if the ultimate CEO playbook was written thousands of years ago? Yes, friends, we are talking about Bhagavad Gita. We will understand its profound implications for the modern business leaders, startup founders, and the CEOs. We will discover how mastering your senses through the mind and practicing karma yoga can give us the ultimate competitive advantage and unshakable clarity under pressure. Let's go and discuss this further. Namaskaram, friends. You are most welcome. Now, let's picture this. You are the CEO of a fast growing company. On paper, you have made it all. You have the title, you have the equity, you have the respect and the corner office. But if you're honest with yourself, truly honest, when was the last time you felt like a genuine sense of peace? Most modern executive lives in a state of chronic low-grade panic. We call it hustle culture, scaling, or the market pressure. But beneath the buzzwords lies a brutal truth. You are burning out not because your business is too hard, but because your desires are running your life. Think about your daily decisions. Are you launching what's the new product line because it serves your long-term strategic vision, or because you crave the validation of tech headlines? Are you working 70 hours a week or probably 80 hours to build a legacy? Or are you trapped on a treadmill of lifestyle inflation and ego? Today, we are looking at the ancient texts that diagnose this exact corporate sickness, and this was written thousands of years ago. We are diving into Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, verse 7, and asking the ultimate leadership question: are you managing your business, or your desires managing you? Far better is one who controls his senses through the mind and engage oneself in karma without attachment, O Arjun. And the quote close. And this is a direct translation from the chapter 3, verse 7 of Bhagavad Gita, a dialogue between the warrior prince Arjun and his mentor Bhagwan Krishna on a battlefield paralyzed by confusion and moral crisis. Now, you might be thinking, what does a battlefield conversation from ancient India have to do with my quarterly earning report or my board meetings tomorrow morning? Well, everything. Because the human hardware isn't changed in 5,000 years. The battlefield of the ancient India is no different than the modern corporate landscape. Both are high stakes environment. While emotions run high, ego flares, the split second decisions dictate survival. Let's break down what Bhagwan Krishna is actually teaching here. He breaks the human psychology down into clear hierarchy. First is the senses. Our eyes, our ears, tongue, and skin constantly pulled outward by shiny objects, status symbol, market trends, and immediate gratification. Next is mind, the processing unit that receives sensory data and turns it into emotional reaction, which are greed, fear, anger, and anxiety. Third is the intellect, which is the will, the higher faculty capable of discipline, long-term strategy, and mastery. Most leaders operate in reverse. Their sense dictates their desires. Their desire dictates their mind, and their mind dictates their business strategy. They are reactive. If a competitor makes a move, they panic. If a metric drop, they spiral out of control. Krishna is saying, master your senses through a disciplined mind, and you will reclaim your sovereignty. How does this manifest into C-suite? It shows up as a desire trap. Let's look at the three different ways to manage your desire and how you can actually unmanage desire sabotage. Otherwise, brilliant leaders will definitely go into a spiral. First is the vanity metrics and ego-driven acquisition. Ever watch a CEO buy a company they have no business buying just to make a splash in the financial press? That's not the strategy. That's a sensory desire dressed up as a corporate expansion. The ego wants applause. The ego wants to feel powerful. When a leader's identity is warped up in external validation, every business decision becomes a desperate attempt to feed an insatiable appetite. Second is a decision fatigue and distraction. Your senses are constantly being bombarded: Slack pings, CNBC alerts, emails, investor demands, and social media validation. When you lack sensory control, every single distraction hijacks your cognitive bandwidth. You spend your day putting out fires that shouldn't even be on your radar, leaving zero energy for deep visionary thinking. Next is executive burnout. Burnout is rarely caused by working too many hours. It is caused by caring about the wrong things for the wrong reasons. When your happiness is tethered entirely to external outcome, things like stock prices, funding rounds, public praises, you are structurally handing the keys to your emotional well-being over to market and several fluctuations. When the market dips, your mental health crash with it. So, what is the antidote? Krishna calls it karma yoga specifically. Engaging in karma, which is action without attachment to the fruit, which is the result. This is where the most modern professionals misunderstand the spiritual teachings. They think detachment means apathy. They think it means not caring whether the company succeed or fail. That couldn't be farther from the truth. Detached execution doesn't mean lowering your standards. It means separating your emotional identity from the outcome you cannot control or you cannot fully control. Think about the best elite athletes, surgeons, or special operations commanders. In high pressure moments, they are thinking about the trophy, the money, or the applause. No. If a surgeon start thinking about how much praise they will get for a successful heart transplant, their hands will shake. Their entire focus is locked onto the process, the precision of immediate cut, the rhythm of the monitors, etc. As a CEO, you can control your preparation, your integrity, your strategy, and also your execution. You cannot control macroeconomic trends, competitors' move, or fickle consumer taste. You execute with intense, hyper focused discipline. You make objective, cold, calculated strategic choices because your vision isn't clouded by emotional desperation. You win without arrogance and you lose without despair. You stop running after things out of fear and you start leading from a place of unshakable inner stability. So, friends, as we wrap up, let's bring this ancient wisdom down from the philosophy books into our operating rhythm for this week. If you want to transition from reactive manager driven by desires to a masters of your domain, try these three practical shifts. First, audit your desires. Before your next major strategic pivot or financial decision, pause and ask yourself, am I doing this because it moves the mission forward or because I want validation, status, or comfort? Name that particular desire, strip it away, and look at the core business problem with clear eyes. Second, separate process from outcome. Fall in love with the execution, the hiring, the product refinement, the system building. Let go of the obsession with quarterly valuation. Ironically, when you step obsessing over the result, the quality of your work skyrockets and better results naturally follow. Third, practice sensory fasting. Protect your mind. Block out the endless noise of the market hype, industry gossips, and the constant notification. Give your mind the quiet space it needs to actually hear your higher intellect. Remember, the true measure of executive isn't just the size of the balance sheet, it is a mastery of their own mind. When you control your senses, you don't just run a better business, you reclaim your life. If this perspective shifted how you view your leadership journey today, hit that like button, friends. Subscribe for more deep dives into ancient wisdom for modern business and share this with fellow founders who need to hear this. Thanks for watching and lead with clarity. I will catch you soon again in the next one.